Dreamscape presents The Psychopaths by J.L. Beck, narrated by Ryan Stone and Renee Thorne. Chapter 1, Aries. 4 years ago. A knock on the door startles me from my textbooks. 3 hesitant taps, barely audible over the music playing in my room at the mill house. No one visits me here unannounced, and none of my friends would fucking knock. This is someone else. I should be a little more hesitant, but if they know where to find me, chances are they know who I am. Opening the door, I freeze with my hand on the brass knob. Lillian, my stepsister, stands in the hallway, hands clasped nervously, looking simultaneously out of place and achingly familiar. At 16, she hovers in that weird space between child and woman, still holding traces of teenage awkwardness, but showing glimpses of the beauty she'll become. Lillian? Her name spills out harsher than intended, surprise sharpening my tone. I shove my shoulder-length hair out of my face to keep my eyes on her deep blue ones. What are you doing here? She flinches, but squares her shoulders. I needed to see you. I checked the empty hallway, suddenly worried I missed something. Are Father and Patricia with you? Who let you in? No one is with me. A flash of defiance crosses her features. I drove myself, took the Audi, and I let myself in. It's not like you guys lock your door. Also, there's a naked girl passed out in the living room. The admission stuns me. Not the naked chick, obviously. That's common around here. Lillian, sheltered, protected, allegedly fragile Lillian, drove herself to campus despite her mom's objections to her even getting a license. You shouldn't be here, I say, even as I step aside to let her in. The Hayes name means never leaving family standing in hallways, regardless of circumstances, not with the kinds of secrets that leak through walls. She enters hesitantly, taking in my room with curious eyes. I see the antique furniture and stacked textbooks through her perspective, evidence of a life deliberately separate from our home's opulence. Lillian only knows one side of me, the side I show with our parents. She doesn't know about the late nights, the parties, the sex, the brute I've learned to play around campus. It's nice, she offers, though we both know it's not. More you than your room at home. I close the door, maintaining careful distance. She's dressed with obvious care, a blue sundress I've never seen her wear. Something is different, more sophisticated, about her golden curls. Subtle makeup highlights her blue eyes, which dart nervously around the room, avoiding direct contact with mine. Does your mother know where you are? I don't know why I even ask, because I already know the answer. She shakes her head, fingers fidgeting with the strap of her small purse. I told her I was studying at the library. She thinks Marcus is driving me. She lied to her mother. Lillian Hayes, the perfect daughter, never lies, never rebels, never secretly drives to visit her stepbrother at college without permission. Breaking the rules is a foreign concept. To be fair, I've been keeping my distance from her for the past year or so as I've prepared for college. You should call her, I say, reaching for a lifeline in the face of my growing unease. Tell her there's been a change of plans. I can drive you home. Not yet, she says quickly. Too quickly. I don't want to leave. Not when I just got here. Can't we, I don't know, talk? It's been weeks since you came home. I don't really feel like explaining it to her, and I don't owe her an explanation. But part of me wants to tell her that it has nothing to do with her. That being in that house, surrounded by them, by my father, makes my skin crawl. And it would be a lie. Well, it does make my skin crawl, but I've also been avoiding her, and the way I can't stop looking at her, and how disgusted with myself it makes me feel. Something about Lillian's body language, the careful way she speaks with an excited puppy eagerness, makes red flags wave in my head. If she isn't here with our parents, then why is she here? I retreat to my desk, putting physical space between us. What did you want to talk about that required a secret drive to the mill house? She draws in a deep breath, gathering courage for whatever she came to say. Fuck. Don't do this. This isn't going to be good. I can feel it. I miss you, she says, the simple statement hanging in the air between us. I'm lonely. You hardly come home anymore, and when you do, you're so distant. I busy myself arranging papers on my desk, avoiding her gaze. I'm sorry, Lillian, but I'm an adult. Adults are busy. I'm also a business major, remember? Father's expectations. It's more than that. She moves deeper into the room, perching herself on the edge of the bed, trying to look casual, even though every part of her is tense. Did I do something wrong? We used to talk, but now you can barely look at me. Barely look at you. I want to tell her the problem isn't looking at her. It's stopping me from doing so, because somewhere between childhood and now, the lines that should have remained crystal clear have blurred. I'm old enough to know better, which is why I've maintained a careful, oh, so careful, distance lately. You've done nothing wrong, I tell her, trying to soothe her worries. Her smile makes my heart clench. I brought you something? I know your birthday isn't until next week, but I figured you probably wouldn't come home, and I wanted to hand-deliver it. She reaches into her purse and produces a small, wrapped package. The gesture is innocent enough, but the tremor in her hands as she extends the gift speaks volumes. Shit, I can't do this. Not when she's wearing that fucking sundress. I accept the package reluctantly, careful not to let our fingers touch. You shouldn't have. Open it, she urges, tucking a strand of golden hair behind her ear, a nervous gesture. I do as she asks, unwrapping the package slowly. Inside the carefully wrapped box is a vintage watch, elegant, understated, and nothing like the flashy timepieces father favors. It's exactly to my taste, showing an attention to detail, to preference that makes my stomach clench. How did you know I'd like something like this? I ask before I can stop myself. Her smile brightens. I pay attention. I remember you mentioned liking that style when we were shopping with Mother last Christmas. A casual comment from almost a year ago, remembered and acted upon. That seems a bit much. It's perfect, I admit, setting it carefully on my desk rather than putting it on. Thank you. She beams at the approval, straightening slightly, her confidence visibly building. I've spent months deliberately ignoring what I thought was nothing but a desire for closeness, which has clearly been something far worse all along. She's here to confess feelings that should never exist between us. A part of me, a part I've fought to silence, to bury beneath propriety and family obligation, recognizes her feelings because they mirror my own forbidden desires. The way I've noticed her transformation from child to young woman, the inappropriate thoughts I've shoved so far down inside me nothing can touch them, the reason I've maintained such careful distance. I've stayed away precisely to prevent this moment. I kept my distance to protect her, not just from our family's toxic dynamics, but also from my own dangerous potential to return feelings that would destroy us both, or give my father a weapon to wield against me, against us. Another level of control, another vulnerability to exploit, another reason to keep me tethered to the family business, the family legacy. As much as it hurts, I need to stop this before it gets out of hand. I need to crush whatever confession is building behind those hopeful eyes. I need to be cruel, to be kind. Lillian, I harden my voice. It's getting late. I think I should take you home. Not yet. She stands suddenly, hands clasped before her to stop her trembling. I need to tell you something first. It's important. The determination in her voice tightens my chest. I should interrupt, should prevent what's coming, but some perverse curiosity keeps me silent, some need to hear the words, even knowing I'll have to crush them immediately after, stops me. I've been trying to find the right time. She paces in a small circle, her rehearsed speech clearly abandoning her at the moment. There never seemed to be a perfect opportunity, and then you stopped coming home as much. I realized I might never get the chance to tell you if I didn't make it happen for myself. I remain motionless, tense. Whatever it is, Lillian, I'm sure it can wait. No, it can't. She stops directly in front of me, closer than she should be, close enough that I can smell the light floral scent she started wearing recently. I've waited too long already. She draws a deep breath into her lungs, squaring those slight shoulders, embodying a courage I hate to crush out of her. But it's the only way. I'm in love with you. The words tumble out of her in a rush. Not as a stepbrother, as a man, and I have been for over a year now. I know there's an age gap, and I know our parents are married, but that doesn't change how I feel. This is exactly what I feared. Her eyes search mine, looking for any sign of awareness, any hint that these forbidden feelings are returned. I see the way you look at me sometimes, she continues, gaining confidence as she speaks. When you think I don't notice, I hope that maybe you feel something too, that may be the reason you've been staying away. She's more perceptive than I've given her credit for. The realization only strengthens my resolve to end this before it can damage us both. Lillian, this isn't... Before I can finish, she moves forward with lightning speed, rising up onto her tiptoes to press her lips against mine. The kiss is clumsy, inexperienced, the impulsive action of a 16-year-old making her first romantic move. Her hands come up to rest tentatively on my shoulders, her entire body trembling with nerves and determination. For one dangerous second, a heartbeat, a moment in time, I'm frozen, the unexpected contact short-circuiting my carefully maintained control. Electricity renders me motionless, heat flaring and rippling through my body, evidence of everything I've been denying to myself. Then cold common sense flashes through the heat, restoring logic. Taking her by the biceps, I firmly push her away, holding her at arm's length. The confusion bleeding into her eyes quickly shifts to hurt, then finally embarrassment as she registers my expression. Aries, No, I interrupt, my voice deliberately cold. This can't happen. You must be confused. I continue, mistaking familial affection for something inappropriate, something impossible. Her eyes widen as hurt blooms across her features. I'm not confused. I know what I feel. What you feel is nothing more than a childish crush. I continue mercilessly. A textbook case of misplaced emotion due to proximity. It's embarrassing, Lillian, for both of us. She flinches as if I've struck her, but something in her, that same determination that brought her here, rallies. You're lying, she whispers, stepping closer despite my hands still gripping her arms. I see it in your eyes. You feel something too. What I feel is concern that my stepsister has developed an unhealthy fixation. The words taste like poison, designed to wound, to create distance that can't be bridged, one that reflects poorly on her emotional maturity. Tears gather in her eyes, but rather than retreating, she makes one last desperate attempt. Breaking free from my grip, she surges forward again, hands framing my face as she presses her lips to mine a second time. The kiss is different, less hesitant, more insistent. And for one terrible, perfect moment, I respond. My control slips, and my hands move to her waist as my lips soften under hers, revealing the truth I've tried so hard to deny. For a heartbeat, and no more, I allow myself to consider what could be in another world, maybe if we'd been born to another fucking family. Then reality crashes back, bringing with it all the reasons this can never happen. Father's manipulation, the family's toxic influence, her youth and vulnerability, my own darkness I fight to contain. I push her away with more force than necessary, genuine anger mixing with self-loathing. Enough! She stumbles back, anger replacing hurt as she registers that moment of response. What do you mean? You kissed me back? I did not. My denial is swift, cold, and absolute. And the fact that you delude yourself into thinking so only proves my point. This is a pathetic fantasy, Lillian. One that makes me uncomfortable to even be around you. Each word is calculated for maximum damage, designed to create a wound so deep she'll never broach this subject again. I force myself to continue, to be cruel beyond any previous interaction. Did you really think I could see you that way, my teenage stepsister? It's not just inappropriate, it's repulsive. The color drains from her face, the anger slowly receding, leaving her pale and hollow-eyed. She drops her hands down to her sides, her body seeming to fold in on itself as each word lands like a slice. I thought, she says, voice small and broken. You thought wrong. I turn away, unable to watch the devastation I'm causing. This conversation is over. I'm taking you home, and we're never speaking of this again. When I glance back, the transformation has already begun, humiliation hardening into a shield. The softness in her expression calcifies into dignified hurt. The vulnerable openness closes like a door slamming shut. I can drive myself, she says, voice steadier than it has any right to be. I don't need your help. She moves toward the door, each step stiff with the effort of maintaining composure. Her hand trembles on the doorknob, the only outward sign of the emotional earthquake I've just triggered. Lillian, I call. Some masochistic need to witness the full extent of my cruelty makes me want to see her face one more time. She pauses but doesn't turn. What? This was a mistake. One we'll both pretend never happened. Her shoulders straighten almost imperceptibly, pride rallying even in devastation. Don't worry, she says, voice barely audible. I won't embarrass you with my pathetic feelings again. The door closes behind her with a soft click that somehow cuts deeper than a slam would have. No dramatic exit, no teenage histrionics. Just quiet dignity and retreat. I move to the window, watching as she emerges on the drive below. Her posture remains perfect, chin up, shoulders back, the Hayes family's training evident even in devastation. Only when she reaches her car does a crack appear in the facade. She fumbles with the keys, dropping them once before opening the door. Inside the vehicle, finally hidden from public view, she crumples. Even from this distance I can see her shoulders shaking with silent sobs, her forehead pressed against the steering wheel. 1 minute passes. 2. Her raw grief is a private performance I have no right to witness, yet I can't look away from the damage I've inflicted. Eventually she straightens, wiping her face with harsh scrubs of her wrists. The engine starts. The car backs out with textbook precision. Lillian always excels at whatever she sets her mind to, even driving with a broken heart. The girl who arrived, brimming with hope and nervously rehearsed declarations, is gone. In her place is someone harder, someone already building walls that will never completely come down. I recognize the transformation because I've gone through it myself, many times, the hardening of vulnerability into armor. She'll need to make it harder before the family will be satisfied with her anyway. When her taillights finally disappear around the corner, I turn away from the window, the silence of my room suddenly oppressive. I pick the watch up, my thumb tracing the engraving on the back I hadn't noticed earlier. For the time we've shared and the time to come, L. The words lanced through my walls. She'd planned this gift with such hope, such certainty that her feelings would be returned, and I'd crushed that hope, cut her so deeply she might never risk such vulnerability again. It was necessary, I tell myself, the only possible response. The Hayes family destroys what it touches and corrupts what it controls. Father would have weaponized any relationship between us and used it to tighten his grip on both our lives. Used her to control me. Used me to hurt her. Better a clean break now than slow destruction later. But knowledge of necessity doesn't ease the self-loathing settling over me like it always does. I've protected her from my family's manipulation by manipulating her myself, saved her from pain by inflicting it directly. I place the watch in my desk drawer, unable to wear it, but equally unable to discard it. It's a reminder of what might have been in a different world, a reminder of the choice I made to hurt her, to save her. It was the right decision, I tell myself, the words hollow even to my own ears. After today, I know with absolute certainty that Lillian Hayes will never look at me the same way, and perhaps that is the greatest kindness I could offer her. Freedom from feelings that could only ever lead to greater pain. Chapter 2, Aries. Near present, graduation day. The tassel feels foreign between my fingers as I move it from right to left, a symbolic gesture marking the transition from student to graduate. Around me, classmates celebrate with genuine enthusiasm, whooping, hugging, and tossing caps despite the dean's explicit instructions not to. Their joy feels distant, like I'm observing it through glass. Bachelor of Business Administration, summa cum laude. Father's expected path, executed perfectly. The first step in the predetermined march toward Hayes Enterprises, toward the legacy I'm meant to inherit, but increasingly questioning. Aries Hayes, Dean Richards had announced minutes earlier, hand extended with rehearsed congeniality. Exemplary academic achievement. I'd smiled the perfect Hayes smile, practiced and revealing nothing, as I accepted the diploma, another performance in what feels like a lifetime of them. Despite the incredulous laughter and ribbing of my classmates, I've played the brute a little too well if they think I bought my way to this distinction. Now, navigating through the chaos of post-ceremony crowds, I scan for the familiar grouping waiting precisely where they said they would be. The Hayes family is nothing if not punctual, positioned for maximum visibility and optimal networking opportunities. I spot them near the central fountain, my father in a tailored suit despite the June heat, my stepmother Patricia in a cream dress that probably cost more than some students' tuition, and slightly behind them stands Lillian. My steps falter momentarily at the sight of her. At 20, she's fully transformed from an awkward teen into a young woman of remarkable poise. Her green dress complements her eyes, and her soft blonde hair is styled in loose waves rather than her usual practical arrangement. She's beautiful, in a way that makes me pissed at myself for noticing. "There he is," Father announces as I approach, voice carrying just enough to draw attention from nearby families. "The newest Hayes business graduate." His hand lands heavily on my shoulder, pride indistinguishable from possession. I endure it as I always do. "Congratulations, Aries." Patricia steps forward, social smile perfectly in place. "We're so proud." The platitude rings hollow. We both know her pride extends exactly as far as my achievements reflect well on her position in the family. Still, I return the appropriate smile, accepting the expected cheek kiss. "Thank you for coming," I respond, the social script flowing automatically. "We wouldn't miss it," Father says, already scanning the crowd over my shoulder. Networking never stops, even at his son's graduation. The Henderson family mentioned their daughter graduated today as well. Investment banking track. We should find them before we leave. Of course. No moment is complete without a business angle. I nod appropriately, gaze carefully avoiding Lillian, who stands slightly apart from our trio. I can feel her watching me, waiting for an acknowledgement I won't give. "You've made the family proud," Father continues, his standard praise always feeling more like confirmation of expectations met than genuine admiration. "First step toward your future at Hayes Enterprises." My future. Already mapped, already planned, already suffocating me beneath its weight. "These are for you," Patricia says, producing an elegant arrangement of deep blue hydrangeas and white lilies from behind her back, along with a bottle of 15-year-old bourbon. "A small token of our pride in your accomplishment." I accept the gifts with appropriate gratitude, though something about the arrangement immediately feels wrong. There's an unusual heaviness to the blooms, and a faint, powdery residue barely visible on some of the petals, making me instinctively hold them away from my face. "They're beautiful," I exclaim, examining the careful composition while trying not to breathe too deeply near them. Allergies get me every fucking year, and I don't need to be red-eyed at the party tonight. "Thank you." "You're very welcome. When they arrived at the house this morning, I knew they'd be perfect," Patricia continues, adjusting a slightly wilted bloom. "The blue complements your hazel eyes nicely. Lillian and I kept clear of them, of course. Allergies, you know." Despite my caution, a wave of dizziness washes over me as I breathe in their scent. There's definitely something off, a subtle chemical undertone beneath the natural fragrance. I blink, trying to clear the fuzziness developing at the edges of my vision. "Congratulations, Aries," Lillian says, voice soft but steady as she steps forward slightly. "Your speech was really impressive." The class-voted speaker address I delivered earlier, words now growing strangely distant in my memory, though I'd rehearsed them for weeks. "Thank you, Lillian," I respond, voice deliberately formal, gaze focused just past her shoulder rather than meeting her blue eyes directly. "I appreciate you all coming." She shifts into my line of sight in a move that appears casual, but I recognize it as deliberate, seeking the eye contact I've denied her consistently at every meeting for years, a necessary cruelty that keeps her at arm's length. "We wouldn't have missed it," she says, sincerity evident in her tone. It's an honest sentiment that should touch me, considering the frigidity of my parents' own compliments. Still, I'm increasingly distracted by the strange heaviness in my limbs and the blurring of peripheral details. I reposition the flowers farther from my face, a suspicion forming that I can't quite fully articulate. I nod acknowledgement, but maintain careful distance, shifting to include Father in my response. Just reflecting the values the family has instilled in me. The deflection lands as intended. Father nods approvingly, while Lillian's expression flickers with recognition of the deliberate redirection. 2 years of similar exchanges have taught her the pattern. Her attempts at connection, my systematic rejection of them. Still, she persists. "Will you be at the Mill House party tonight? I heard they're doing a big celebration for all the graduates." Briefly, I answer, keeping my tone polite but distant, fighting against the increasing difficulty in focusing my thoughts. Lee's expecting me. Patricia's hand lands lightly on Lillian's shoulder. "Don't monopolize your stepbrother, darling. It's his special day." A reminder of our relationship, stepbrother, stepsister, lands with intended weight. The boundaries Patricia unknowingly reinforces while I struggle to maintain my composure through whatever the hell is going on save me the trouble of continuing the conversation. "You'll be joining us for the North Star Foundation Gala in a month or so, right?" Patricia says, her tone making it clear this is a statement rather than a question. "The Hendersons have confirmed, along with the Whitneys and Prescotts." My mouth feels unusually dry as I respond. Of course, wouldn't miss it. Another performance on the social calendar. Another opportunity for father to parade his perfect son before business associates and potential investors. The thought should irritate me, as it usually does, but the emotion feels distant, muted beneath the increasing fog in my mind. "Excellent," Patricia beams, perfectly satisfied with my compliance. "Maintaining these connections is important now that you're stepping into the business world." Father checks his watch, a gesture so predictable I could time it to the second. "We should find the Hendersons before they leave. His daughter's internship at Goldman could provide valuable insight for Aries." The flowers in my hand have become almost unbearably heavy. I need to put them down, and I need to figure out what's happening to my increasingly uncooperative body. "Actually," Patricia interjects, surprising me with an unexpected lifeline, "why don't we let Aries go celebrate with his classmates? It's his graduation day, after all." Father's expression flickers with brief annoyance before social expectations override his business instincts. "Yes, of course. Go and enjoy yourself with your friends, son. We'll see you at the house tomorrow for brunch." "Oh!" Patricia scoffs and bats at Father's arm. "Like he'll want brunch after a night of celebrating. Let him be." "Thank you." I'm grateful for the dismissal, despite knowing it comes from Patricia's desire to network rather than any genuine concern for my enjoyment. "I appreciate you both coming." My gaze deliberately skips over Lillian again, though I can feel her attempted eye contact like a physical touch. The distance I maintain is automatic now, a reflex developed over years of necessary separation. "Congratulations again, Aries," Lillian says softly as I turn to leave. I nod acknowledgement without looking back, clutching the pollen-ridden flowers as I make my way through the dispersing crowd. The minute I'm out of their sight, I drop the arrangement into a trash bin, but the damage is already done. Whatever was on those petals has entered my system. I'm snotty, itchy-eyed, and woozy. What the fuck? My vision swims as I navigate the parking lot toward my car. Beads of sweat form against my brow, the cap and gown I'm wearing suddenly stifling in the June heat. Or perhaps it's not the heat at all, but whatever is increasingly affecting my coordination and thought processes. After reaching into my pocket, I tug out my keys. They slip from my fingers and onto the asphalt. I barely manage to retrieve them, and the world tilts alarmingly as I straighten, forcing me to brace one hand against my car for stability. Something is very wrong. The Millhouse party is nothing more than a distant thought now, a concern from another lifetime. My focus narrows to the immediate challenge of remaining upright and fighting off whatever is slowly shutting down my motor functions. I need to call someone. Need help. Where the hell is my phone? I pat my pockets, but I can't seem to locate it within my suit and gown. The prospect of tracing my thoughts back to the last time I had it is impossible, not when it feels like someone took my brain and put it in a blender. That's fine. It's going to be okay. Just make it to the car, I tell myself. Get inside, lock the doors, call for help. It's such a simple plan, but success feels far out of reach. Dark spots start to fill my vision, and I can barely get my limbs to move. The world tilts and swirls around me as I struggle to press the right key on the fob. My fingers tingle with numbness, disconnected from my brain's increasingly desperate commands. When the button fails, I try to unlock it manually, but the key scrapes uselessly against the lock, missing its target by millimeters that might as well be miles. This isn't normal dizziness, not stress, not exhaustion, not the aftermath of weeks of graduation preparation. Definitely not allergies. This is deliberate. The flowers, the faint powder on the petals, not pollen. I brace both my hands against my car, forehead pressed against the cool metal while I try to center myself, try to fight against whatever drug was put on those flowers. The parking lot has emptied considerably since most graduates and families have moved on to celebration venues, leaving me dangerously isolated between rows of vehicles. Focus, I mutter to myself, the words slurring slightly. Just focus. The sound of footsteps on asphalt registers somewhere in the distance behind me, careful and deliberate. Not the random patterns of another graduate or family member, but purposeful, the steps of a hunter. I try to turn, to face whatever threat approaches, but my body responds with agonizing slowness. The movement only makes me dizzier, forcing me to lean against the car for support. Through blurred vision, I make out a figure, my height, dressed in nondescript dark clothing, face obscured by what looks like a surgical mask and cap. Professional, prepared. This person is here for me. Who? The single word requires tremendous effort. The figure doesn't respond, continuing their steady approach. I try again to unlock my car, to create a barrier between us, but my fingers refuse to cooperate. The key falls from my nerveless grasp, landing with a soft clink on the asphalt. Help! I call out to anyone within hearing distance. It feels like I'm screaming, but the words are nothing more than a whisper. Why did I opt to walk over here rather than using the valet service? The masked figure is on me now, moving with calculated efficiency. A gloved hand grips my arm, steadying me with false solicitude that might appear helpful to any distant observer. Don't fight it, a voice murmurs, oddly familiar despite its deliberate softness. It makes it worse. My attempt at pulling away is useless, each limb moving in slow motion. My elbow connects weakly with my attacker's midsection, a defensive move that should have created space, but barely registers as an inconvenience. Always so predictable. The voice continues in an almost amused tone. What does that mean? The opportunity to make sense of anything disappears when the attacker wrenches my head back with unnecessary violence. I'm forced to meet the person's eyes, the only feature visible between mask and cap. Hazel. The hard gaze stares back with cold calculation. Recognition blooms in my mind, my brain trying to tell me something I'm not comprehending. Thoughts scatter like marbles when I feel a sudden prick on the side of my neck, a needle sliding into flesh with practiced precision. Nighty-night, the voice whispers as fire spreads through my body from the injection site. Those eyes, so familiar, yet belonging to a stranger's face, cold, calculated, and filled with hatred I can't comprehend through the chemical haze. Something about them triggers a distant memory, a childhood photograph hidden in father's study, whispered conversations that stopped when I entered rooms, a name never spoken, but occasionally written in institutional payment records I wasn't supposed to see. No, it can't be. He's locked up, has been for years, secure in an institution after the boathouse incident, after father deemed him too dangerous, too unstable to remain in the family. Who? The question dies on my lips. Shh, the stranger soothes, supporting my weight as my knees buckle. It's just the beginning, Aries, just the beginning of everything. The voice carries no recognition, no familiarity beyond the general cadence of someone educated in the same privileged circles as I. Yet in his tone is a personal hatred, an intimate rage. Graduation day, the stranger continues, half dragging, half carrying me between parked cars. Symbolic, isn't it? You graduating from freedom, me graduating from the past. Nothing makes sense. Why me? What freedom? What past? The words float just beyond comprehension, meaningful, yet impossible to fully grasp through the chemical fog. I try to struggle, to resist whatever is happening, but my body no longer obeys even the simplest of commands. My head lolls against the stranger's shoulder as he maneuvers me toward a nondescript van parked in the service area behind the main lot. The rear doors stand open, revealing an empty cargo space prepared with what looks like restraints. In you go, the stranger grunts, hefting my dead weight with surprising strength. Your new accommodations await. My body hits the metal floor with a dull thud, pain registering distantly through the chemical buffer. The last of my consciousness rallies in desperate self-preservation. Why? I manage, the word barely audible. The stranger pauses before closing the doors, considering me with a head tilt, sparking another flash of déjà vu. Then he pulls down the surgical mask, revealing a face I don't recognize, yet can't help feeling that I should. Because, he says simply, someone needs to pay for what happened. Might as well be the golden child. The doors slam shut, plunging me into darkness, broken only by thin lines of light around the edges. The engine starts, the van starts to move. My graduation gown tangles around my legs as I make one final, futile attempt to orient myself in the darkness. Questions swirl as my consciousness fades. Who is this stranger? What demands payment? Why target me specifically? The darkness deepens, chemical and physical, as the sedative claims the last of my awareness. Will anyone notice I'm gone? The question follows me into darkness, unanswered and terrifying. But one thought swims above the dragging flood. At least it's not Lillian.
Chapter 3. Lillian. 2 years earlier, night of Lillian's 18th birthday. 18. I made it to my 18th birthday. The girl with the defective heart who never should have lived past the age of 1. I'm supposed to be happy and excited for this new chapter in my life. But that's hard to do when it feels like something is missing. The party is perfect on the outside, just like everything else in my life. A shiny veneer so no one sees the truth underneath. String lights drip from the trees like stars caught in spider webs. A jazz trio plays from the far end of the garden, their notes smooth and elegant, echoing off marble statues and manicured hedges. My mother and stepfather made the event as extravagant as possible. It might as well be one of my mother's charity events. The tables are dressed in ivory linen and topped with expensive centerpieces. The mood is light, the sun finally having set. All around me is conversation and laughter that never quite reaches anyone's eyes. Happy birthday, Lillian. I'm wearing a white lace dress that skims the top of my thighs and clings to my curves like a second skin. My mother picked it out. A gift, she claimed. Something to make me look innocent and untouched. That would be fine if it didn't make the older men at the party glance twice. My golden locks are twisted into soft curls and pinned with tiny pearl clips. I look like a porcelain doll, delicate, breakable, something to look at but never touch. People smile at me, staring like I'm a painting on display. The innocent, albeit broken, miracle. I can feel my mother's watchful eye following me as I mingle with partygoers. Everyone from our social circles is here. Friends, family members, classmates I barely speak to, and sons of powerful men clearly coached to flirt with me. Do I seem so desperate? Shit. None of them matter to me, because they aren't him. Aries. My off-limits stepbrother. Since the day I showed up at the mill house and confessed my feelings to him, our relationship, if you can even call it that, has become even more turbulent. He never comes home, and when he does, it's because his attendance is demanded. The distance and coldness grow between us like a terrible poison. I'm shocked he even showed up. His attendance is likely only because his father threatened him. I mean, why else would he come? He's been here 2 hours and hasn't looked me in the eye once. Or at least not directly. I know he's watching me. Every glance, every stolen look is flames licking against my skin. He keeps measuring the distance between us, as he's done since that night 2 years ago, always so in control. Since then, I've lain awake so many nights, wondering what it might look like if he finally snapped and gave in to what we both wanted. He can keep denying me, but I know it. I can feel it. He's a liar, and sometimes I tell myself I hate him to make the heartache hurt a little less. It's a lie. I know hating him would make all of this easier, but even 2 years later, after everything he said, I'm still in love with him. Still tired of pretending I don't see what lives behind his scowl, the pulse in his jaw, or the way his stare lingers a second too long. He wants me, and he hates that he wants me. That doesn't make the heat in his gaze any less visceral. My age is no longer an excuse. I'm finally 18, and still, I know it won't be enough to change his mind. My best friend Emery told me it was time to let my crush go, that I need to move on. I convinced myself that if I kissed another boy and didn't think about him, then I would move on. As the minutes tick by, Aries' gaze never wavers. It grates to the point of madness. I want to hurt him like he's hurting me, like he crushed me. Adam, the son of one of my mother's friends, approaches me. He's cute in a frat boy kind of way. Maybe a kiss or two with him. Why not? Want to get away for a little bit? He whispers, leaning into my side. I blink, and it takes me a moment to realize what exactly he means by get away. This is my chance. Peering over my shoulder, I let my gaze drift over the party. Tablecloths fluttering in the breeze, champagne glasses catching the twinkling light, and conversations floating like perfume. Everyone is lost in conversation or preoccupied in some way. No one would notice if I disappeared for a few minutes. No one except him. He stands at the edge of the terrace, his drink still untouched in his hand, and his body language stiff and unmoving. He's likely only counting the minutes until he can leave. Even from across the lawn, I feel the heat of his stare burning into my flesh. He won't stop me. Not when it would ruin his careful, bored facade. He can't. And that moment of defiance, that chance to make him see me, see what I can do, I can't let it slip through my fingers. This time, I'm in control. If he's not going to come for me, if he's not going to touch me, then why the hell shouldn't I let someone else try? I turn back to Adam with a smile. Let's go. Taking my hand into his, he guides me to the pool house like he has been there 100 times before. The pool house is quiet, at least. The golden light from the outside sconces filters through the blinds, slicing across the floor in long, uneven strips, catching dust in the air and casting halos where there should have been shadows. It should feel romantic, dreamy, a perfect escape from the noise outside. But my skin crawls. Something about the way Adam shuts the door makes the air feel heavier. His smile shifts, slow and sure, the kind of smile reeking of confidence handed down by bloodlines and entitlement. "This place is insane," he says, stepping closer, his gaze dragging over every inch of me. "Private, the perfect escape." I give a strained smile. It's just a pool house. My stomach churns with the gleam I catch sight of in his eyes. What am I doing? Maybe I didn't think this through enough. I want to hurt Ares, but not at the expense of hurting myself. Adam takes my silence for acceptance and invades my space. His finger brushes a curl from my cheek, then slides down my arm, his hand circling my waist, bold, uninvited. But not unpleasant. Okay, I can do this. I wanted to see if kissing someone else, if letting someone else touch me, would change my mind about Ares. But his touch feels wrong. I'm about to tell him we should go back to the party when he kisses me. Wet, rushed, all teeth and tongue. His greedy hands grip my hips like he owns them, owns me, pulling me flush against his body, leaving me no escape. This is wrong. He tastes like champagne, and the heavy scent of his cologne threatens to choke me. And he's not Ares, the man haunting my thoughts, whose touch I ache for in the quiet, shameful moments behind locked doors. I realize then that no matter what I do, he'll always be in the back of my mind. My body constantly yearns for something I can't have. When Adam's hand slides up the back of my thigh and under my dress, I recoil instinctively. Pushing him away, I gasp. Slow down. Why is he looking at me like I've grown a second head? Why? You followed me in here, didn't you? In that little lace dress? Come on, Lillian. You want this. You want me. No, Stop with the act. We all know why you're wearing this. You want attention. His hand skims higher. And now you're getting it. Tears blur my vision, but I blink them back and shove at his chest again. He catches my arm and tightens his hold. Relax, he whispers, while his other hand fists the hem of my dress. Let me make you feel good. My head spins, and all I can think is that I have to stop this. Stop him. I've already allowed it to go too far. He gives the dress a hard yank, and the fabric rips. Icy panic trickles into my veins when his fingers press against my bare skin. He traps me between his tall frame and the wall. "Let me go," I whimper, and fight against his hold, but he's strong. So strong. I'll never be able to escape him.
Fuck. I love it when they fight. It turns me on so much more.
I squeeze my eyes closed and try to sink into some dark place in my mind. But then something strange happens. One moment, his entire body weight is holding me in place, and the next, he's gone. My heart stutters inside my chest. Aries. I blink my eyes open, and a small gasp escapes me when I spot Aries pinning Adam to the adjacent wall. The drywall cracked from the impact of his body. Shit. I need to stop him before he does something stupid. If he hurts Adam, then I'll have to explain everything to my mother. I try to move, to open my mouth and speak, but nothing comes out. With his nose pressed against Adam's, Aries speaks in a deadly calm tone.
If you ever touch her again, I will cut off your hands. Then you can explain to your mommy and daddy what happens when you touch things that aren't yours. Got it?
All Adam can do is nod, which must be good enough for Aries because he releases him and takes a step back.
Now, get the fuck out.
Adam doesn't need to be told twice, and bolts, stumbling over himself to get away. The door bangs shut behind him, and now I'm alone, with the one man who goes out of his way to ensure we're not ever alone. A man who came to my rescue when he shouldn't have. How dare he step in and play the hero? He's no hero. I had it covered, I tell him, my voice splintering with emotion. Aries doesn't move, doesn't blink, doesn't do anything but stare at me. After a heartbeat, he finally speaks.
Sure you did. Is that why your dress is ripped?
He gestures toward it.
Why you have tears in your eyes? Why you're looking at me like I'm your fucking savior?
I flinch, lips parting to respond, but nothing comes out. My brain is still stuttering through the past 5 minutes, still stuck on Adam's weight and the sound of tearing lace. Aries takes a step toward me, rage rolling off him.
Oh, wait,
he says, low and biting.
You had it right before he raped you, right?
The words crack through the air like lightning, and I gasp from their impact. I'm ashamed. So ashamed. And while my lungs fight for breath, my skin burns, as if he had slapped me. He didn't have to say it like that. So crude, so hateful, like my pain offends him. I'm not a fucking child, Aries. I manage, barely. His eyes never leave mine.
No, you're worse.
Worse? How am I worse? I want to slap him, to scream that he doesn't know a thing about me. But I can't, because part of me doesn't know if he's wrong. Even now, I feel like a naive little girl. You don't get to act like you care, I whisper, chest rising and falling too fast. You don't get to come in here and act like I belong to you, like you saved the day. He takes another step forward, closing the space between us in one breathless second. The air thickens, and I can feel the heat of his skin, the barely leashed violence coiled beneath.
I don't get to?
His voice cracks on the edge of fury and hunger.
Then tell me why I can't stop watching you, thinking about you. Tell me why you're inside my head and under my skin. Why I want to fucking murder every guy who even thinks about touching you.
The room is shrinking in on me. I hate how my body betrays me, tightening, trembling, aching for something I know I shouldn't want and can't have. I hate you, I whisper. And I hate myself more for how weak it makes me sound. A laugh escapes his lips, but there's no humor behind it. Just pain and madness.
No, you don't.
He rasps.
You only wish you did.
1 second, he's standing, his jaw tight, his hands curled into fists. And the next, he's pressed against me, his eyes squeezed shut like he's about to commit something sacrilege. Something he'll never come back from. His eyes snap open, and his gaze flickers, as if he's still trying to talk himself out of this, like the guilt claws up his throat, and he's swallowing it down anyway. His fingers twitch at his sides with hesitation, his breath hitches.
I shouldn't,
he mutters, almost to himself.
Fuck, I shouldn't.
He looks down at me, and what's in his eyes isn't just lust. It's a sorrowful regret. The knowledge that he's about to give in to a temptation he promised he never would. The air around us thickens, like the whole world is holding its breath.
Just once, I want to stop lying to myself. I want to pretend I can have you. I want to be selfish.
He confesses with a growl. His hazel eyes burn into mine.
Tell me to stop.
What? No, I don't want him to stop.
Tell me this is wrong. Tell me I'm disgusting. Tell me I don't deserve to see you like this. That I don't deserve to taste you.
I don't dare speak because I can't. I don't want to.
Of course you won't.
He rasps.
Because you're just as fucked up as I am, little sister.
He gently pushes me back and spreads my legs, inserting his thigh between mine, his hands sliding beneath my thighs to lift me until I'm pressed against the firm muscle there. I grip into the nearby couch, using it to hold me in place.
I'm going to hell for this,
he mutters.
But I'm taking you with me.
Then his mouth is on mine, and everything else ceases to exist. With precision, his tongue swipes through my lips in one slow, deliberate stroke that punches a sound out of my throat. I forget the couch and claw at his shoulders, anchoring myself as he groans against me. Hungry, broken, wild.
You don't even know,
he murmurs, licking against my lips, my tongue open-mouthed, wild, filthier now.
You don't fucking know what I've thought about doing to you. Late at night, when I can't sleep, in the goddamn shower, fists clenched, trying not to come from the thought of your mouth, your thighs, your fucking scent.
God, Aries. I gasp, my voice shaking between each wet, heady kiss. He groans louder, lips locking against mine, his thick thigh pressing hard between my legs, sending small rivulets of pleasure directly to my brain.
This pussy,
he breathes, breaking away again.
I've dreamed about, imagined what it would taste like, how it would sound when you came on my tongue. I've thought about ruining you with my mouth until you cry, until you beg, until your legs can't fucking hold you.
I whimper and rub against him, feral for more, for anything he's willing to give me. Please. I'm so far gone, I don't know if there is any saving me from this man.
Oh, you want to beg?
He growls, breath ragged. He lets out a broken laugh that sounds like it hurts.
Then beg. I'll drag it out of you. I'll ruin you for anyone else.
He doesn't wait for my reply. His tongue slides into my mouth again. Slow, filthy, with no restraint or hesitation. Like he's been starving for this. Like he wants to taste the part of me no one else ever has or ever will. I cry out, hips jolting, breaking the kiss when I toss my head back. My thighs quiver around his thigh and I can feel everything. His mouth, his breath, the sharp drag of his stubble, the brutal devotion in the way he kisses me like he needs this to survive. Fuck. He groans into the curve of my neck.
You feel that? That's me owning every fucking sound you make.
He flicks his tongue into my mouth again, then sucks my tongue into his mouth so hard I gasp his name like a prayer when he releases me.
Say it again,
he demands, his voice a wreck.
Say my name. Let me hear how pretty it sounds when you beg me to make you come.
Aries, I breathe. Please, don't stop. Please, please. I grind against him harder, his thigh taking all my weight as I try to get the friction I need. So fucking close. Someone shouts my name outside, and we both freeze. My eyes fly open, and I meet his gaze, unable to look away from the utter devastation in his face. No, I whisper. But it's too late. He's already sliding away, my wobbly legs barely holding my weight. Aries, I call out to him, knowing that this will end badly.
Don't,
he snaps, the word as sharp as a slap.
Don't fucking say my name like that.
I flinch, all the pleasure fleeing as my stomach twists into knots. His voice isn't steady. It's fractured, cracking open under the weight of something too twisted to name.
You shouldn't have let me,
he growls, eyes locked on me like I'm the devil herself.
You should have fucking screamed, hit me, fought me off, anything.
I swallow, shame curdling in my chest. Why would I do that? I want you, want this, us. He looks at me like he hates me. No, like he hates himself for needing me.
This is what you wanted? To tempt me to the point of breaking? To see what would happen if my control shattered?
He rasps, stepping closer.
Well, congratulations. You've finally fucking ruined me.
He grabs the side table and hurls it across the room. Wood and glass explode against the wall. I scream, stumbling back, instinct telling me danger is imminent.
Still think I'm your fucking fantasy?
He shouts.
Still think you're the exception to all the broken shit inside me?
He stalks toward me, and I back away until the back of the sofa leaves me with nowhere else to go. I've never been afraid of Aries, not once. But I've also never seen him like this. He doesn't touch me, but then again he doesn't have to. His presence is a weapon, coiled rage and heat, and something darker than lust. The kind of darkness you don't crawl out of.
You don't belong to me, Lillian. You belong to anyone who wants you bad enough to wait for you to open your legs. That's all it took, wasn't it?
I gasp. That's not true. He cuts me off, his eyes dead.
Don't lie to yourself. I only had to breathe on you, and you crumbled. You think this makes you special?
His voice drops, becoming quiet and cruel.
I've fucked whores with more self-control than you.
My heart feels like it's being ripped out of my chest. Why would he say that? Then he turns his back on me like I'm trash. Like he's done with the conversation.
Get out.
Please.
I said, get the fuck out.
He bellows, his voice a storm that tears through the room. For half a second, I hesitate, thinking maybe I can fix this. But then I catch a glimpse of the soulless look in his hazel eyes. And I know there is no coming back from this. With tears on my cheeks and my body aching from his touch, I run away, slamming the door behind me. But even as I put distance between us, I know no matter how far I run, the truth still follows me. He didn't hurt me because he didn't care. He hurt me because he does. And he'd rather destroy me than admit the truth.
Chapter 4, Aries, night of the graduation party. If my father taught me one thing, it's to always be the most manipulative person in the room, even if all you're doing is biding your time, watching and waiting, especially if you're doing any of those things. That would be easy enough if there were something or someone to watch. Unfortunately, no one is here, just me and the numbing silence. Terrible things happen in the silence. When it's quiet, you have time to think, and thinking leads to despair and questioning. It's a way for your brain to distract you from the impending doom that's about to take place. I don't need to distract myself. I was born for doom. I glare at my surroundings, trying to piece together fragments of my memory. Where the hell am I? It's a strange mock-up of a doctor's office, minus the padded shackles. There's one connected to each of my ankles with a chain hooked to the wall. I give the shackles a tug with both hands. Nothing. Reinforced then. Well, shit. This gets more fucked up by the second. The chain is barely long enough to reach the small cot and toilet in the corner. This isn't a room. It's a fucking cell. Very few people would be stupid enough to do this, which only leads me to believe it's a prank. Of the people I can think of off the top of my head, my 3 friends are idiotic enough. Okay, assholes, the joke's over. You win, I yell, scanning the room for anything that looks like a camera or speaker. My neck feels cold, and I reach up and freeze. Did you assholes cut my hair off? What the fuck? I rub my hand up over my messily cut hair and shake my head. I might kill whoever did this. Sure, I'd have to cut my hair eventually, but shit, it's my choice. From my vantage point, nothing stands out, but I know Lee can finagle a camera into anything. My best friend is a genius at computer shit. I wait for a moment, and then another, my anxiety festering with each passing second. There's no laughter, no asshole friends jumping out of the dark to yell surprise. Either they really want me to suffer, or this is something else. Stop being assholes. The joke was fun while it lasted, but I don't have a kink involving chains, so one of you fuckers better unlock these. My voice echoes through the space. Empty. I sit on the edge of the cot and immediately thrust my arms out to balance myself so the rickety thing doesn't tip over. Shit. What was the last thing I remember? I filter my scattered memories. Graduation, laughing with my friends. My stepmother gave me flowers and bourbon. Lillian. I close my eyes and consider the stupid, overly formal mask I wear in front of my father, the brute I play with my friends, the way Lillian is the only one who looks at me and sees me. All in a couple of hours. Good thing I have practice at this bullshit. I press a hand to my head as if it will conjure up more. Anything. I took the flowers from my stepmother, said thank you, and then... empty. Everything is blank after that. I don't recall eating or drinking anything. Did I get drugged by a flower arrangement? Unlikely, but maybe. It's not like me to panic, but there's no escaping the unease swirling through me. With no answer or options, I shift and rest my back against the cot. It's barely wide enough for my 6'3" body and hulking frame. My feet hang off the edge, so it's not entirely comfortable, but it's still better than lying on cold concrete. What now? If it's not my idiotic friends doing this, then who else? I briefly consider my father and his associates. This cell, it looks like there was thought put into it, and they are lazy old fucks. There's always my father. My thought is interrupted by an alarm slicing through the silence, a piercing wail rattling the air around me. I freeze, but not out of fear. This is deliberate. A warning, a signal, maybe even a distraction. I wait, nerves prickling under my skin while I scan the blindingly white room, the lone window. No movement. The sound shrills on, unrelenting. Minutes tick by, and nothing follows it. No footsteps, no voice. I force my eyes back to the ceiling, but I stay ready for the breath of movement. After a while, I tune out the sound, and eventually it stops, leaving my ears ringing in the silence. No, this isn't the doing of my friends. They wouldn't be able to pull it off without giving themselves away. Besides, Drew and Seb are both occupied with their women. They aren't exactly present lately. Who else? Father? Occasionally he might poke his head out of his political machinations, but I doubt he'd stoop to this level. He's more likely to hire a few thugs to give me a beatdown in an alley, as our past clashes have shown. Father is a blunt instrument. My stepmother, on the other hand, is the weapon. It's hard to believe, but there isn't a doubt in my mind that she could conjure up something this fucked up. And my father, well, he'd move heaven and earth to make it happen. Not out of love, but loyalty. Maybe their marriage started with love, but it became a business transaction somewhere along the way. There's still the chance this could be my father's doing. We've been in a standoff about my joining his company for most of my senior year. I, in turn, gave him the middle finger while fucking the bimbo who used to be his secretary on his desk, just to show him how little I gave a fuck about the family business. I consider my options for who could have done this and play out different scenarios in my head. Shit, what if... I don't know why my thoughts drift to my twin brother, Arson. Probably because this seems like something he would do. Lock someone in a cage and torture them to death. Logic tells me it's not possible. It can't be him. In everyone else's mind, he's dead. I mean, we had a fucking funeral for him, but I know the truth. He'll be locked in that hospital for the rest of his life. His chance of freedom is non-existent. Father seems to be the only option. He wants something, and I refuse to give it to him. Now he's trying to persuade me in his own fucked up way. I consider what I know. To drug me and kidnap me after graduation took planning and strategy. Is this a team of people? No. Memories filter in. Only one man threw me into the back of that van. But why am I here? I can't imagine this being a ploy for someone to get me out of the way, not if they've gone to the obvious trouble of containing me like this. In that scenario, they could just kill me. Way easier. Make it look like a suicide or an overdose. Easy. Only 2 people hate me enough to go through this level of trouble. One of them is dead, and the other is in a maximum security mental institution. I try not to think about the girl who died and her family. It's a memory laced with bitter anger and pain. I'd heard through the masses that the girl's father committed suicide after my father decimated him in the media, and the mother died soon after from a heart ailment or something. Part of me always wondered if my father had them killed to get our family name out of the news. That's what Richard and Patricia are good at, making problems disappear. It's what they did with arson, and what they will do with Lillian and me if we step out of line. There's a click at the door, and I jackknife up, adrenaline pouring through my veins. My muscles burn, and I clench my fists at my sides. I'm ready. A couple of bangs, clicks, and locks sound on the other side of the door. Let's go, fucker. The door creaks open, swinging out into the dark hallway. A large man stands in the doorframe, his body dwarfing it. I catalog his entire profile. He's wearing head-to-toe black from the combat boots on his feet to the ski mask covering his face. He even wears a pair of sunglasses beneath it to hide his eyes. Keeping his identity a secret is clearly important to him. When he doesn't move closer, I realize he has no intention of getting within arm's reach of me. He's not built like my father, who is taller and leaner. I'm the first to break the silence. What do you want? The man tilts his head to the side like he's studying me. All I can do is stare back at him, waiting for him to lose his cool. Let him play his creepy mind games. I'm well versed in them, too. After a minute, he finally speaks. His voice is low, deep, almost a growl, but even I know it's merely to disguise his voice. Who is Ares? That's not even a question. I study him further, trying to find a clue on who this guy could be. He's too wide in the shoulders, too tall and powerfully built to be one of my crew, and I don't recognize the set of him from the football field. I'd remember a man bigger than me, especially when I'm used to being the biggest asshole on the field. Maybe this is my father's setup. Shit. We stay this way, staring at each other for a bit until my impatience gets the best of me. What the fuck do you want? Is it money? Whatever my father is paying you, I can pay you more. He finally steps into the cell, and I shove off the bed, standing to meet him. I could reach out and grab him if I wanted to, but I stop myself and stare straight into the dark, blank eye holes. We're almost precisely the same height, but his shoulders are wider, more defined, his biceps bigger. All of him is a little bit bigger than me. I'm not entirely sure I can take him. The man's head tilts again in a slow, deliberate movement. Ares. Who is Ares? He repeats, voice still a low rumble. I scoff. What? No good morning, sunshine? How did you sleep? Not going to lie, you're really nailing this whole kidnapping hospitality thing. 5 stars all the way. There's no reaction to my sarcastic response, or at least none that I can see. He remains standing like a statue, staring at me through those dark lenses. It's unnerving as hell, but I refuse to show it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, all right? You went through the trouble of kidnapping me, so you know who I am. What do you want with me? Ares. The weird way he says my name makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There's an intensity there, a weight to that single word, like it means everything. I throw my hands up in frustration. What do you want? The man takes another step forward, closing the distance between us. I can feel the heat radiating off his body and smell the faint scent of sweat and gunpowder. "Who is Ares?" he growls, voice dripping with menace. "What is Ares?" A chill runs down my spine at his words. What is Ares? What the hell does that mean? This psycho is spouting nonsense. Maybe this room was built for him. Again, not sure what you're talking about. I grit out between clenched teeth. If you're going to torture me, just get on with it already. I'm not in the mood for 20 fucking questions. Father! I stare around the room, waiting, then try again. Father, this isn't the way to get what you want. He laughs, and it's a harsh, grating sound. Your father isn't coming. No one is coming to rescue you. Then get on with it already. Torture me. Hurt me. Do your worst. Torture? Oh, we're well past that stage. Ares. He pounces, moving in a blur of speed and power and eliminating any opportunity to respond to his insanity. With hands wrapped around my throat, he lifts me and slams me against the wall. Stars explode behind my eyes as my head cracks against the concrete. I claw at his arm, trying to break his grip, but it's like an iron shackle around my throat. He leans into my face, his masked face inches from mine. I can see my own panicked reflection in his dark lenses. You think you know pain? He hisses. Not yet, but you will very soon. My lungs burn with the desperate need for air. This fucker's going to choke me to death. Black spots dance across my vision. My grip on his hand goes slack, and my arms fall back down to my side. My eyes flutter closed, and I can feel darkness bleeding into my senses. I'm about to pass out. I'm not afraid. There's no point in being scared. But before the darkness pulls me under, he releases me. I crumple to the floor, gasping and choking. Who the fuck is this guy? His form looms above me, a towering shadow. This is only the beginning, he promises darkly. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be begging me to end your pathetic life. Turning, he walks out of the cell. Wait, I gasp, my voice cracking. He doesn't acknowledge me, and the heavy metal door slams shut with an ominous clang, the locks clicking into place. I remain on the cold concrete, my throat aching and my mind reeling. I gingerly touch my neck, wincing at the tenderness. That's going to leave one hell of a bruise. The raw strength in his grip, the speed of his movements. This guy is no amateur. Former military, maybe. Special forces. Someone with training and a serious axe to grind. Doesn't explain shit, though. After a short time, I stand, ignoring the dizziness making me sway on my feet. I can't just sit here and wait for that psycho to come back. I need to find a way out, or at least some way to defend myself. I scour the cell, examining every inch for a tool or an item that can be used as a weapon. The cot isn't bolted to the floor, but I might be able to get one good hit with it before it collapses. The toilet is a stainless steel monstrosity, seamless and impossible to dismantle. Even the fucking shackles are reinforced to the point of absurdity. Whoever set this up knew exactly what they were doing. They left nothing to chance, no potential weapons or tools. I'm well and truly trapped, and at the mercy of a madman with an agenda I can't begin to fathom. Frustration and fear rage against one another, and I shove them both to the back of my mind. I can't afford to lose my head. Not now. I need to stay sharp, focused, and ready for any opportunity to escape. I lie back on the cot and go back over the day. Lillian. Her warm smile and bright blue eyes. Fuck. I never meant to hurt her. Never meant to fuck everything up. Even thinking of her and what happened between us makes me sick. She didn't deserve that. If she were here now, I'd apologize. No, that's a lie. It was for her own good. Still is. Then again, if she were here, we'd have already escaped. She's always been good at riddles, puzzles, and finding the flaw in any plan and the weakness in any opponent. Not that her mother would let her even breathe heavily toward an opponent with her heart condition. Lillian. I shake out my shoulders, trying to slough off some of the dread churning in my gut. I close my eyes. Might as well sleep. Who knows what fresh hell this psycho has in store for our next meeting.
Chapter 5. Lillian. 1 month later. The sterling silver fork scrapes against the fine bone china as I push the Brussels sprouts into a careful arrangement on my plate. The dining room echoes with the subtle symphony of proper Hayes family dining. Measured sips of water, precise knife cuts, and napkins refolded after each use. Mother sits opposite me, posture perfect despite being technically relaxed at home. "The salmon is excellent, isn't it, darling?" she asks, though it's clear I've barely touched it. "I had Mrs. Winters prepare it, since I know it's your favorite." It's not my favorite. It's never been my favorite. The simple fact is I've eaten it without complaint at family dinners for so long that the fiction has become fact in Mother's carefully curated reality. It's delicious. My response is automatic, while I take a deliberate bite to reinforce the lie. "Please thank Mrs. Winters for me." Mother smiles, satisfied with my performance of gratitude. "I still can't believe my little girl is off to college tomorrow. Oakmount won't know what hit them." The chandelier light catches in her diamond earrings as she tilts her head, a practiced gesture suggesting maternal pride, while actually emphasizing her expensive jewelry. Image is everything in the Hayes household, even during private family dinners. "I'm looking forward to my classes." I give a generic response. 8 years in this family have taught me the script. "Of course you are, though do remember the social aspects are equally important. The connections you make at Oakmount will serve you for a lifetime." The front door opening interrupts her familiar networking lecture. The footsteps in the hallway are confident and distinctly masculine. My heart beats a little faster before I can control the reaction. "Richard, is that you?" Mother calls, though we both know my stepfather never shows up to dinner this early. That's if he does at all.
"No, it's me,"
a voice responds, sending an immediate flush of heat through my body, despite my best efforts.
"Just stopping by to get details about the charity gala."
Aries appears in the dining room doorway, and something inside me simultaneously tightens and unfurls. He looks different somehow. A subtle shift I can't immediately place, outside of the fact that he chopped off his shoulder-length locks to a more professional short style. His posture is more relaxed than his usual rigid control. He's wearing a dark button-down I don't recognize, the sleeves rolled to expose forearms marked with a new watch. Of course it's not the watch I gave him. The knife of his contempt digs a little deeper. "Aries," Mother greets him with practiced warmth. "What a lovely surprise. Join us for dinner?" His eyes scan the room, passing over me with what seems like deliberate casualness before returning to Mother.
"Can't stay long. Just need the information Father wanted me to collect."
"He's in his study, I believe," Mother replies. "But surely you can spare a moment to say hello to Lillian. It's her last night before college." His gaze shifts to me then, direct and assessing. Wow. He hasn't made direct eye contact with me in years. The Aries I know always maintains careful distance and keeps his attention averted enough to avoid fully looking at me, but not be seen as rude. This focused observation makes heat rise in my cheeks.
"Hello, Lillian,"
he says, voice carrying a slight unfamiliar edge.
"Ready for Oakmount?"
"Yes," I manage, hating how breathless I sound. After spending 2 years working to extinguish these feelings, one unexpected appearance shatters all my progress. "Looking forward to it." A smile curves his lips, different somehow from his usual controlled expression, more genuine, more dangerous.
"I'm sure you'll thrive there."
I study him while pretending not to, cataloging the subtle changes 4 months of absence have created. His shoulders seem broader, and his stance is more confident. The careful composure that always characterized his movements has been replaced with something more predatory. His gaze holds mine a beat longer than the distant politeness he's maintained since that humiliating night when I was 18. As I take note of the changes, it occurs to me that his eyes seem the most changed. They're obviously the same hazel color, but somehow different. More intense. Less guarded. As if something that was always carefully contained has broken free. "The salmon is excellent," I offer, desperately searching for something to extend this unexpected moment. "There's plenty if you're hungry."
"Perhaps another time."
His smile doesn't reach those altered eyes. He glances at my barely touched plate.
"Though, if you ask me, it doesn't look like you're enjoying it much yourself."
The observation startles me. Aries never notices such things, or at least never comments on them. His polite distance has always included a careful lack of personal observations. This direct acknowledgement of my food aversion feels intimate, making my pulse quicken. "I had a late lunch," I lie, then wonder why I'm explaining myself at all.
The
sound carries disbelief, another unexpected deviation from his usual careful neutrality. He moves farther into the room and picks up a crystal paperweight from the sideboard, examining it with unusual interest before setting it down in a slightly different position. "Aries will be at Oakmount often this semester, Lillian," Mother interjects, missing the strange undercurrent between us. "Working with your stepfather on the new business program. Perhaps you'll see each other on campus occasionally." My heart leaps traitorously at this information. Campus encounters away from family supervision and potential moments without the weight of our parents' watchful eyes. "Is that so?" I ask, aiming for casual interest while trying to ignore the flush I feel spreading across my cheeks. He turns toward me, that unfamiliar smile playing at his lips again.
Indeed. I'll be there every Tuesday and Thursday, building my contribution to the Hayes legacy, as expected.
There's a bite to the last words, a bitterness Aries has never allowed himself to express in front of family. I blink in surprise, but before I can respond, my stepfather's voice calls from the hallway.
Aries, is that you? Come to my office. I have the documents you'll need for the Henderson meeting.
And just like that, the moment shatters. Aries, or this new version of him, straightens, composure sliding back into place, though not as completely as before.
Duty calls,
he says, with what almost sounds like sarcasm.
Always a pleasure, Patricia.
Lillian? He pauses, his eyes holding mine with unexpected intensity.
See you on campus.
The promise in those words, for it feels like a promise rather than a casual goodbye, makes me shiver with equal parts anticipation and unease. Of course, I say, voice steadier than I feel. Looking forward to it. He nods once, a sharp, decisive movement, so different from his usual, carefully deliberate gestures, then turns to follow my stepfather's summons. I watch him leave, unable to shake the feeling that something fundamental has changed in him. Something beyond the expected evolution of 4 months separation. Either Aries has transformed significantly over the summer, or I never truly knew him to begin with. With him gone, the dining room feels emptier, as the door to Father's study closes with a definitive click. Like always, the men retreat to discuss important matters, while the women remain at the table, left to conversation deemed appropriately feminine. The pattern is so familiar that I should be immune to its sting by now. I'm not. Well, that was a nice surprise, Mother says, delicately patting her lips with her napkin. Aries looks well, doesn't he? Your father is trying to talk him into a summer internship on top of his school duties. I make a non-committal sound, taking a sip of water to hide whatever expression might betray my thoughts. Aries didn't just look well. He looked transformed, like someone wearing my stepbrother's face but inhabiting it differently. I hope you're packing appropriate attire for your dorm room, Mother continues, transitioning seamlessly to her favorite topic, my appearance and its reflection on the family. I've had Marissa press your fall wardrobe and organize it by occasion. The garment bags are labeled. Thank you. I had specifically asked her not to have the staff pack for me. Another boundary ignored. Another decision made without consultation. I've also taken the liberty of speaking with Professor Winters about your schedule. He assures me the coursework won't overtax you, given your condition. She refolds her napkin. Though I still think you should have considered remote learning for at least the first semester. My condition, she speaks of, is the heart defect that has defined my existence since birth. The perfect excuse for overprotection, control, and keeping me forever in the role of fragile Hayes' daughter. Dr. Matthews has cleared me completely, Mother. My last 3 scans were perfect. Doctors can be wrong, darling. She waves away medical expertise with the same certainty she dismisses all opinions contrary to her own. Remember Cousin Elizabeth? The doctors said her arrhythmia was controlled, And then that dreadful episode happened at summer camp. Cousin Elizabeth's dreadful episode was a panic attack brought on by the same suffocating concern I've endured my entire life. Correcting Mother's medical misconceptions is pointless after 20 years of trying. I've scheduled monthly appointments with Dr. Reinhardt near campus. She continues, signaling for the server to clear our plates despite my dinner being largely untouched. And I've informed the dormitory supervisor about your medication schedule. Humiliation burns in my veins. I can't even attend college without my medical history preceding me, of house mothers and resident advisors watching for signs of weakness, monitoring my activities, just to report back to Mother. That wasn't necessary, I say, unable to entirely keep the edge from my voice. I'm perfectly capable of managing my own health. Nonsense. She dismisses my independence with practiced ease. What kind of mother would I be if I didn't ensure proper care for my daughter, especially with your history? The server appears with dessert, a panna cotta with fresh berries, another dish I don't particularly enjoy, but have learned to accept with a grateful smile. Mother launches into elaborate plans for the upcoming semester, which social events I should attend, which students I should befriend, and which professors might provide useful connections for future charitable committee positions. I nod at appropriate intervals, offering the expected responses while my mind remains fixed on the study door, on Aries, on the strange electricity of our brief interaction, on Tuesday and Thursday campus visits that suddenly make the prospect of college infinitely more interesting. 8 years, Mother says, admiring her wedding ring in the chandelier light. Can you believe your father and I will celebrate 8 years of marriage next month? It feels like just yesterday we met at that charity thing after his wife's death. Stepfather, I correct automatically, though I know she prefers I drop the prefix. Richard Hayes has been father since the wedding. My actual father has been relegated to vague memories and occasional child support checks that Mother dismisses as entirely insufficient. She frowns slightly at my correction, but continues undeterred. I'm trying to convince Richard to take a proper vacation for our anniversary. Perhaps the villa in Santorini. Lord knows he could use the break from work. I nod, arranging my features into appropriate interest while pushing the panna cotta around on my plate. That sounds lovely. I'm sure you both deserve the time away. The challenge, of course, is getting him to commit to 2 full weeks. He insists the Hayes Enterprises merger with North Star Pharmaceuticals requires his constant attention. She sighs dramatically. Men and their work, as if the company would collapse without him for 14 days. Perhaps a compromise? I suggest the expected diplomatic response. A shorter trip, but completely disconnected from work. No calls, no emails. Mother brightens, patting my hand approvingly. What a wonderful suggestion, darling. So practical, just like your father. Richard always responds better to compromise than direct opposition. I smile and nod, playing my role perfectly, while carefully avoiding any mention that Richard Hayes is nothing like my actual father. That particular conversation never ends well. I've already spoken with his assistant about clearing his calendar, she continues, lowering her voice conspiratorially, though we're alone in the dining room. And I've had Marissa research private villas with poor internet connectivity. Sometimes technical difficulties are a blessing, don't you think? Very strategic. I agree, recognizing the familiar pattern of manipulation she considers wifely duty. The careful orchestration of circumstances to achieve desired outcomes without direct confrontation. The Hayes family way. I'm thinking of wearing the blue Valentino to the anniversary dinner, she muses, already mentally packing. Though perhaps that's better saved for the charity gala next week. Speaking of which, you'll need to confirm your attendance even though you'll be at school. Your father insists the entire family present a united front for potential investors. I've already cleared my calendar, I assure her, though the thought of returning home mere days after escaping to college makes my stomach clench. Blue would look wonderful on you. She beams at the compliment, launching into detailed descriptions of potential outfits, seating arrangements, donation strategies, and which board members might be susceptible to particular conversational topics. I provide all the right responses, appreciative murmurs, thoughtful nods, and appropriate questions that demonstrate engagement without actually requiring much thought. Years of practice have made me an expert at this performance, at being present while my mind wanders elsewhere, at appearing to be the perfect daughter while maintaining a private inner world. And tonight, that inner world is entirely occupied with Aries, with the subtle changes in his demeanor, with the strange intensity in his gaze that seemed to see past my careful performance in a way he never has before, with the possibility of campus encounters away from Mother's watchful eye. For the first time in years, I allow myself to hope that perhaps something has changed between us, that the careful distance he's maintained might finally be closing, that college might offer not just academic freedom, but emotional liberation as well. While Mother discusses table settings for the anniversary dinner, my thoughts circle obsessively around those brief moments with Aries, the way his eyes held mine rather than sliding away, the subtle confidence that seemed to radiate from him, the almost predatory grace that replaced his usual careful restraint. For 2 years, I've tried to extinguish these feelings. 2 years of forcing myself to accept the rejection and rebuild my pride from the ashes of that humiliating night. 2 years of telling myself his coldness was kindness, his distance was necessary, and his rejection was final. Yet, one unexpected encounter has reignited everything I thought I'd buried. What changed during these summer months? Was it the internship, as Mother suggested? Some newfound independence away from Father's constant oversight? Or something deeper? A fundamental shift in how he sees himself, in how he sees me. Lillian, are you listening, darling? Mother's voice cuts through my reverie. Sorry, I say, straightening slightly. Just thinking about everything I need to finish packing tonight. She accepts the excuse with a nod. As I was saying, the Prescotts will be seated at table 3, though Eleanor has been campaigning for table 1 since the hospital fundraiser last spring. I let her voice fade to background noise again, returning to thoughts of Aries. of campus meetings free from familial supervision, of conversations not confined to careful pleasantries across dining tables or formal events. At Oakmount, I won't be the fragile Hayes daughter with a heart condition, won't have mother arranging my life down to the minute, won't have house staff reporting my every movement. For the first time, I'll have space to breathe, to exist beyond the narrow parameters that have defined me. And if Aries will be there Tuesdays and Thursdays, I suppress the dangerous thought before it fully forms. There's no stopping the flutter in my chest, which has nothing to do with my defective heart. Logic insists I'm setting myself up for disappointment, that whatever I glimpsed in his changed demeanor means nothing, that the rejection from 2 years ago still stands. A deeper thought occurs, reckless and filled with hopeful abandonment, whispering that perhaps we're both evolving beyond the roles assigned to us, that college might offer not just academic opportunity, but personal reinvention, away from this house, away from mother's constant surveillance, away from father's expectations and the Hayes family reputation. Just the thought of such freedom makes me lightheaded with possibility, the chance to define myself, to make choices not weighted by family legacy or medical history, to explore feelings I've been forced to suppress beneath proper behavior and appropriate responses. "Earth to Lillian," Mother says with a slight laugh. "You're positively somewhere else tonight. Excited about school, I suppose?" I look up, offering the expected smile. Very excited. I think it's going to be transformative. The word carries more meaning than Mother could possibly understand. Transformative, in ways that have nothing to do with classes or degrees or the connections she values so highly. Instead, it has everything to do with the man behind that study door, who looked at me for the first time in years, like he actually saw me, and like he wanted to see more. Chapter 6. Lillian. 1 month later. The chandelier light makes everyone look washed out, like ghosts haunting a ballroom, rather than the most charitable of Oakmount's elite. I've lost track of how many events I've attended. Mother's charity functions have started to blur together. Save the children, save the oceans, save the reputation of wealthy families with too much money and not enough guilt. Same shit, different event. I do my best not to show my growing hate for these things. A year ago, life was different. In my mind, it felt like I had something to look forward to, with school coming up, even if it was small. Aries ignores my existence, or pretends to, which makes things awkward when we see each other. But I know he feels the same as I do. It didn't matter how many times he told me, in what language, or if he screamed it at the top of his lungs. His body refused to ignore his feelings, even if his brain did. I knew he felt my presence when I walked into a room, knew he wanted me with the same intensity that I wanted him, even if he was too chicken shit to admit it, or hell, to even follow through when we were both face to face with the evidence, physically and mentally. A tiny part of me wonders if I should just give up, meet someone new, put distance between myself and my overprotective family for good. My mind twists back to Aries, as it always does. At least we were at Oakmount together. As pathetic as it is, I can usually watch him from wherever I station myself and obsess over him from afar. He's seen me several times on campus, but never speaks to me. He never seeks me out. That's fine. I'll get over this crush eventually, right? Now, though, I don't even know if he will show up tonight. I don't know what the hell is going on with him. His whereabouts shouldn't concern me, but they always do, no matter how many times I tell myself I don't care. He's a liar, a despicable liar, and I'm done trying. I've told myself so many times I don't care about him, to stop caring, but my brain refuses to accept that decree. If anything, I've just grown more worried as time passes. It's like Aries has fallen off the face of the earth lately. Even when I hunt for him around campus, he's been absent. Has he been hiding from me? He hasn't been returning phone calls or text messages. Not that he ever does from me. He's barely attended family dinners. And even though he came by the house that one time before I started school, he didn't join my stepfather's business, as Mother predicted. At least, not yet. I overheard Mother and Richard arguing about it before I moved out. They wanted him there badly, but I couldn't figure out why they felt such urgency. As usual, they're hiding things. Or maybe it feels that way since I've always been the one who walks into a room and everyone stops talking. They never want to burden me. Not that it's a business, so much as an extended timeline of political machinations resulting in our family being as close to the top as possible. If my stepfather had his way, Aries would be the next president. President Hayes sounds like an apocalypse waiting to fucking happen. Which is not disturbing at all. I check the time on my diamond-encrusted watch, a gift from Mother. Gift, meaning the obligation I'm prescribed to wear when we attend these stupid events. 43 more minutes until my duties for the Hayes family are complete. Then, if I choose, I can make a graceful exit without hearing over a call or text tomorrow morning how much of a disgrace and embarrassment I am to the family. I've become an expert at calculating exactly how long I have to stay before I can slip away without consequences. The string quartet transitions to something classical and melancholy. It matches my mood perfectly. I shift against the wall, trying to be invisible, while sipping the sparkling water the waitstaff keeps offering me between pity-filled glances. No champagne for Lillian and her delicate constitution. No sweets or coffee. No physical activity that isn't truly needed. Why am I even alive? You know what? Fuck this. I snag a glass of brown liquor off a passing tray. The server freezes with a look of fear before he scampers off under the patented Hayes cold glare. I might not use it often, but I've seen it enough to know how to wield it efficiently. Drink in hand, I scan the crowd of designer gowns and bespoke suits. So many people, all of them wearing fake masks and pretty feathers to hide their true selves. I smooth a hand down my pale blue dress, chosen specifically to enhance my innocence and fragility. The perfect poster child, for whatever cause, has these socialites opening their checkbooks tonight. Bonus if I catch the eye of a rich old man who can further the Hayes' interests. This is the price I'm paying to attend Oakmount. Freedom, purchased with occasional captivity in tool and discomfort. 2 more parties this month, then blessed academic exile for the rest of the season. I can survive this. God knows I've survived worse. The liquor burns going down, It hurts so good. To feel something. Anything is worth it. People keep giving me worried sidelong glances, and I know it won't be long until my mother notices that what I'm drinking isn't water. I'm the girl with the faulty wiring. That's how I think of my heart when doctors aren't calling it a congenital structural anomaly in hushed tones. 20 years of being treated like spun glass has taught me how to disappear while standing in plain sight. Mother parades me around at these functions like her personal charity case. Look at brave Lillian, surviving despite the odds. Please donate generously. I've perfected the art of the fragile smile and grateful nod, the fragile little pawn. Too bad for Mother. I know pawns are born to be sacrificed, and I don't intend to give up that easily. No one sees the rage beneath my carefully applied makeup. I adjusted the necklace Mother made me wear tonight. She's already adjusted it 10 or so times this evening herself, like she's displaying my scar for all her rich friends to see. A battle wound to inspire generosity is what she called it. I call it what it really is. Manipulation. I fill my lungs with shallow breaths to keep my heart rate steady. Not because I need to. My condition isn't quite as precarious as everyone believes. But because it's expected. Fragile Lillian can't get herself worked up. Even worse if I were to do it in public. The fragile heart patient conserving her energy. Playing the role of victim is so easy. Even my own mother believes it. Just a little while longer. Just a few more events. Every new event makes me feel like a living, breathing reminder of mortality that makes the wealthy uncomfortable enough to write checks. This is the circus, and I'm the clown they show up to see. Another performance, another check signed. I slowly cross the room and place my glass of water on a table. Mother and my stepfather are nowhere in sight. But that means nothing. They're always watching. And if they aren't, one of their friends is, waiting to tattle the second they see me doing something unbecoming. My gaze skims the crowd, searching. For what? I haven't seen Aries, and I don't have any friends in this crowd. My best friend Emery hasn't come to one of these things in years. Last time, I had to bribe her. Maybe I should have tonight. Fancy a dance with me? His cologne hits me before his words do. Expensive and overpowering. Exactly what you'd expect from someone who thinks designer labels are a personality type. Adam flashes in my mind, and I shove the thought away. Ares got rid of Adam very effectively. I don't need to worry about him anymore, and I haven't seen him since that party. I look up from the glass of whiskey and directly into Harrison Wells's eyes, son of my stepfather's business partner and my most persistent suitor at these functions. I've declined him so many times. He knows I'm not interested in him. He just doesn't care. No, thank you. Come on, Lillian. One dance won't kill you. He laughs at his own joke. The same tasteless, heart-condition humor I've heard 1,000 times. Fuck this prick. Do you ever get tired of asking the same question, knowing the result will be the same? I purse my lips and narrow my eyes. I give him the cold glare that usually sends people scampering. But he seems immune. Or hell, maybe he's not, because he's staring at my rack instead of my face. He leans in, his presence trapping me. I'd like to dig my stiletto into his thigh and twist. But propriety traps me even more effectively. His breath hits me, stale and alcohol-laced.
No, because I know the result. One day, in due time, you'll be mine. I wouldn't be surprised if our parents weren't drawing up the marriage contract right this second.
My mother would never allow that to happen. I lie, knowing all too well that the day will come when I'm forced to marry some rich asshole for the benefit of my parents' business.
Speaking of your mother, she mentioned that you're attending Oakmount. I'm also attending. Maybe we can get better acquainted with one another.
His fingers brush the bare skin of my arm. I glance down at his fingers. I'm not sure how, but I resist the urge to recoil. I'd rather get better acquainted with poison ivy than spend a second longer in his presence. Unfortunately, my disinterest in him only makes him believe he should try harder. Harrison's smile widens, taking my silence for acceptance, most likely.
I can give you a sneak peek.
His expression shifts to fear in an instant, eyes widening at something he's caught sight of behind me. Seconds later, a warm hand slides around my waist. Panic bubbles at the surface. I've never been touched by a man like this, with such possession. Don't freak out, I tell myself, even as my breath catches, and definitely not because of my heart condition. No, this has to do with the sudden bolt of electricity zipping along my spine.
Hello, little sister.
A familiar voice greets us with an undercurrent of danger in his tone.
Aren't we a bit too old to be playing hide and seek?
Aries. Even saying his name in my head causes a bodily response I refuse to acknowledge. His touch brings with it a reminder of my feelings for him, the ones I've chosen to bury, right along with all the rejection and heartache he caused me. He doesn't want me. I don't know how many times he has to say it, or how many times I have to remind myself of that fact to get it through my skull. Repeating the reminder to myself doesn't seem to make it stick. My stomach flutters with anticipation when I turn around to face him. Fuck. I'm supposed to be getting over this, forgetting him, and the way he makes my body hum when he's near. Damn, he looks good. Even if he did cut off his beautiful shoulder-length hair to a more professionally acceptable style. It just means I can see so much more of his face. His deeply angled jaw and his razor-sharp cheekbones. His hazel eyes bore into mine. It's been a while since I've seen him, and while he looks the same, something is different about him. Something I can't quite place. His arm stays locked around my waist, fingers digging into the fabric of my dress in a way that is beyond brotherly. What happened to stay away from me? I breathe through my nose, inhaling his unique scent. His familiar cologne is there, the same woodsy scent caressing me. But there's a subtle change to it. Spicier. It's not bad. If anything, it's more intoxicating. Harrison turns on his heel and scurries away like a scared puppy. Chapter 7. Lillian.
Why are you hiding?
Aries demands, eyes boring into mine with an intensity that makes me take a small step back. Or, at least, I try to. That's difficult with the iron grip he has on me. I'm both alarmed and mesmerized by his appearance. I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen him since graduation, most of which were in passing. He never said hi, never even acknowledged I was present, until today. Given our history, I'm tempted to ask him why he's hiding, especially since he's spent weeks avoiding family dinners, me, and anything to do with the Hayes name, hiding out at the mill or using his friends as excuses to get out of family obligations. It's all bullshit, petty even, but somehow I can make myself understand why he's doing it. That doesn't mean I like the distance, though. I could ask you the same question. I'm not sure how I get the words out when my tongue feels as heavy as it does. Did you decide to make an appearance because everyone's worried about you? Or because of family obligations? I still can't get a good read on him. He flashes his pearly white teeth at me, and my heartbeat spikes. I'm so confused right now. This is Aries, but then again, do I even know him anymore? 2 years is a long time for someone to go without talking to you, except by force, with the exception of that brief dinner exchange we had a month or so ago. He studies me with an unfamiliar hunger. The air heats, and with it, so does my skin. My cheeks have to be flaming, or at least it feels that way, with how hot my skin burns the longer he stares at me. What the hell? He's never been so bold as to look at me like I'm a meal to be consumed, and especially not in front of anyone. He tugs the almost finished glass of whiskey out of my hands and downs it. Hey, that was mine. He smirks. Fuck, why does that look so sexy on him? Pretty sure you're only supposed to be having water. I glare now. Pretty sure you have better things to do than monitor what I'm drinking. You haven't spoken to me in forever, and the first thing out of your mouth is this? Dance with me, he demands, avoiding my question altogether. My body responds before my brain processes the command. Wait. I open my mouth to object, but he's moving us toward the dance floor, his hand guiding me with confidence. A type of confidence I've never seen before. The hesitation, the careful distance he usually maintains, it's gone. Did he fall and hit his head? Did he forget all the things he said the last time we were alone together when I was 18? There's no other logical reason for his change. I didn't think you danced, I ask, my voice barely audible above the music. It's a lame response, but I'm grasping at anything to keep him here and keep his hands on me. He pulls me closer than propriety allows, close enough that I can feel the steady beat of his healthy heart against my hands. Oh, there are many things you don't know about me, Lillian. We move in perfect synchronization, him guiding me with a fluid grace. I've never seen Aries dance before. I didn't even know he could dance. You're staring, he says, amusement coating his voice. I know I am, but I can't help it. I'm cataloging differences between who he is today and who he was that night. A flash of his lips on my skin, his hands perfectly molded around me. It only sets fire to the embers he's stoked since he grabbed my waist. This is what you want, Lillian. What you've waited years for. His attention, his touch, his desire. If that's true, then why am I so confused by it? My body wants to give in, accept his touch, and react. But something about it feels wrong. His thumb traces circles against my lower back, making it difficult for me to concentrate. I notice calluses on his palm against mine that shouldn't be there. What has he been up to? Sorry, I whisper, trying to match his confidence. I'm surprised, that's all. I didn't expect you to be here, nor did I expect you to talk to me. Even if Mother convinces you to come to one of these things, you usually ignore me. Panic flashes in his hazel eyes, but it vanishes so quickly I think I might have imagined it. Familial obligations, remember? His hand slides lower, entering dangerous territory for siblings, even step ones. As for talking to you, I have to keep up appearances, right? Other couples give us space, clearing the dance floor, like they can sense the predatory energy radiating off him. I feel the sudden shift in the air, and I know my mother's watching. I can feel her gaze burning into my skin, following each step and twirl. I catch a glimpse of her expression, both shocked and concerned, when we turn again. I guess, but don't you think this gives the wrong vibe? I mean, we're siblings, Aries. I don't want to give anyone the wrong idea, I explain, studying his face a little harder. My tone is deliberately clipped and cold when I toss the same words he gave me that very night back at him. It's strange how his features twist with confusion. Did he forget that night? It's possible. I'm sure it was a much bigger event for me than for him. I stare at him, unable to look away. He looks like Aries, my Aries, except he's not the same. There's a darkness to him that wasn't there before. What have you been up to? As if he can hear my thoughts, he spins me abruptly before pulling me back against his chest. The impact makes me gasp, and I clutch onto his tuxedo lapel, afraid I might fall. His lips brush against my ear as he whispers, "Let them get the wrong idea. Who cares what they think anyway? Only you and I know the truth, and that's all that matters." An involuntary shiver ripples through me as his thumb presses against my pulse point, right where my heart's irregularity is most obvious. This is a different behavior than I'm used to. He never drew attention to my condition in the past, at least not so deliberately. He's always been so careful, borderline clinical, in his physical interactions with me, as if standing too closely or speaking too loudly might send me over the edge. 8 years of watching Aries from the shadows has made me an expert in his mannerisms. The way he unconsciously touches his left cufflink when uncomfortable, the slight furrow between his brows when he's thinking, the precise distance he maintains between us. Always exactly one step too far for intimacy. This man, though he is Aries, isn't him at the same time. He's a perfect mirror image with all the details reversed. And there is no way to explain it. It feels like I don't know him. Like he's a different person.
"Tell me what you're thinking,"
he says. And even his voice is subtly wrong, slightly deeper, more commanding. About you, and how different you are acting with me, and just everything. You disappeared and came back different. It's like you aren't even you anymore. He doesn't hesitate.
"You say that like it's a bad thing."
Is it? I can't be sure. All I know is that the longer he touches me, the more I want to let him consume me. Change is always good, but his hand slides down my spine, sending electric currents across my flesh. Feelings I tried to purge from my soul are suddenly amplified to dangerous levels.
"But what?"
This feels different. Not like change. Change is forming a new habit, giving something up for a good reason. You're like a different person. And that sounds crazy because he's not a different person. He's still Aries, but somehow he isn't. I can't explain it. I can't put my finger on it, but something is off. Not only in the essence of his interest in me, but also in his boldness and his reappearance like he never left, like he never broke something inside me, and it was nothing.
"Maybe you're thinking too much into it. Maybe you have to shed what you used to be to find your real purpose."
He grins down at me, and my stomach does this strange somersault. I nod, understanding what he's saying, but not fully convinced by it. Even if he's different, that doesn't mean things between us are different. I doubt his stance on us being together has changed.
"You're trembling," he observes. "Is your heart acting up?"
No, nothing's wrong. I'm fine. I lie, allowing myself half a moment to lean into his touch. I'm consumed by his presence. Every breath, every skim of his fingers against my skin. I want him to want me like I want him. It's all I've wished for the past 2 years. More, if I'm being honest with myself. His hand cups my cheek, his touch gentle, and I'm unable to stop myself from leaning into his palm. Am I so weak for his touch that I will take whatever I can get? Any little bit of attention? I hate to think he might take this moment between us and use it against me, but I'm too desperate for his touch to stop it. His thumb brushes my lower lip, and the muscles in my stomach tighten.
"You deserve better than to be paraded around like some show pony."
The genuine disgust in his voice catches me off guard. He knows this is my only objective, just as his is to become their heir to the family's wealth and business. So do you. I swallow. Deserve better, I mean. I'm tempted to flick my tongue against the tip of his thumb, just to see what he'll do. There's no way he can break my heart any more than he already has. A strange, unreadable look flickers in his eyes at my remark.
"You look like you could use some fresh air."
The hard edge to his tone makes the words come out in a demand rather than a statement. There's no room for argument, not when he's already tugging me along with him. The absence of his touch on my bare skin, with only one hand anchored at my lower back, creates a hollow ache in my chest. I ignore the feeling and allow him to steer us away from the dance floor and toward the terrace doors. The cool night air kisses my bare shoulders, and goosebumps rise like a warning across my skin. Aries notices and shrugs out of his jacket, draping it over me. His scent cocoons me, and I resist the urge to bury my nose in his lapels. "Better?" he asks, his voice softening as we move toward the darkened corner of the terrace and away from other guests seeking respite from the party. "Thank you," I murmur. Is this where we talk about that night? When he tells me yet again how much I repulse him? I squeeze my eyes closed and shove away the memory. Do I even want to talk about it? He hasn't brought it up yet. War wages inside my mind. I'm caught between desire and heartache. Desire for the man I've wanted forever, and inevitable heartache when he discards me for good. You can't just disappear and then come back and act like nothing happened, I say, and tug his jacket a little tighter around me. It smells like him, but with subtle differences. Sharper. More raw. His smile is predatory. I didn't disappear. I had a sudden change of plans. I think our parents would disagree with that. He shrugs. They act like they care, but we both know they don't. They want control. Maybe they don't care about you, but I do. I confess, watching his reaction carefully. I haven't heard from you or seen you in months. It is difficult to hide the hurt in my voice. Impossible when it feels like a fresh wound every time I think about him. You care about me, Lillian? His voice is low, sensual, and I'm mesmerized by his fingers as they trace my collarbone. The words stutter out of me. You know I do. I care more than I should. More than you deserve, after breaking my heart like you did. His brows pinch together in confusion before twisting into predatory interest. Would you believe me if I said I changed my mind? His intensity ratchets up as he moves closer, backing me against the stone balustrade. I'm overwhelmed by his proximity, his scent, his full lips begging to be kissed. Is this real or a figment of my imagination? It doesn't feel real, but I want it to be. Is it really so strange to believe he might have changed his mind? That he might be ready to admit he wants me? His warm breath fans against my cheek, and my heart slams against my ribcage. For half a second, I think he might kiss me, and I want him to so badly that I barely stop myself from reaching for him. All I get is disappointment when his lips curve into a smile, and he remains where he is standing. Would you? He whispers against my lips. Believe me? I don't know. I can't stop looking at his lips. I look away and back up into his eyes. I want him to kiss me, to rip me open and hold all my broken pieces in his hands.
What would make you believe me?
My entire life has been defined by caution, by calculated risks and careful management of my condition. I don't want to play my part anymore. I don't want to be the good girl who follows the rules, the girl with the broken heart. This thing between Aries and me demands resolution, regardless of the consequences. I hold my breath until my lungs start to burn. We're balanced on a knife's edge, and one of us is about to bleed. I don't know. I'm confused. Everything about you confuses me, I whisper. You hurt me and made me believe you didn't care, made me believe that what I wanted, what we both want, is disgusting, simply because you're my stepbrother. Something eerily similar to shock flashes in his eyes, but I continue to speak, needing to get the words off my chest. Changing your mind isn't a good enough reason to allow you back into my life. You broke my heart, Aries.
What can I say? I'm a stupid asshole.
All I can do is roll my eyes. It's more than that. I understand you might be afraid of our parents, but I'm not. When I kissed you for the first time, I felt it. I felt you kiss me back. I felt your desire. I tasted it. And then in the pool house, my cheeks heat.
Which is why I changed my mind. I realized how much I fucked up.
This is what I've longed to hear. The response I've savored, dreamed of, and wished for. But at the same time, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like Aries. And what happens when you change your mind again? When you decide that being with me is disgusting? I do my best to hide the sadness from my voice, but some of it bleeds out, the edges cracking as my true emotions rise to the surface. I can't bear to let him see the shimmer of tears in my eyes, so I look away. I promised myself that I wouldn't let him see me cry, not ever again. And look at me now. Angry, I keep my gaze turned so he can't see it, use it against me. Aries isn't having it and grasps my chin, forcing me to look into his eyes. His expression darkens, a flash of possession flickering in his warm hazel eyes.
How could I ever have been so stupid? To deny us both what we want?
I don't know, but I won't do this again with you. I won't put myself in a position to have my heart broken because you're too afraid to face your feelings. Aries' lips part, and he's seconds from responding when the French doors fly open. He takes a step back, his touch leaving me, and my mother appears in the doorway, her gaze narrowing in suspicion. A breath gets trapped in my lungs, and I hesitate to move, to react at all, for fear she'll draw conclusions I can't talk myself out of.
I brought Lillian out here for some fresh air. She was looking a little pale.
Aries recovers first, giving my mother that dazzling smile that always gets him out of trouble. You're such a good big brother, she dotes, giving him a grin in return. Always so kind and considerate of your sister's needs. I'd roll my eyes at her response if I knew it wouldn't earn me a conversation on disrespect and proper obedience later.
That's my job.
He licks his lips, and a sudden heat creeps into my cheeks as indecent thoughts tumble into my head. It certainly is. However, you have a more pressing matter on your hands. Your father has been looking for you all evening. Maybe you should go speak with him. It's not a suggestion. All three of us know it.
Yes, of course. Let me go find him.
Aries nods and then slips in the doors. There's nothing abnormal about his response. It's pretty much standard, but for some reason, I get this twist in my gut. The strange feeling that something is wrong. Stop being paranoid, Lillian. I'm sorry for disappearing like that. I apologize and peer into her blue eyes, looking for the woman she used to be. Physically, she's still my mother. She looks like my mother, and every once in a while I catch a small glimpse of the mom she used to be, who took me to every single heart appointment, braided my hair, and read me bedtime stories. Those moments are nothing but memories from a time that seems so far away, I can no longer tell if they were real or not. Or maybe some fantasy I made up in my head, just like this stupid thing with Aries. Even her eyes, which used to be filled with warmth and life back before she married Richard, have grown duller and vacant of joy. More than anything, I miss her smile. The real one, not the fake one she paints on for charity events or political interviews. How did we get here? She shakes her head at me. Every time I think you might understand your place in the family, you find a way to disappoint me. My chest aches, because even if I hate the person she's become, the idea of disappointing her hurts me. I want her approval, her love. I'm sorry, Mom. I will try better next time. I'm sure you will, although I'm starting to wonder if there should even be a next time. Maybe you aren't cut out for this family after all. I can't fathom what that even means, and I'm unable to wipe the shock from my face. What does that mean? In typical fashion, she shakes her head and dismisses me. It means you need to stop disappointing me. Now leave. You're free to go. George will drive you home. I bite my tongue and swallow the questions queuing up in my head. If I thought Aries' reappearance was strange, nothing tops my mother's words echoing with disappointment in my mind. Maybe you aren't cut out for this family after all. While her words leave a gaping hole in my chest, a bigger question needs to be answered. What will they do with me if I continue to make mistakes and I'm no longer cut out to play my part?
Chapter 8. Arson. This newfound information puts a wrench in my fucking plans. I slam the warehouse door behind me, still feeling the phantom touch of her skin against my fingertips. Little Lillian, with her doll-like face and pretty blue eyes, the one person I never intended on touching, has now become the most prized possession. I should have done more research, should have thoroughly examined who Lillian was to my dear brother, besides apparently a stepsister. Maybe if I had, I would have seen her and Aries' interest in each other. Then I could have devised a better, thought-out plan on how to use her against him. Damn it. I prowl through the darkened warehouse, kicking aside a stray box. The sound reverberates through the cavernous space, punctuating my fury. It's sad how much time I've spent planning this, years of cataloging every detail about my twin brother, the golden child, the chosen one. I've watched him, studied him, learned to mimic his walk and talk, and even the way he signs his name. I can forge his signature so perfectly that not even banking software can tell the difference. Then, somehow, this fragile-looking girl with a defective heart has me second-guessing everything. Not only because she caught me off guard, but also because I swear she can see right through me. I shrug off Aries' designer jacket, identical to the one currently hanging in his closet, and throw it onto a chair. My skin itches beneath the expensive clothes. They feel wrong, like they're made of fiberglass instead of fabric. I hate wearing his identity and pretending to be him. What I hate or don't hate doesn't matter, though. All that matters is that the disguise is working. The Millhouse staff believed I was him. His asshole friends believe that I'm him. Everyone at that fucking party believed I was him. I need to know if she's going to figure it out, and then I'll have to decide what I'll do with her. I paced the length of my planning wall, eyes scanning the hundreds of photos, notes, and surveillance logs I've collected on Aries. My fingers traced the timeline I've created of his life, the life that should have been mine, too. The suit feels like a costume now, too tight across my shoulders. I rip off the tie and unbutton the top buttons. That's better. I can finally breathe. Now back to Lillian. Was it something I said? Some reference I missed? I've studied this prick for years. I know what brand of toothpaste he uses, what side of the bed he sleeps on, and how many thrusts it takes him to come with those vapid socialites he fucks. I know him better than he knows himself. But this fucking girl, she comes out of nowhere with the power to obliterate it all. Should I have touched her more hesitantly, in a more brotherly way? Suddenly, I'm second-guessing everything. What exactly is their relationship? I grab the dossier I've compiled on her. It's thinner than the others. Lillian Hayes, stepsister, heart condition since birth, used by the family for sympathy at charity events. Supposed to be the weak link, the afterthought. My research indicated she and Aries barely interacted. That wasn't true, not at all. A faulty mistake and huge error on my part. Granted, in the few months of surveillance I did, I never saw them exchange more than 10 words at a time. I pull up the footage on my laptop. Hacked security feeds from the Hayes mansion, showing Aries and Lillian passing like ghosts in the hallways. Nothing in their body language suggested any kind of closeness. That's why I didn't waste much time studying their dynamic. Tactical error. Fuck. I pop my neck, trying to release the tension I always carry there. It's a remnant from years of looking over my shoulder in that hellhole they sent me to. The asylum, institute, prison. Whatever euphemism makes the family sleep better at night. I click through more surveillance photos. Lillian at doctor appointments. Lillian at social functions. She was their showpiece, fragile enough to earn pity, beautiful enough to inspire envy, and hollow enough not to complain. In the few photos I had of them together, Aries stood like a shadow beside her, present but unconnected. The kind of distance that doesn't come from space, but from intention. I pause and glare at the image in front of me. Lillian is watching Aries from a doorway as he works at his desk. It appears he's unaware of her presence. Interesting. I scan her features and notice subtle hunger reflecting in her eyes. There it fucking is. I slam the laptop shut. If she can ruin years of planning with one dance, then I need to know as much as I can about her before I eliminate her from the equation. I refuse to let all my hard work go to shit, even if I missed a couple of things. The security door to the holding area beeps as I swipe the keycard. Solid construction, reinforced steel, soundproof. One of the perks of taking over an abandoned pharmaceutical storage facility is that it was built to keep the good shit secure. Now it's keeping my dear brother secure instead. "Dinner time, golden boy," I announce, my voice echoing throughout the concrete room. Ares sits against the wall of his cell, knees drawn up, watching me with eyes identical to my own. He's thinner than when I grabbed him months ago. Good. Physical weakness leads to mental weakness. "You look like shit," I tell him, sliding the tray through the floor-level opening. He doesn't move toward the food. "You're wearing my clothes." He doesn't mention my addition of the ski mask. Smart observation. Not smart enough. Not anymore. I unbutton the dress shirt, stripping it off and tossing it through the hole onto the floor of his cell. Partially in his cold ravioli dinner. "Had a little chat with your stepsister tonight." That gets his attention. He visibly tenses, eyes sharpening despite his exhaustion. "Okay," he says, voice steady despite the fear I can practically smell on him. "She has nothing to do with any of this." I squat down, meeting him at eye level through the gap. "Oh, Ares, you need to learn to lie better." "See, that's where you're wrong. If they are associated with you in any way, they're just as guilty in my eyes." I study his face, my face, searching for some hint of remorse, maybe a sliver of regret. Nothing, not even a little bit. I will say I'm a little taken aback by her. The relationship you two share seemed way more clinical via my initial surveillance. When he doesn't respond, I shake my head and turn to leave. I stop in my tracks when he speaks. "If you hurt her..." I cut him off with a laugh. "What are you going to do, huh? You're not exactly in a position to make threats, brother." Ares blinks, shock and horror in his eyes. I tug the mask off my head, revealing myself to him officially. It's not a revelation. He knew it was me, no doubt, and fairly quickly. If he didn't, well, surprise, he does now. I can't keep my identity a secret forever, nor would I want to. Arson. His voice shakes, and it feels good to get even this much of a reaction out of him, to look into his eyes, to see him realize who has him locked up, who is ruining his carefully bought world. "The one and only," I grin like the evil villain I am. "Now that I have your attention, I need to know a little more about our innocent stepsister. I'm even prepared to make a deal with you. Otherwise, I might just have to orchestrate an accident." I know I've struck gold when he flinches so hard his chain rattles. "Don't you dare touch her. Don't even look at her." "Then make sure she doesn't see through me." Shame creeps into his features when he looks away. With a curiosity that cannot be ignored, I survey him. "What did you do to her? I'm guessing nothing good if you're wearing a look of shame like that for the first time in your pathetic life." He refuses to meet my eyes, as if the truth is too ugly to face. The way she looks at you with this deep, unbearable hunger. I'm taunting him, waiting for the moment he gives in and confirms what I already know. "Wait, you don't feel the same way about her, do you? That's what it is, right?" "It doesn't matter. Leave her alone. She has nothing to do with us." "You keep saying that, but you're the one in this cell. and I'm the one outside of it, walking around pretending to be you. It wouldn't take much effort to have her beneath me. Don't, he grits out through his teeth. Then tell me what you did. I lean in closer. Did you fuck her? Use her? Break her heart and discard her like garbage? Give me your worst, and remember, I know what you're capable of. I shift to keep an eye on his face. His nostrils are flared, and his brows are drawn low and tight. Bingo. Sorry, did I touch a sore spot? Lillian must have done a number on you. Don't touch her. Aries' voice is eerily calm. Did you fuck her? It doesn't matter. What do you mean? Don't you want me to know if she's a virgin so I can ensure she's prepared properly? Gotta know if I can fuck her hard and fast, or if I'll need to take my time. She's not yours to claim. He surges up off the floor, his lips pressed into a thin line, anger rushing off him. Nail into the coffin. There is no way he isn't interested in her. No, he wants her just as badly as she wants him. Too bad neither of them will get what they want. She's not yours either, and from where I'm standing, it looks like I have a much better chance of claiming her. Sleep well. I grin and slam the door over the food slot, closed. Let him sit on that for a bit. My quarters is the only finished section of the warehouse, the one place that's mine, not designed as part of the revenge. I built it with my own hands, drywall, electrical, plumbing, with skills learned in the institution's rehabilitation program. Ironically, they taught me how to build while breaking me down. I strip off the rest of Aries' clothes and step under the shower's scalding spray. I need to wash off the stink of his life, his privilege. There won't be any washing her away. Lillian, a delicate name for a girl who's anything but. I can see why my brother was so interested in her. I'm curious to know to what degree. Sex? Making out? She had claimed they kissed, but I don't get the impression noble Aries let it go any further than that. I press my forehead against the cool tile, letting water sluice down my back. The scars there are nothing but reminders of restraints, treatments, all of the fights. I'm taken back in time to the nurse who loved to cop a feel, of the other nurse who took my virginity when I wasn't in a position to say no. It paid off in the end. She did help me get free after all. My cock hardens despite my attempts to focus. It's not supposed to be this way. Lillian is a pawn, another way to hurt Aries, a loaded weapon to be used at my disposal. I tell myself these things, but I don't believe them. If only I could forget the feel of her waist beneath my hands, the slight catch in her breath when I pulled her close. It's only because she thought I was him. It felt good to be seen, to be wanted, to have someone look at me like they gave a shit, even if the only person she saw when she looked at me was Aries. Fuck me. I shut off the water with unnecessary force. Lillian is a complication I don't need. Hurrying from the shower, I dry off and get dressed in a pair of sweatpants before I move to my planning table and spread out the surveillance photos. Aries' face stares back at me from dozens of angles. He's the reason we're here, the target of my revenge, and still my eyes gravitate to the few images of Lillian I have. She's a threat, a fucking complication. She needs to be eliminated so the plan can be carried out without a problem. But the thought of harming her, of hurting her, makes me sick to my stomach. Never mind how angry realizing that makes me. I try to refocus my attention, staring at the blueprint of Ares' office at Hayes Industries, the one I haven't even claimed yet, the one Father hopes Ares will occupy permanently one day. Phase 2 of the plan involves getting inside and accessing certain files before the old man can destroy them. Evidence of what they did, not just to me, but to others. The safety deposit box key is still in Ares' desk at the mill house. I'll need to retrieve that before anyone notices he's missing. Lillian's pretty blue eyes flash in my mind, along with the hunger there that sparked a raging inferno of emotions that I hadn't ever felt before. I slam my fist against the table in frustration, the action causing papers to fly everywhere. This isn't part of the plan. Lillian was supposed to be peripheral damage, collateral in my war against the Hayes family and my brother. Not whatever the fuck this is. Someone who sees me, the real me. Emotions have a habit of causing missteps, and one mistake could cost me everything. I grab a bottle of whiskey from the shelf, remove the top with my teeth, and bring it to my lips. The burn does nothing to erase the memory of her scent, that mix of expensive perfume carrying notes of vanilla with hints of caramel. Then there's the way she felt in my arms during that dance, fragile but unyielding. The alcohol hits my empty stomach, spreading warmth through my veins. Why did I do it? I shouldn't have touched her, should have maintained distance like Ares does. Fuck, I'm not as strong as my brother in this category. The temptation was too strong to take something else that belongs to him, to feel what he denies himself. It's as clear as day that he's denying them both. The way she melted into my touch told me everything I needed to know about their dynamic. He keeps her at arm's length. Why? What is he afraid of? My hand moves to the waistband of my sweatpants, slipping beneath. I shouldn't. It's a weakness, a distraction. Masturbation is normal. Sex is an outlet. But it becomes something else entirely when you start thinking of someone else while you do it. I remind myself of these things, but it doesn't work. I'm desperate, fucking needy, and my balls feel like they might explode. Images of Lillian flood my mind, her eyes watching me, her body pressed against mine. What she might look like without that expensive dress on. I reach for the ball band on my nightstand. It's a tight rubber ring with metal spikes on the inside. It helps me whenever I need to get off, a mixture of pain and pleasure. Sometimes the only way I can get off after years of the institution's chemical castration drugs. I slide it on, gritting my teeth at the bite of metal against my sensitive flesh. The pain centers me and reminds me of who I am. Not Ares with his easy privilege and clean conscience. I'm the one they tried to erase, the one who survived their attempts to reprogram me. My strokes quicken, becoming punishing rather than pleasurable. In my mind, Lillian watches with those perceptive eyes, seeing the monster they created. Fuck, yes, look at me. Watch the monster as he falls apart. Would she be scared if she saw me right now? Something in her calls to me, challenges me. If she were here right now, I think she would move closer. I think she would be curious, maybe even want to experience it. Who are you? She asks in my fantasy, her hand replacing mine. The brother they tried to bury. I growl, and then explode, coming with a shuddering gasp, pain and release intertwined as always. For a moment, the clarity of release is all I can feel. Then reality comes crashing back into me. This fixation is dangerous. She's dangerous. To the plan, to my focus, to whatever's left of my sanity. With a tissue, I clean myself up. How could I be so weak? 10 years of plotting revenge gone to waste. How pathetic am I? Jerking off like a teenager over the first woman who sees me. The ball band has left angry red marks, tiny punctures where the spikes dug in. Good. The pain clears my head, burns away the fog of desire clouding my judgment. My reflection in the bathroom mirror shows a face identical to Ares's, except for the hardness in my eyes. The doctors called it flat affect, a common symptom in psychopaths. That's their label for me. Patient 4721. Antisocial personality disorder with psychopathic tendencies. Dangerous. Untreatable. Better locked away forever. They never understood that it wasn't a disorder. It was armor. The only way to survive the cruelest of the cruel is to become one of them. They made me this way. Focus, I tell my reflection. This isn't about Lillian. Yes, her appearance in all of this is unexpected, but getting rid of her is easy enough. Feeling a little calmer, I return to my planning table, this time with clinical detachment. Lillian Hayes, age 20, congenital heart defect, ventricular septal anomaly with pulmonary valve stenosis, according to the medical files I hacked. Not immediately life-threatening if properly managed, which explains how she's survived this long. Like always, there's more to it. The family uses her condition for sympathy and social currency. That's the Hayes way. Exploit everything and everyone, even their fragile daughter. I study the surveillance photos with new eyes. Her posture at events, always slightly stooped, playing up the weakness. Weird. I've seen her move when she thinks no one's watching. There's strength there, endurance. While Lillian's heart disorder might have been a problem at one point in time, it's definitely not as bad as they make it out to be. Turns out Lillian and I are not so different. Both pawns in the Hayes family's games, both pretending to be something we're not. Even this newfound information doesn't change that she's a threat. She recognized me once, so she'll do it again. If she exposes me before I'm ready, everything falls apart. 10 years of planning wasted. Options scroll through my mind like a tactical assessment. 1, eliminate her. Clean, simple, effective. The thought doesn't seem as beneficial as potentially using her, though. 2, discredit her. Make any accusations seem like the delusions of a sick girl. Possible, but messy. Requires more time than I have. 3, isolate her. Keep her away from anyone she might talk to until my plan is complete. Doable, but adds complications. 4, seduce her. Use her attraction to Ares against her. Make her complicit. Keep her close. Monitor her. The last option lingers, appealing in ways that have nothing to do with strategy. Dangerous thinking. Sentiment is what got me locked up in the first place. That misplaced loyalty to a brother who stood by and watched them take me away, who didn't even fucking try, who never visited or wrote letters. I won't make that mistake again. Lillian Hayes needs to be removed from the equation, one way or another. I reach for the burner phone and navigate to the contacts, my fingers over the contact labeled cleanup. One call and professional fixers will make sure Lillian Hayes never interferes with anything again. Quick, efficient, final. I stare at the screen. Do it. Push the fucking button. Call them. Anger rips through me, followed by disgust. I can't do it. Fucking Christ. I put the phone down. This isn't like me. I've never had trouble eliminating obstacles. That orderly who caught me stealing pharmaceuticals at the institution died by accident from faulty electrical wiring. The doctor who recognized symptoms of my medication tampering. Anonymous tip about his cocaine habit to the medical board. Clean, calculated, necessary. If it's always been so easy, then why does the thought of silencing Lillian feel wrong? Because she saw you, not Ares, you, even if she hasn't realized it yet. I pace the length of my quarters, wrestling with options. There's a third path, neither elimination nor seduction. Control. Keep her close enough to monitor, but distant enough to manage. Use her insight rather than silence it. My brother's reaction when I mentioned her was revealing. Protective, concerned. He cares about her more than any surveillance suggested. That makes her valuable leverage. Decision made, I move to the planning wall. Methodically, I rearrange the photos, creating a new section. Lillian Hayes is no longer peripheral. She's central now, not just to hurting Ares, but to understanding him, to perfecting my portrayal of him. I pin her photo in the center of the new arrangement. Unlike the clinical surveillance shot of others, this one captures something different. It's from tonight, taken from the security feeds as she stood on the terrace, challenging me. Her eyes are alive with intelligence, her posture straight and uncompromising. Nothing like the fragile invalid her family presents to the world. Around her photo, I arrange string connections to both Ares and me, a triangle of complications. I won't kill her. Not yet, anyway. She's too useful right now. Instead, I'll draw her in, let her think she's uncovering my secrets while I uncover hers. I'll use her knowledge of Ares against him, and her apparent fascination with me against her. If she becomes too dangerous, I can always revert to the original plan. Cleanup is just a phone call away. My fingers trace the outline of her face in the photograph. The only person who's seen the real me in 10 years, even if she doesn't know what she's seeing. Lillian Hayes, I murmur to the empty room. How bad do you want Ares? Bad enough that you would sell your soul to the devil? I pick up a red marker and circle her image, adding a question mark beside it. Not a target, not an asset. Something else entirely. A wild card I never expected to find in this game of revenge.
Chapter 9. Lillian. I've been staring at the same page of my textbook for an hour now. I can't focus to save my life. And I'm already at my limit of caffeine for the day, so another coffee is out of the equation. I'd love to say my lack of concentration has to do with the fact that I'd rather pluck my own eyes out than do advanced calculus, but that would be a lie. Math isn't the problem. It's Aries. I can't stop thinking about the dinner party and his strange behavior. None of it makes sense. How does a person go MIA for months and then return like nothing ever happened? My cell phone chimes, alerting me to a text message. I peer down at the screen and smile. Emery. Hello, bestie. I miss you. Me. I miss you too. Emery Lamont, my one and only friend. I wish she was here with me. But of course her stupid, overprotective hockey star brother refused to let her attend Oakmount, instead insisting she go to Ravencrest. Guess it pays to be the captain of the team when you want to keep your sister hostage. Emery, I think I'm going to die of boredom without you. Me, please don't. Something tells me the Grim Reaper will not let you keep your phone in the afterlife. Emery, don't be dramatic. All I can do is snicker as I type out my response. Me. Me? Dramatic? Did you not just see what you said? Emery. That wasn't me. That was Patricia. This time I laugh out loud, which is weird when you're in a room all by yourself. Emery sends another message before I can respond to her previous one. Emery, give me the tea on the brooding stepbrother. Any updates? Emery lives vicariously through me when it comes to dating. Her own brother is past the point of overprotective. The guy should see a shrink, honestly. Me. Yes and no. He finally showed up after ghosting everyone for months. Emery. Clapping gif. Tell me more. Me. Nothing is different, but he did apologize. Emery. Of course he did. Please tell me that you told him to fly a kite. Me. No. But I was going to ask your opinion on something. I've been thinking about the idea since it popped into my head on Sunday night, when I watched Aries pull into that warehouse parking lot. Half of me felt like it was wrong to follow him after dinner, to question what he was doing at a seedy warehouse in the middle of nowhere, especially when I had nothing to go on but a stupid gut feeling. Maybe his dad has him doing work there for some reason? Or it could be something else. And my gut, plus the way he's been behaving, means I have to figure it out. Not like he's going to tell me. Aries wasn't acting like himself. Not at the charity event and not at our family dinner. He said he changed. What I felt wasn't change. It was something else. Something I can't put into words. More of a feeling than anything else. The only thing to do now is just ensure he's okay. Prove to myself he's my stepbrother, even if it means I'll lose this new connection I feel. Emery. Earth to Lillian, are you there? I consider asking Emery for advice or spilling my plan to her, but I chicken out before I can finish typing out the response. I don't want her opinion to sway me. I have to do this. Me. Still here, contemplating life choices. Emery. What's the damn question? If I had balls, they would be blue by now. Me. See, that's just it. I forgot it. Emery. Insert angry emoji. Even in text messages, I know you're lying. Me. Am not. Emery. You're a liar. We both know it. But when you're ready to talk about it, let me know. I'm always here. Me. Love you, Em. Psst. If you don't hear from me in a couple of days, call the cops. Emery. What the hell, Lil? With a grin, I switch my phone to vibrate only. Then I snap the textbook closed and turn to the window, ignoring the sudden spike in my heart rate. Am I really going to do this? Rebel against the norm? Live dangerously? My dorm room at Oakmount offers a perfect view of the quad, where students cross between classes. Not only is it beautiful and scenic, but it gives me a vantage point no one else has. This week alone, I've caught sight of Aries 3 times. The last time was today, about 30 minutes ago. If I move quickly, I can trail him to the warehouse again. No. He'll be there. I shouldn't go to the warehouse. I should check his room at the mill, where he's still been staying. Maybe there are answers there? It's a risky plan, and if I get caught, there won't be a believable lie to save me. But if I don't do something, I'll go crazy. My heart thumps a little faster, and I force myself to act without overthinking it further. I grab my jacket, messenger bag with emergency medication, and the pepper spray I ordered online. Mother would faint if she knew what her fragile daughter was about to do. Okay, it's really not so dangerous when all I have to do is bat my lashes at Lee and he'll escort me to Aries' door. I smile to myself. For once, my supposed weakness works in my favor. No one suspects the girl with the heart condition of anything but fragility, which makes me the most unsuspecting villain. It's been 30 minutes since I saw him. If his car is at the mill, I'll just turn around. But if not, well, it doesn't hurt to do a little digging. It's now or never. There's a lot of hustle and bustle as students and staff intersect, some leaving for the day and some arriving for evening classes. I climb into my car and slam the door shut, taking a moment to breathe. I don't want to draw any attention, so I'll need to keep some distance between us to ensure he doesn't think anything is off. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I feel that I've read enough crime fiction and watched enough movies to act like I do. I grip the steering wheel hard as anxious butterflies take flight in my belly. I can't believe I'm doing this. Acting on impulse and being reckless. My second-hand Honda Civic is forgettably nondescript compared to his flashy Range Rover. But it's mine, and I didn't have to barter hours of my life away from my parents in exchange for it. It was the one thing I fought for with my mother, and thankfully she decided it wasn't worth the effort to push back when I was so adamant. Little rebellions like my car are what keeps me going. The only way I can manage the stupid parties without ripping my hair out. The drive to the parking lot nearest the mill only takes a few minutes. Technically, I don't need to drive here, but there's less of a chance of an asthma attack if I have less distance to walk. I park in a spot that gives me a clear view of the entrance, but keeps my car partially hidden behind a large SUV. The mill house stands imposing against the darkening sky, its Victorian architecture somehow both beautiful and oppressive at once. I've only been here a handful of times, and only ever as Aries' stepsister, never as someone with purpose. Today is different. Today I need answers. My phone buzzes with a text. Emery, whatever you are doing, be careful. Me, not doing anything but homework. Emery, you're a big fat liar. Be fucking careful. She knows me too well. Me, we'll update soon. Then I silence my phone, even the vibration, and slip it into my pocket. Taking a deep breath, I exit the car and approach the building. The evening air carries a chill that makes me pull my jacket tighter around myself. Students pass by, talking and laughing, oblivious to my racing heart and sweaty palms. I try to look like I belong, like I'm just another visitor to a friend's place, and not someone about to break into her stepbrother's room. Despite campus security's repeated warnings, the front door isn't locked. It never is. I slip inside, keeping my head down as I navigate the familiar hallway. Music pounds from somewhere upstairs, and the smell of pizza wafts from the common room. I'm almost at the stairs
when a voice stops me cold. "Lillian? What are you doing here?"
I turn to find Lee, Aries' best friend, tousled, shirtless, lounging against the doorframe of the common room. His expression is curious rather than suspicious, which I take as a good sign. "Lee, hey." I hope my voice sounds casual. Lee frowns, pushing off the doorframe to approach me.
"Hey, I wanted to ask you if you saw Aries yet. Housing office is on my ass about clearing out his room. New students coming next week. I've been trying to reach him, but he's not answering his phone."
A cold feeling settles in my stomach. "Oh, yes, I actually just spoke to him." I lie smoothly. "He asked me to grab a few things from his room, said he'd finish clearing it out tomorrow." Lee studies me for a moment, then shrugs.
"Cool. Glad to hear he's alive, at least."
He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a key.
"Use the key. It'll save you the trouble of picking the lock. If you steal something, make sure it's the booze and the drugs. Then come back down here and share them with me."
I give a forced laugh, but he doesn't seem to notice. I take the key, hoping he doesn't see my hand trembling. "Thanks. I won't be long."
"No rush,"
Lee says, already turning back toward the common room.
"I'm about to head out anyway. Stay as long as you like. Hell, burn the place down if you want."
I don't comment on the last bit, hoping he's merely joking, but from the look on his face, I don't think so. I climb the stairs quickly, my heart thundering against my ribs. At Aries' door, I pause, key in hand. This is the point of no return. I insert the key, turn it, and slip inside, closing the door quietly behind me. The room is exactly as I remember from my last visit years ago, meticulously organized, everything in its perfect place. Unlike most college students, Aries keeps his space like a military barracks, a habit instilled by his father from an early age. I don't waste another second peering around the room. Moving to his desk, I begin opening drawers, searching for anything that might shed light on... what, exactly? What am I hunting for? I don't really know. Anything that feels weird or looks out of place? The first two drawers yield nothing but school supplies and neatly organized papers. The third is locked. I pull a bobby pin from my hair, bending it into shape the way Aries himself taught me just after our parents married. It takes longer than expected since I haven't done this in years, but eventually I hear the satisfying click of the lock disengaging. I pull the drawer open, and my pulse spikes when I see a leather-bound journal worn from frequent handling. Beside it is a small USB drive. This is it. I don't know how I know, but my gut tells me so. I grab both items and climb up onto his bed with them. Opening the journal, I scour the pages. The first pages contain mundane details, class notes, schedules, to-do lists. As I flip further, the content changes. Sketches appear between entries. Careful pencil drawings made with a skilled hand. A street scene, the campus quad, and then me. My breath catches in my throat. It's unmistakably me, sitting by the fountain outside the Hayes mansion, head bent over a book. The attention to detail is astonishing. The shaping of my face, the curve of my neck, the concentration in my expression. With a newfound eagerness, I skim the pages to reveal more sketches of me, all in various settings, at family dinners, in the garden, and walking across campus. He's been watching me all this time, drawing me, preserving moments I never knew he noticed. Between the sketches are journal entries, his neat handwriting filling page after page. I shouldn't read them. It's an invasion of privacy that crosses even the boundaries I've already broken by being here. But curiosity has a chokehold on me. I need to understand, need to know if there are answers here. I read over the words quickly but find nothing but mundane details and observations. Then I remember the black leather book he used to carry around. This isn't the same one. This is the fake one he used to write in for therapy. The ones the parents or the therapist might read. Where the heck is the real one? I dig around the desk a bit more. Then I think about all his hiding spots when we were kids. He wrote in a journal religiously. One time he hid it under his pillow, another time under a floorboard. I drop to my knees on the rug by the bed and run my hands along the frame. Then pause when I find the familiar edge of a notebook. Jackpot. I smile to myself, my constant observation of him finally paying off. This journal is smaller than his other one, which makes it easier to hide. I drag it out and sit on the edge of the bed again to read. I open it to a random entry. September 15th. Dinner with Father and Patricia. Lillian wore a blue dress. It matches her eyes in a way that makes it difficult to look away. Had to excuse myself early, claiming a headache. Ironically true, though not for the reasons they assume. The longer I stay in her presence, the harder it becomes to maintain distance. The careful boundaries I've established feel increasingly fragile. For her safety, I must be stronger. My heart pounds as I turn the page. October 3rd. Found her crying in the garden today. Some argument with Patricia about college applications. Wanted to comfort her, but what comfort could I possibly offer when I'm the one who needs to stay away? The space between us is the only gift I can give her. If she knew what I am, what I've done. He breaks off there, the entry incomplete. I flip forward, my hands trembling. December 24th, Christmas Eve. Family photo session for the Hayes holiday card. Patricia positioned us side by side. Lillian's hand brushed mine. A casual touch that shouldn't mean anything. I've spent the hours since in cold showers and punishing workouts. Father's suspicious glances suggest he notices more than I'd like. Must be more careful. I can't do it. I close the journal, emotion tightening my throat. All this time I thought his distance was indifference, even cruelty. These entries suggest something else. A purposeful separation, a protective measure. It doesn't make sense. What is he protecting me from? I don't know what comes over me, but instead of stashing the journal back into its hiding spot, I slip it into my backpack. There's more I need to know, and I'm willing to face the consequences if he figures out I took it. But really, how would he find out? With the journal secure, I continue my search. Where would a person hide things they want no one to see while still keeping it in plain sight? I scan the bedroom. There's nothing under the bed, and no more drawers in the desk. My gaze falls to the closet door. Bingo. I pull the door open and flick the light on. 10 minutes later, I discover a shoebox that's been pushed to the back of the highest shelf. Nothing says secrets like that. I pull it down, brushing off the thick coat of dust on the top that tells me he hasn't opened the box in some time. I flip the top of the box off. I'm not sure what I anticipated finding inside that box, but it isn't the watch I had given him 2 years ago. I don't know if I should be angry or melt into a puddle over the fact that he's kept it this whole time. It's in perfect condition and looks just as it did the day I gave it to him. Unsure of how I feel, I shove it into my pocket and move on to the numerous newspaper clippings, the paper yellowed with age. Local teen sent to treatment following boathouse incident, reads the headline. The article is sparse on details, mentioning only that a Hayes youth had been transferred to a specialized facility following an unfortunate accident at the family's lake property. No names, no specifics. This isn't a news story. It's a cover-up, made to be deliberately vague so it can be quickly buried. There's another clipping, this one from the financial section. Hayes Pharmaceuticals acquires North Star facilities. The acquisition date is just weeks after the boathouse incident. At the bottom of the box is a photograph. 2 identical boys, perhaps 7 years old, standing with an older man I recognize as Aries' father. Both boys are wearing identical swim trunks and smiles. It would appear you couldn't tell them apart if you tried, but there's a subtle difference in their posture. One stands straight and attentive, while the other leans slightly, as if resisting the formal pose. Maybe it's a cousin I've never met. That would be possible, but Aries' dad doesn't have any siblings, so how can these two look so alike? Some part of me wants to hold on to these thoughts and conclusions and just keep lying to myself, because it's simpler than facing the truth. A thunderous crash from downstairs jolts me back to the present. Voices approach, one of them rising in anger. I recognize it immediately, though it's harsher than Aries usually sounds. Shit. I panic, switching off the light and retreating to the closet, pulling the door nearly closed but leaving it a crack to see through. The room door bangs open seconds later, and a figure storms in, rage in every movement. I've seen Aries angry, and I know from personal experience how monstrous he can be, but there's a menace to this prowling. He's on the phone, stalking back and forth with agitated energy.
I already told you I'm not your errand boy, he snarls. I don't work for you. This arrangement was supposed to be mutually beneficial.
He pauses, listening to whoever is on the other end. Whatever they're saying has his anger rising tenfold, his voice becoming murderous.
Listen to me very carefully, he continues, voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. I'm executing this my way. If you have a problem with my methods, perhaps we should reconsider our arrangement.
Another pause, longer this time. He yanks open the desk drawer I'd searched earlier, rifling through it with increasing frustration.
It's not here, he growls into the phone. I'll look in his other hiding places, and if I find it, I'll tell you, but I want to be clear, this changes the timeline. I'll need more time if you're going to have me searching the countryside for shit.
Whatever the response is, it isn't the one he wants to hear, because he ends the call with a vicious jab to the screen and hurls the phone onto the bed.
Fuck,
he shouts, slamming the drawer shut with such force that the entire desk shakes. I press myself further into the closet, willing my breath to remain silent, my heart to stop its frantic pounding. He's looking for something important enough to warrant this rage. The USB drive burns in my pocket like a red-hot coal. Aries moves to the closet, and I shrink back against the wall, using the clothes as a shield, praying the darkness conceals me. My heart pounds so loudly, I'm afraid the sound will give me away. I hold my breath when he reaches up to the shelf where I found the shoebox, pulling it down and rifling through its contents. "Where is it?" he mutters to himself. "Where the fuck did you hide it?" What does he mean, you? I watch through a small gap in the clothes as he dumps the box's contents onto the bed. Newspaper clippings, photographs. When he doesn't find what he's looking for, he shoves everything back inside and returns the box to the shelf. For one terrifying moment, his hand brushes against the sleeve of one of his trench coats I'm hiding behind. Thankfully, he's too preoccupied to notice the slight movement, the whisper of fabric against fabric. After what feels like hours, but is probably only minutes, he makes a disgruntled sound and stalks out of the room, slamming the door behind him. I wait, counting to 100, before daring to breathe normally again. My legs tremble as I emerge from the closet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Whatever is on this USB drive is important enough to enrage him, important enough to potentially disrupt some agreement he has with an unnamed associate. The first thing I need to do is get out of here and examine its contents. I'm willing to face Ares' wrath, but if this is related to his father's work, then am I willing to face his wrath as well? What if I screw something up? Since childhood, I've had a problem keeping my nose out of other people's business. I notice every tiny detail, all of the changes. What if this gut instinct has nothing to do with Ares being different? I guess that's a risk I have to take. I return the fake journal to the drawer, thankful he didn't notice it was missing. I do a quick sweep of the room to ensure I'm leaving things exactly as I found them, except for the drive, now burning a hole in my pocket, along with the watch and the journal in my bag. All are a small token of the Ares I thought I knew, the one whose journal entries suggest he cares more than he's ever allowed himself to show. Carefully, I crack open the door, peering into the hallway. Empty. I slip out, locking the door behind me with Lee's key. Each step down the stairs feels like a potential disaster, but I make it to the ground floor without incident. Lee is gone, but several people are engaged in a heated video game battle. With their attention fixed on the screen, no one notices me. I place Lee's key on a side table where he'll find it later, then slip out the front door. The night air hits me like a shot of clarity. I've done it. I've survived my first real act of rebellion, of investigation. The best part is that I found something that might change everything. Once in my car, I clutched the USB drive, turning it over in my palm. Whatever secrets it contains, whatever Ares is searching for, I now possess. This is the first real leverage I've had over him. Ever. There's a newfound confidence in my blood. I have the chance to understand Ares, to figure out what exactly is going on with him. This is only the beginning.
Chapter 10. Arson. The flashing of Lee's name on my cell phone screen interrupts my review of the warehouse security footage. Yeah, I answer in Ares' voice, slightly softer than my natural tone, with that hint of consideration my brother always affects. Dude, where have you been? The housing office is up my ass about clearing out your room. New students are coming in next week. Fuck. I'd forgotten about the Millhouse situation. I've been too focused on Lillian, on the way her fear and desire tempt me like blood tempting a shark. I'll be there in 20, I say, already reaching for one of Ares' designer jackets, the costume I wear to play the golden boy. The drive to campus is quick, but it gives me time to slip fully into character. Ares doesn't grip the steering wheel until his knuckles whiten. He doesn't check his mirrors for tails, doesn't imagine creative ways to make his stepsister scream. Stop thinking about her. The mill house looms ahead, one of those pretentious Victorian mansions converted into student housing for the wealthy elite. Ares lived here for 4 years while I rotted in a padded room. The contrast isn't lost on me, and I wrangle my emotions before I exit the car. Lee's waiting on the front steps, concern etched into his features. He's been my brother's best friend since freshman year. Now he's technically mine. He just doesn't know it. "You look like shit," he greets me as I approach. Coming from anyone else, it would trigger a violent episode. But Lee's genuine worry comes from a place of kindness, of care, and it makes my chest ache because he's the first person to show he gives a fuck about me, even if he doesn't know I'm not Ares. "Thanks," I manage Ares' self-deprecating smile. "Been a rough few weeks." "Yeah, no kidding. After the whole ballroom scene, you basically disappeared." "Just needed some space." It's a vague response, but good enough. Slipping past him, I head inside. The house smells like privilege, old wood, expensive carpet, legacy. This could have been mine, should have been mine. I can sense Lee's presence behind me, lingering like a ghost as I walk up the stairs and head into Ares' room. "You know I'm not mad about what happened, right? Bros before—" "It's whatever, man." I cut him off. The thing with Salem was nothing but a game. I had intentions of using her against him, of hurting him, of fucking Ares over by alienating all of his friends. But then I witnessed Lee spiraling, and I knew I couldn't go through with it. He showed me he gave a shit when no one else had, so I showed him mercy in return. "Really, no hard feelings. It's ancient history." The room is exactly as I saw it in photos during my surveillance, exactly as I leave it every time I have to make an appearance here. Everything perfectly Ares, organized, tasteful, controlled. The life I should have had. Time to dismantle it, piece by piece. "I hope you don't take this the wrong way, but I feel like there's something different about you," Lee confesses, leaning against the doorframe as I rummage through the drawers. Different is an understatement. If only you knew the truth. I grant non-committally and focus on maintaining Ares' precise movements while packing. My brother folds everything perfectly, even when in a rush. One of his many irritating habits that I've had to adopt. "Is something going on that I don't know about?" Lee asks. "No." The response is sharper than Ares would say it. I catch myself and soften my tone. "Nothing going on. I'm just rearranging priorities, trying to figure out what I want to do with my life." Lee's concern is worn proudly, and it makes my skin itch. No one's worried about me like this since before the boathouse. Before Ares proved loyalty to your family meant nothing. I disappear inside the closet, grab a duffel bag, and return to the bed. Then I start filling it with the essentials. Ares' belongings mean shit to me, but I can't blow my cover. Not yet. I can sense Lee watching my every move. He's more intuitive than people give him credit for. When I glance back at the desk, my eyes catch on something. A photograph tucked into the drawer. I reach over and pull it out. My eyes scan the picture. It's Lillian at some charity event, looking directly at the camera with those perceptive blue eyes. The perfect daughter, innocent and fragile. A delicate flower that I intend to rip out of the fucking ground. Rage simmers just beneath the surface, and I barely contain it, my fingers tightening on the edge of the photo. He got everything, while I rotted in that place. I grit my teeth and toss the photo in the bag. I snatched the shoebox out of the closet and dumped the contents in the bag. Paper crinkling makes me pause, and I risk a glance at Lee, but he's not watching my packing anymore. Newspaper clippings. It's headlines about the tragic accident that took place at the Hayes family boathouse. I skim the carefully crafted story they wrote about me, a troubled teen who was sent away for mental health treatment. How could they so easily reduce my life to carefully worded lies? I shoved them into my pocket. Look, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I know something is going on. Maybe you're afraid to tell me or aren't ready to talk about it. I don't fucking know. What I do know is that you're lying to me, and I don't like it. Lee pushes off the doorframe, moving closer. First you ghost everyone, then you stop answering calls and text messages. I mean, you can't even bother to hang out with me anymore, and now you're just, leaving? If he knew that I was only playing the role of best friend while his real best friend is stowed away in a cell at the warehouse, would he be pushing so hard to befriend me? I won't lie, it feels like I don't even know you anymore. That's because you never did. Maybe I'm finally choosing to grow up. I continue packing, adding some of Aries' designer clothes to maintain appearances. I'm not leaving. I'm just taking a break from campus life. We can't live at the mill forever. Plus, I need to focus my attention on the family business. That's bullshit. I paused at the venom coating Lee's words. It's well known that you hate the family business. For fuck's sake, you spent all last semester talking about your plans to break away from it and how you plan to get out from underneath your father's thumb. He's right. According to my research, Aries had been planning to reject father's company position. Another way my twin tried to distance himself from our family's sins. Stupidly, I find myself wanting to explain, to tell Lee the truth, not because it would hurt Aries, though it would, but because a small part of me craves being honest with the first person who's shown me real friendship. It's a fleeting thought. No point in explaining myself and putting the plan further at risk. It's bad enough that Lillian knows what she knows. Gritting my teeth, I zipped the bag closed and turned to him, forcing a smile onto my face that doesn't feel even a little real. Weren't you the one to tell me that people change? Maybe I have too. Maybe this is me trying something new, trying to change. Yeah, Lee says quietly. People change, but this isn't you changing. I know it. You're my best friend. This feels like you're surrendering, like you're giving up. The newspaper clippings crackle in my pocket as I move around the room. 10 years of carefully constructed lies, printed in black and white. Local teen hospitalized after boating accident. They didn't even use my name, just the Hayes youth. It's almost like I was already being erased. Fuck them. All of them. I remember that day with perfect clarity, and I guess most people would. The day their life ended. The flare gun in Aries' hand, the look of panic on his face when it went wrong, the split-second decision I made to step forward and take the blame, not out of brotherhood or love, but because I thought it would finally make them see me, acknowledge me. Instead, they saw an opportunity to solve their problem child situation permanently. I'd spent so long trying to be seen, trying to get them to understand me, that I never realized how much space they had put between Aries and me. They were preparing him to be the golden child long before they removed me from the picture. I'm here for you, man. You're my best friend. Lee's voice slices through the memories, pulling me back to the present. You can be my best friend and allow me to live my life. I'm not giving up. I'm exploring my options. Your options? Lee's voice carries a note of apprehension with it. Have I blown my cover already? Do you hear yourself right now? Working for your father was never an option, Aries. Everything is an option. I was just trying to decide. Lee shakes his head, but hope shines in his eyes. Is this about Lillian? I saw you two at the party together. She was here last night. The blood in my veins turns to ice while I try to keep my voice nonchalant. What about her? Lee shifts uncomfortably. Are we still playing this game? Really? After all this time? I've seen how you look at her, the way you danced with her. Words spread like wildfire around here. Fuck. My performance as Aries at the party drew more attention than I intended, all because I couldn't resist touching her, marking her as different from the rest of the Hayes family's rot. Okay, she's my stepsister, I say, forcing dismissal into my voice. And your point is, you're only related through marriage, not blood. Dancing with someone doesn't mean I'm fucking them. It doesn't mean you aren't either. He winks. Drop it, Lee. And this time I let some of my real voice seep through, the tone that makes orderlies step back and doctors reach for sedatives. He raises his hand in surrender, but his eyes narrow, like he sees something that he wants to investigate or ask about. No need to be defensive. All I'm saying is you look at her differently than you have any other girl, like she's a prize to be earned and not some fuck toy. Again, if only I could spill the truth to him, but I can't. I need to finish this and get out before I slip up any further. Lillian is nothing to me, not outside of being my stepsister. I lie, feeling this strange possessiveness to keep what she might or might not be to Aries and me a secret. Sure, whatever you say. He rolls his eyes and then continues on to something else. I meant to tell you but didn't get the chance. Your parents called me. They're worried you're spiraling again, thinking about what happened. They called you? My voice is definitely not Aries's now. It's darker, harder. Lee steps closer, standing in front of me now with worry in his eyes. Yeah, last week. Said you've been talking about your brother again, the one who died. I cut him off, and a bitter laugh escapes my throat. The troubled twin they sent away for everyone's good? Is that what they told you? I close my eyes against the memory. I'm trying to spend as little time with Patricia and Richard as possible, but that fucking house is where I'm going to get the most answers, and I always have to go when summoned. Patricia, vapid, stupid even, only concerned with her status, brushed me off when I showed up at the house. Once we were all settled in Richard's office, I casually mentioned dropping flowers off at Arson's grave, and I swear you could have heard a pin drop in the silence as they both stared at me. Aries? Lee steps forward, then stops as I turn to face him fully. You're starting to scare me, man. Good. He should be scared. They all should be. I'm this way because of them. Think of your plans, of the time, bargaining, of the energy spent getting to where you are. Don't slip up. Don't react. Hey, I'm sorry. I say, smoothing my voice back to my brother's careful tones. I'm just stressed about all the up-and-coming changes. I know he doesn't believe me. I can see it in his eyes. He's caught a glimpse of the real me, the version that doesn't match his best friend's behavior. I should get going, I say, shouldering the duffel bag. I have a meeting with my father to prepare for the company position. The lie tastes bitter, another piece of the life they gave Ares while locking me away. Lee's scrutiny is becoming dangerous, making me want impossible things, like genuine friendship, like someone knowing who I really am. Since when do you call him father? Lee blocks the doorway, his features twisting with a mixture of disgust and confusion. You've called him Richard since the day he tried to buy your silence about those illegal imports. Fuck. Another detail I missed in my research. Move, I demand, and this time I don't bother hiding my real voice. No. Lee stands his ground, loyalty to his friend overriding his instincts. Not until you tell me what's really going on. Is someone threatening you? Is it about what happened with... Snapping, I grab him by the shirt and slam him against the doorframe. For one fractured moment, I let him see me, really see me. Not Ares with his careful control, but arson with a decade of pent-up rage and pain. I said, move. His gaze widens as realization dawns on him. I'm the stranger who looks just like his best friend, but isn't. You're not, he starts, but then stops, like he's thought better of it. I release him, smoothing his shirt with Ares' habitual gesture. I'm not what? He swallows hard, self-preservation warring with loyalty. Nothing. Just call me, okay? If you need anything. In another life, this kind of friendship might have saved me, might have made me something other than the monster I am today. Goodbye, Lee, I say softly, letting him hear the finality in it. I brush past him, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I hope he doesn't think he can save me or him. By the time anyone acts on their suspicions, it'll be too late. There is no saving Ares, just as there is no saving me. Once outside, a strange emotion settles deep into the dark crevices of my chest. For a few months, I had what Ares always took for granted, a true friend, someone who gave a shit if I lived or died. There's no way to lie to myself. I'll miss having Lee as a friend, miss having him as someone who gave a shit about me when no one else did. After acknowledging the thoughts, I shove them deep into the box of feelings I keep locked tight. Sentiment is weakness. Friends are a liability. The only thing that matters right now is revenge. It's time to put my plan into motion, starting with sweet, innocent Lillian. Time to find out why she decided to pay me a visit last night. Chapter 11. Arson. Her dorm room is easy to locate. 3rd floor, east wing, 2nd window from the end. I've memorized every detail of Lillian's schedule over the past few weeks, when she attends classes, which dining hall she prefers, and which path she takes back to her building in the evening. Tonight, I watch her through binoculars from the parking lot as she moves around her room, silhouetted against the thin curtains. She's completely unaware of my presence, of how vulnerable she truly is. The knowledge sends a thrill through me, not just of power, but something darker, more primal. The campus is quiet at this hour. Most students are either asleep or holed up in the library, cramming for midterms. A security guard passes by on his rounds, a flashlight beam sweeping lazily across the grounds. I sink deeper into the shadows, patience perfected through years of institutional survival. The guard continues, oblivious to my presence, just like all the orderlies who thought their routines were unpredictable. From my vantage point, I track her movements as she prepares for bed. Her silhouette pauses by the window, and for a heart-stopping second, I think she might see me. I hold my breath, but then she merely draws the curtains tighter and continues her nighttime routine. The light in her room finally clicks off at 11:23 p.m. I wait another 30 minutes, ensuring she's fallen asleep before going inside. The night air is crisp against my skin as I move across the quad, keeping to the shadows between street lamps. Every sense is heightened, the sound of distant laughter from another dorm, the smell of fallen leaves, and the weight of the lockpicks in my pocket. This hypervigilance is familiar, comforting even. In the institution, awareness meant survival. Here, it means control. Campus security is laughably easy to evade. The dormitory's electronic locks take seconds to bypass with the equipment I've brought. A swipe of a cloned access card and I'm in. The lobby is deserted, the night attendant nodding off behind the desk. I use the service stairwell rather than the elevator, less risk of encountering students returning from late-night study sessions. Within minutes, I reach her floor. The carpet muffles my footsteps as I count doors, memorizing the layout for future reference. I pause at the sound of a door opening farther down the hall, pressing myself against the wall until whoever it is returns to their room. Amateur. If they knew what lurked in their hallway, they wouldn't be so casual about midnight snack runs. Lillian's door requires a more delicate touch, can't leave evidence of forced entry. The lockpick slides in smoothly, tumblers clicking into place with practical precision. It's a skill I learned during my 3rd year in the institution, when I needed access to medication storage. The memory brings a bitter taste to my mouth, which I swallow down as I ease the door open. The scent of vanilla and clean laundry fills my nose when I step inside. My eyes adjust quickly to the darkness, scanning the space until they land on her bed. The dim glow from her alarm clock casts blue shadows across her sleeping form, highlighting the curve of her hip and the delicate arch of her neck. She's asleep, curled on her side, one arm flung above her head in unconscious vulnerability. The thin sheet covering her has slipped down, revealing smooth legs and the curve of her hip. Her face is softer in sleep, younger somehow, the tension she carries when awake completely absent. Without the sharp intelligence in her eyes, the calculating observation, she looks almost innocent. Almost. Her breathing fills the room, steady, soft, completely unaware of the predator standing at the foot of her bed. I could do whatever I want to her right now, take anything. The power of that knowledge is intoxicating. I shouldn't care about these details. I should focus on the mission, on finding what she took from Aries' room. Instead, I'm fixated on the sight of her chest rising and falling with each breath, lips gently parted, hair splayed across the pillow like liquid gold. As she shifts in her sleep, the sheet slides lower, revealing the edge of white cotton panties against her skin. My body responds immediately, hardening painfully against the confines of my jeans. I want to touch her, want to slide my hand up that exposed thigh until I reach the edge of her panties. Want to feel her heat against my palm. Stop. Focus. The institution taught me control above all else. During my time there, I learned to compartmentalize desires and channel them into something more useful. That discipline reasserts itself now, cooling the heat in my blood and allowing me to redirect my focus to the task at hand. With effort, I tear my gaze away, forcing myself to search the room systematically. Desk first, I rifle through drawers, careful to replace everything exactly as I found it. Each movement is precise, leaving no trace of my presence. Her laptop is password protected. No time to crack it now, though I make a mental note of the brand and model for future reference. The closet yields nothing but neatly arranged clothes and shoes, more organization than I would have expected from a college student. Then the bookshelf. They say books are a portal to a person's mind, and I believe that. Its contents reveal more about her than perhaps she realizes. Medical textbooks rest alongside Russian literature. Self-defense manuals hide behind romantic novels. The complexity of her tastes both surprises and intrigues me. I check beneath the bed. Nothing but storage containers filled with seasonal clothing and a first aid kit more extensive than standard issue. Of course she would be prepared. Of course she would have contingencies. Where would she hide the stuff she stole from me? Where would I hide it? I pause, eyes lingering on her sleeping form again. What would her reaction be if she knew how close to the monster she was right this second? She murmurs something in her sleep, legs stretching out before curling back. The answer comes to me instantly. Closest to her, where she'd feel secure. Moving to her bedside table, I carefully slide open the drawer. The slides make the faintest whisper, and I freeze, watching her face for any sign of wakefulness. Nothing. Her breathing remains steady and untroubled. Inside, concealed beneath a novel, lies the USB drive I've been searching for, along with a small notebook and a watch that used to be in Aries' closet. I snatch them all up. If she took these other two things, then they mean something to her. Now I need to know if she got into that drive, and what she knows. The journal's leather binding is worn, and the pages are dog-eared from frequent reading. The watch gleams in the dim light, expensive and untouched, and the USB drive, small, innocuous, potentially devastating. But as I prepare to switch off my emotions, to shove down the softness I feel for her, something stops me. A realization that settles like ice in my veins. This was too easy. She wanted me to find these and confirm my identity. Clever girl. This was a test. She's been playing her own game all along, testing theories and gathering evidence. The knowledge that she's been manipulating me, however subtly, enrages me. I can't let this pass without consequence. Without teaching her exactly who she's dealing with, I'll have answers and a lesson at the same time. I move to the bed, settling my weight on the mattress beside her sleeping form. Quickly, I stuff the restolen goods into my cargo pants pocket so my hands are free. The springs creak slightly under my weight, but she doesn't stir. Up close, I can see the faint scatter of freckles across the bridge of her nose, the slight furrow between her brows, even in sleep. What does she dream about? Does she dream of him? Of me? When she finally learns the truth, who will she want? She stirs slightly, murmuring something unintelligible. For a moment, I simply watch her, memorizing the curve of her cheek, the flush of her skin in sleep. Then I strike. My hand clamps firmly over her mouth, careful to allow enough space for breathing through her nose. My other arm pins her shoulders to the mattress. Her eyes fly open instantly, confusion transforming to recognition, and then fear in rapid succession. She struggles against my hold, body bucking beneath mine as I shift to straddle her, using my weight to subdue without harming. The last thing I need is to trigger a heart episode, though part of me wonders if her condition is as severe as her family makes it out to be. There's too much strength in her resistance, too much fire. I lean close, my lips brushing against her ear. "Is this what you wanted?" I whisper, feeling her shiver beneath me. "Breaking into my room, stealing my things? Were you hoping I'd come for you like this?" Her breathing accelerates, chest rising and falling rapidly against mine. I ease the pressure on her mouth slightly, allowing her to speak if she chooses. She remains silent, eyes wide and wary. But there's something else there, too, a flicker of excitement she can't quite hide. "You think you're clever," I continue, licking a slow line up the column of her throat, tasting salt and fear and desire. She whimpers, the sound vibrating against my lips. "Think you can play detective without consequences?" I hold up the USB drive where she can see it, watching recognition dawn in her eyes. Her pupils dilate with fear or arousal. It's impossible to tell. Maybe both. It's sick and twisted at the excitement that realization gives me. The thin barrier of her nightshirt does nothing to hide the rapid beat of her heart against my chest, or the warmth of her body beneath mine. I can see the tight pucker of her nipples straining against the cotton. I want to suck them into my mouth, taste her, see if she's as forbidden as Ares thinks. Slowly, deliberately, I lower my head to the junction of her neck and shoulder, teeth grazing her pulse point. I feel it jump under my touch, a rabbit caught in a snare. "Did you look at the USB?" She whimpers, and I nip slightly and angle my hips. It's a dangerous game, but it's obvious how much she wants me. Him. And I can use that to my advantage. "I'm only going to ask you one more time. Did you look at the USB drive?" She swallows so hard I feel it against my lips. "No, I couldn't get through the password." My lips hover over her pulse. Why should I believe you? She wants to speak, but hesitates. When she finally finds her voice, it's softer and tentative. Her eyes search mine like she's trying to understand something bigger. "If you just talk to me," she adds, voice trembling, "I could help you. I know something's wrong. I just don't know what. What are you hiding, Ares?" I freeze. The question isn't a challenge. It's curiosity drenched in concern. She doesn't know who I am, but if she did, I doubt she would be offering me such help. I told myself I would make a point and leave. Now I'm contemplating my next move. What would she give if I asked? How far would she go to feel useful, to feel trusted? My control snaps, and the temptation to ruin another piece of my brother's perfect life overwhelms me. "You want to help? What are you willing to do to gain access to my secrets?" I don't know. Whatever it takes, I will help however I can. I tilt my head to the side and inspect her delicate features. However you can. Yes. The word is a whisper escaping her lips, and I'm tempted to kiss those lips, to devour her from the inside out. Then prove it. Her brow furrows with confusion. How? I smile. Through obedience. Show me I can trust you. Prove yourself to me. Okay, she agrees without knowing what she is agreeing to. So innocent, yet stupid at the same time. Get on your knees. She blinks. What? I lift myself off her, letting her up. Knees. Now. She doesn't move. Not right away. Her eyes dart between mine and the USB still in my hand. What am I proving to you by being on my knees? That you can follow directions, that you aren't afraid of the unknown, that you're willing to do anything, no questions asked. I anticipate her pushing back, or at least telling me no, but she shocks the hell out of me when she licks her lips and instead asks a question. What do you want me to do? Accept your punishment. Even in the dim lighting, I can see the slight pink in her cheeks. I've never done this before. Oh, I know, I say, unbuckling my belt slowly. Nothing thrills me more than the fact that I get to be your first. What am I thinking? I should get the fuck out of here. But the thought is no longer an option in my mind. Wait, I don't... Fear and lust swirl together in the depths of her blue eyes. You said you wanted to help, said you want to prove yourself to me, and now you're backpedaling. Which is it? Do you want to prove yourself to me, or would you rather remain hidden in the dark? Her eyes flash with defiance, and I know I have her right where I want her. She wants to prove herself to him, to me, more than anything. Tick-tock. I purse my lips and stare down at her. My brother might have found her first, but she belongs to me now. It doesn't matter if she's aware of it or not. What's it going to be? She hesitates just for a second. That second tells me everything. She's afraid, torn, unsure. Slowly, with trembling legs, she lowers herself to the floor. She's a girl stepping into the fire, knowing it'll burn and needing to feel it anyway. Good girl. The sight of her down there, knees pressed together, eyes wide, mouth slightly parted, lights something low and electric in my gut. I feel it in the base of my spine, a slow, tight coil winding inward, anticipation darkening into hunger. I should take a breath and rein myself in, but I don't. I reach down, drag the waistband of my boxers down just enough, and let my cock spring free. The cool air brushes the head, sending a jolt through me. I'm already hard, too hard, thick and heavy, pulsing with the weight of what's about to happen. I wrap a hand around myself and stroke, slow, deliberate, once, twice, dragging my palm over the crown to spread the leaking pre-cum. She watches every motion, transfixed, her lips parting a fraction wider. Are you scared? I murmur. Not scared, she whispers. I want to understand. I want you to trust me. That word, trust, lands like a knife between my ribs. She doesn't know the sick, twisted truth that I'm someone she will never reach. When she finds out who I am and what she let me do to her body, she'll be so ashamed. Then prove yourself, I say softly. Open your mouth. There's a tremble in her lips as they part, and I feel my cock twitch in response. My body is thrumming with power, with control, with the sick satisfaction of knowing she has no idea what she's giving away right now. I guide the head of my cock to her lips and smear it across them, watching it glisten. I thumb her cheek once. This is what punishment looks like, I murmur. Not rage, ruin. I push in slowly. The heat of her mouth hits me like a blow. Wet, warm, velvet tight. My jaw flexes. Muscles along my spine tighten. My hips twitch forward on their own. She gags almost instantly, pulling back with a wet, messy cough. I growl and catch her hair in my fist. Not roughly. No, I don't want to crush. Not yet. I didn't say stop. I guide her back and slide in again, deeper this time, feeling her throat flutter in protest. My cock pulses inside her mouth, thick with the blood pounding through me. I can feel the tension rising, low in my gut, crawling up my back, flooding every nerve with heat. She gags again, eyes watering. Spit drips down her chin, soaking the front of her nightshirt. Her hands claw weakly at my thighs, not to escape, but to ground herself, to hold on. Feel that? I grind out, voice strained. That ache in your throat, that sting in your eyes. That's what it feels like to be caught. Her moan is soft, wet, muffled around my length, and it nearly unhinges me. I feel it in my stomach, in my thighs, in the way my balls tighten painfully. Somehow she can feel it too, and she opens her mouth wider, taking more of my length into her warm, wet mouth. Spasming around me again, I hiss through my teeth as the sensations ripple through me. My abs flex involuntarily, and I have to fight not to thrust harder. Not yet. You said you wanted to help, I rasp. Prove it. It doesn't take long to build a rhythm of slow, shallow thrusts to start. Lillian is a beautiful, chaotic mess. Tears spill from her lashes in thick, glistening streaks. Her cheeks are flushed a deep, mottled pink, blotchy from crying, from choking, from the overwhelming humiliation of it all. Spit slicks her chin, dripping onto her throat, catching at the collar of her thin nightshirt. Her lips are stretched wide and raw, swollen from use, glistening with saliva and pre-cum, red, glossy, obscene. She looks ruined, shattered, perfect. Her chest rises and falls in uneven bursts, the fabric of her shirt damp and clinging. Her hands claw at my thighs, not in protest, but for balance as her throat tightens again, struggling to keep up. And my body, my body is strung so tight I feel like I'll snap in half. The muscles in my stomach coil, every muscle rigid. My cock pulses, twitching at the sheer visual of her on her knees, eyes red and watery, mouth ruined by me. Sweat slicks my spine. My jaw grinds as I fight the urge to grab her by the back of the neck and take what I want, harder, deeper. There's no way to describe how her tongue flattens and the way her throat moves when I hit the back of it. She chokes again, violently, her body tensing as her breath catches. It's chaos, carnal, punishment laced with pleasure. She's a portrait of shame, dripping, gasping, trembling, and it only makes me harder. "Fuck, you feel that?" I whisper. "That's what surrender tastes like." Every part of me is raw, my skin hypersensitive, my cock throbbing with a savage need to finish in her mouth, to mark her where no one else ever has. "God, look at you," I breathe. "You're wrecked already." Something inside me snaps, and I grab her by the throat, not to stop her breathing, but to feel it, to feel me inside her. With my fingers wrapped tight around the delicate column of her neck, I thrust forward again. There it is. The pressure, the stretch, the way her flesh shifts around the shape of my cock buried in her throat. Fuck yes. Her hands paw at my legs at the sudden change in depth, and I can feel the racing of her heart beneath my palm. "You're not going anywhere," I whisper, low and cruel. "You made your choice when you got on your knees. This is your lesson now." I start to thrust harder and rougher. We're past the point of mercy. Her throat tightens again and again, and I can feel it every time under my hand. Tight, hot, trembling, soft, muffled, almost pleading sounds escape her. The sound makes me harder. "Look at you," I snarl, slamming deeper into her throat. "You're terrified, and you're still letting me fuck your mouth." But even through the fear, even through the tears, she opens again, like her body's made its decision, even if her mind hasn't caught up. "You want to take from me," I rasp, tightening my grip just slightly, just enough to make her gasp, just enough to remind her who she belongs to. "You want to steal? Lie, fucking snoop." I drive forward again, relentless, hips snapping with sharp, punishing thrusts as I use her mouth, use her throat, use her as the fucking consequence. "You want answers?" I growl. "Here's your fucking answer." Her throat closes tight, milking me, choking around me, and that's all it takes for me to lose control. Balls tightening, spine locked in place, a snarl that's more animal than human rips from my throat as I explode. The heat of release is blinding, the kind that cracks behind the eyes. I feel it in her neck as her throat swallows, clenches, takes. My body is shaking with it, legs rigid, stomach spasming as I keep her there, pulsing into her until I'm drained and twitching. "Swallow it," I grit out. "Every last fucking drop. Keep it. Carry it." When I finally release my hold on her hair, her throat, her mouth, she falls back onto her heels like a puppet with cut strings. Her breath comes in broken gasps, and I've never seen something so fucking beautiful. Her lips part, but no sound comes out. I crouch down, thumb swiping a thick line of spit and cum from her chin, smearing it across her cheekbone like war paint. "You offered to help," I whisper. "Now you know what that means." I'm tempted to pick her up and put her back in the bed, but I remind myself that this was a punishment. It was psychological warfare. Fighting against the compelling need to care for her, I put my softening cock back into my boxers and clean myself up. The look on her face as I slip out the door stays with me. Fear mingled with fascination, confusion with desire. I already know that she won't stop pursuing this. At least I've regained some measure of control over the situation. I move through the darkened hallway with renewed purpose, retracing my steps to the stairwell. The night attendant is still asleep, as oblivious to my exit as he was to my entrance. Outside, the campus is silent, street lamps casting pools of light that I easily avoid. In my car, I examine the recovered treasures. The journal will need careful study. What secrets of Ares's does it contain? What has he written about her? About me? The watch is meaningless except as a symbol, a token of her affection that he kept but never wore. And the USB drive, this will require immediate attention. Satisfaction settles deep in my chest. For the first time since she complicated my carefully laid plans, I feel like something has finally gone right. I've reclaimed control of the narrative and reminded her of the power dynamic between us. There's only one problem. Even as I tell myself I'm in control, her scent lingers on my skin. The warmth of her wet mouth haunts me, and a treacherous thought forms. In punishing her, have I also punished myself? In trying to scare her away, have I only made her more curious, in turn dragging her deeper into the darkness? I guess there's only one way to find out.
Chapter 12. Lillian. The two cars in front of me continue driving as I pull over to the side of the road and kill the headlights. Darkness surrounds me, and with it comes a sudden rush of fear. I should go back to the dorm. I have no right to know or try to understand what is going on with Ares. I mean, up until last week, he had forgotten I existed. Now we are in this twisted game of cat and mouse, and I sure as hell don't plan on being the mouse. Hell, I can still taste him in the back of my throat and feel the way he used me. I'm scared. No. Yes, I'm scared of him doing that to me again. Even as I think about it, I can't get myself fully into the lie. It hurt. It felt good. Damn it. Even if it's the only way to get him, I want it. Yet no matter how much I try to talk myself out of it, I can't make myself turn the car around. The warehouse district looms ahead, abandoned buildings with broken windows standing alongside still-functioning facilities. He turns off the road and into a lot beside what used to be North Star Pharmaceuticals. I wait for 5 minutes. 5 minutes feels like a million years. Then I flip my headlights on and start driving. I turn into the industrial park and drive past the building, parking 2 blocks away behind a defunct shipping company. Years of moving silently through our house to avoid unwanted concern have made me stealthier than anyone would guess. I've learned to regulate my breathing, to place each foot carefully in front of the other, and become invisible in plain sight. I pull the lapels of my jacket tighter around my face to protect myself against the cool night air. Then I slide out of the car, my legs shaky. The evening air carries with it the scent of rust and abandonment. In the distance, I hear the occasional car passing by on the highway. But here, in this parking lot, it's eerily quiet. Each step I take is slow and easy. I try not to notice the way my pulse quickens as the building comes into view. It's not the erratic rhythm my doctors always warn about, but the controlled tempo of someone who knows exactly what they're doing. For once, I'm not following doctor's orders or my parents' expectations. Something about this moment is so exhilarating that for one fleeting second, I don't want it to end. The North Star Pharmaceuticals warehouse rises like a shadowed fortress against the darkening sky. Unlike the truly abandoned buildings nearby, this one shows subtle signs of use. Recently cleared loading areas, a security camera disguised as broken, and fresh tire tracks in the gravel. I crouch behind a dumpster and get a good look at what I assume to be the entrance. A square black box outside the door tells me I'll need a code if I plan to get in or out of this place. Whatever the hell this place is. Maybe the reasoning for Ares' disappearance is inside this building. I creep closer, keeping to the shadows. The warehouse is massive, 3 stories of industrial concrete with rows of blacked-out windows. Each is sealed, except for a few on the ground floor that look like they've been recently replaced.
There's no rush. The story will wait. For now, let the music ease your mind and bring you into a calm rhythm. Thank you for being here with us.
The loading dock on the far side looks partially operational, its bay door lowered but not completely closed. Bingo. My way in. A light flickers on inside, visible through a sliver of uncovered window. I spot Aries' silhouette as he moves across the space, purposeful and unhurried. What's the plan now? I'm a terrible stalker because I didn't even think of my next steps. Go inside, you idiot, my brain urges, but I hesitate to move for an instant. What if whatever I find inside changes everything? My fingers close around the inhaler in my pocket, then move to the pepper spray beside it. Both are symbols of different parts of myself. The vulnerable patient and the person I could be if I stopped accepting the limitations others place on me. The real question isn't what I should do. It's who I want to be. The delicate flower my family has cultivated, or someone who takes risks when necessary. Before I can second-guess myself any further, I move toward the loading dock, heart drumming a rhythm of fear and exhilaration in my chest. If I find nothing, I'll leave and reconsider my options. But if I find something... The gap beneath the loading dock door is just wide enough for someone of my slight build to slip through. Sinking down on my stomach, I take a deep breath and slowly army crawl beneath the door and into the unknown. The concrete scrapes my stomach as I squeeze beneath the loading dock door. There's a distinct change in air temperature between the outside and the warehouse. The warehouse air being cooler and carrying an undercurrent of disinfectant. Instinctively, I know this isn't just a random warehouse. I push into a crouching position and cling to the shadows, giving my eyes time to adjust to the dimness. The warehouse stretches before me, cavernous and compartmentalized. Most of it remains industrial storage space, stacked crates, abandoned shelving units, dust-covered equipment. To my left, ancient pharmaceutical machinery looms like sleeping beasts. To my right, rows of empty shelves disappear into darkness. Ahead, a shaft of light cuts across the concrete floor, showing me a route to somewhere deeper inside the building. I move toward the light, keeping one hand against the wall. My footsteps make no sound, a skill perfected through years of midnight wanderings in our home, avoiding the creaking floorboard outside Mother's room. As I advance, the warehouse reveals its secrets. Not a hideout, a home. A strange, compartmentalized home, built within the industrial shell. Is Aries living here? It sure seems that way. But if so, why? The first area I discover confirms this. A kitchen, modern and immaculate, carved out of the warehouse space with temporary walls. Stainless steel appliances gleam under recessed lighting. A coffee cup sits in the sink. There's even a knife block, with professional-grade cutlery resting on the counter. Everything is organized with precision. Cooking implements arranged by size, canned goods labeled and facing forward. A meal plan for the week, magnetized to the refrigerator. My confusion grows, and that strange feeling in my gut festers, eating away at my insides like acid. Warning bells go off in my head, but I ignore them and continue, moving deeper into the space, keeping close to the wall. 20 paces beyond the kitchen, another section emerges from the darkness. A living area, with a leather sofa, television, and bookshelves. I pause at the edge, scanning the titles. Tactical manuals, psychology textbooks, true crime. A dog-eared copy of The Art of War sits prominently on the coffee table. Ahead is a bedroom, and I nearly gasp in shock. It's not just functional, but luxurious. A king-sized bed with black satin sheets, artwork on the walls, abstract, violent splashes of red and black. The room looks nothing like the one at the mill or back home. A large armoire stands open, revealing clothes. Some are those I've seen Aries wear before, while a few others are darker and more utilitarian. Is he a part of some undercover operation? My head moves on a swivel as I take in all the details. I notice a nightstand with a framed photograph. It's turned upside down. Why? That's such an odd thing. Maybe it got knocked over by accident? Curiosity overcomes caution. 3 careful steps and I'm close enough to lift it. The photo shows 2 identical boys, perhaps 7 years old, one arm wrapped around each other's shoulders. Matching faces, matching smiles. Aries and someone else. I don't know what to make of the photograph. All I know is something isn't adding up. I know his brother died, but he was a twin? Wait. I peer closer and I see that these 2 look like the same boys in the picture I found at the mill house. Twins? It can't be true. I set the photo down exactly as I found it, while my mind whirls. The creaking of pipes catches my attention. A shower? Like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car, I freeze. I'll be found if I don't move. The sound came from somewhere deep in the warehouse. Move, Lillian. If he's showering, he'll be heading to the bedroom next. I dart behind the armoire when I hear a set of heavy footsteps approaching. My heartbeat quickens, and I focus my attention on controlling my breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Panic will only trigger an episode, and I can't afford to have one of those right now. I watch between the cracks as Aries enters the room, a towel wrapped around his waist, water droplets gleaming on his skin. A gasp threatens to escape my lips when I see the scars etched into his flesh. Who hurt him? His back is a topography of old wounds, some surgical, others jagged and violent. Evidence of events that I know nothing about. What has Aries been doing? What kind of danger has he put himself in? Logic tells me now is not the time to let my body react to his proximity, but I can't help myself. I stare at him, unable to look away, my gaze moving over every inch of exposed flesh, the curve of his body, the tense set of his muscles, each sculpted from hard work. I ignore the way my core tightens with excitement. He moves to a dresser and pulls out clothes. I sink a little deeper into the shadow of the armoire, calculating the distance to the door. Too far. Any movement would expose me, and I know damn well I wouldn't be able to fight him off. He drops the towel, and I look away, my cheeks burning. When I build up the courage to look again, he's dressed in athletic shorts. My breath catches in my throat at the sight of him. Raw beauty and power. As if he can sense my presence, he tilts his head to the side. His eyes scan the room, passing over my hiding spot once, then twice. I hold my breath, my stomach tightening with anxiety. He's going to find me and tell our parents. I can feel the danger rippling across my skin. Before that can happen, his attention is taken elsewhere. Grabbing his phone off the bed, he peers down at the screen, frowning as if he sees something that has upset him. Before I can wrap my head around it, he's walking out of the room and into another. Where is he going? The sound of a treadmill whirring to life follows a second later. I exhale slowly and count to 30 in my head before tiptoeing from my hiding place. The bedroom exit separates into 2 corridors, one heading toward the sound of the treadmill, and another going a little deeper into the warehouse. The direction I'm going to go is obvious, and it's not near him. I slowly proceed down the hallway, taking measured steps. Motion-activated lights flicker on as I advance, and I notice a security camera that swivels above, its power flashing red. Disabled or fake? Who knows? I guess I don't understand enough of what is going on here for him to need cameras. I'm only a few steps in when on the right I spot another room. There is no door to hide the contents, and I pause in the doorway to investigate what's inside. Electronics, computers, servers, surveillance equipment. Numerous screens display what looks like footage of Aries' dorm, the mansion, and different locations all over campus. Holy fucking shit. It doesn't make sense, though. Who is he watching, and why? This is elaborate and thought out. I need to get as much intel on this place as I can, which means moving slowly with calculation. Ahead is a steel door, the kind used to keep things out. Or in. By the time I reach it, I'm trembling. My gaze catches on the electronic lock with a keypad to the right of the door. It's reinforced, heavier and more secure. There's a small window with plexiglass in it. I have to stand on my tippy toes to see inside, and as I push against the door and peer inside, I'm greeted with darkness. I grab my phone out of my pocket and activate the flashlight at its lowest setting. I don't believe all that's on the other side of that door is darkness. One quick look, then I'll leave. I press my face to the window, shining the light into the blackness. The beam catches on an object. Scratch that. It's definitely a person. They're huddled in the corner of a makeshift cell. Sweat beads against my brow and I stare intently at the person. Oh God. Did Aries kidnap someone? Male? Thin? Head down on drawn-up knees. Then it happens. He lifts his face toward the unexpected light and squints. Despite the beard, the hollowed cheeks, and the dark circles under his eyes, I'd know him anywhere. Aries. I don't understand. If Aries was in the shower and now on the treadmill, then how can the man inside this cell be him as well? The puzzle pieces in my mind start to come together. The photo, brothers, twins. Oh God. I gave my first BJ to Aries' twin. The man I've been stalking isn't Aries. This is Aries, the man in this cell. I can feel it. In my heart, in the depths of my stomach. Our eyes meet through the glass, and he blinks before shock and horror fills his eyes. He mouths something urgently, what looks like run or go, then shakes his head violently. In the distance, I notice the treadmill's whirring abruptly stops. It's a warning, the sign telling me that it's time to go. I look back through the glass. The face I've known since childhood stares back at me, transformed by captivity. Aries' usually perfect hair is matted and dirty. I press my palm against the glass in a silent acknowledgement. He mirrors the gesture from inside, his own hand trembling. Questions flood my mind. How long has he been here? The cell is sparse. A cot, a toilet in the corner, a water bottle beside a half-eaten meal. No windows except this viewing portal. No visible way out except the heavy door with its electronic lock. He's trapped. He mouths words I can't quite understand, but his desperation is clear. He points at me, then toward the exit, making a shooing motion. Leave. Now. Fuck. I should go. Logically, I know this. But abandoning him feels impossible now that I know he's here. The real Ares is imprisoned, while an imposter walks free, wearing his life like a costume. I hold up my phone, showing it to him through the glass. The blood drains from his face, making his ghostly complexion pasty. He gives his head a violent shake. No calling for help? No police? I don't understand. He moves sluggishly toward the window, cupping his hands around his eyes so he can see me better. My eyes are glued to his lips, and the words that he speaks slowly so I can understand them.
He's dangerous.
A pause.
My brother.
Brother? Ares sees understanding dawn on my face. He nods grimly, then continues his silent communication.
Get out. Don't tell anyone.
Don't tell anyone? How can I not? His twin brother, a twin none of us knew existed, has him locked in a cell while perfectly impersonating him on the outside world. This isn't just kidnapping. It's identity theft on an unimaginable scale. I think about it for a minute. Does Mother know? Obviously, Richard had to know he had 2 sons. But does he know the second is alive? I try to communicate back, mouthing, "Who is he?" while making a questioning gesture. Ares glances nervously down the hallway behind me. His lips form a single name.
Arson.
Arson. Like destruction. Like fire. A chill runs down my spine. What a fitting name. He continues,
He'll hurt you.
His eyes carry a level of urgency that cuts through my senses. Whatever history exists between these brothers, Ares genuinely fears for my safety. He presses his hand against the glass again, his expression soft, almost tender, an emotion I've never seen from him before.
Please go.
A booming sound echoes down the hall, coming from the direction of the treadmill, the clatter of a water bottle falling or equipment being moved. It doesn't matter, because whatever it is, Ares senses my fear. Panic flashes in his eyes.
Run!
And this time, I don't hesitate. I run.
Chapter 13. Ares. The cell door comes crashing open, filling the darkness with light. I pop one eye open and regret it immediately. Too bright. Before I can fully wake up, I'm being hauled out of bed by my shirt and slammed against the nearest wall. Air seeps from my lungs upon impact. After months of this, you'd think I would be used to the pain, but I'm not. What did you tell her? My own face hovers inches from mine, twin to twin, mirror to mirror, except for the rage distorting his features. What the fuck did you say to her? What is he talking about? I blink, trying to orient myself. Arson rarely enters my cell, preferring to taunt me from the doorway, maintaining physical distance as if proximity might reveal the differences between us. What are you talking about? My voice is rough from disuse. Days blend in this windowless cell. My only measure of time is his irregular visits. Clearly, my response isn't good enough as his grip on me tightens. The fabric of the t-shirt cuts into my throat as he twists it in his fist. Don't play stupid with me, Lillian. She was here. Oh, God. Panic presses in from all sides of my brain. Lillian? Here? Impossible. There is no way she found this place. No way. Then it hits me. The dream I had. What if it wasn't a dream? What if she was really here? I don't know what you're talking about. I lie, fighting to keep my expression neutral despite my fear. No one's been here except you. Arson studies me for a moment, his eyes narrowed. Without warning, he releases me and takes a step back. I slide down the wall, my legs too weak to support me after days of confinement and minimal food. Even after all these years, you aren't any better at lying than when we were kids. He pulls out a phone from his back pocket, tapping the screen before turning it toward me. Security footage. I just reviewed it. The grainy black and white video shows a small figure at the viewing window. The faint glow of her phone illuminates Lillian's unmistakable profile. The timestamp shows it was less than an hour ago. The angle is strange, capturing her from above and behind. Arson squats down to my level, balanced on the balls of his feet. It's a shame I missed her by minutes. She's good, sneaky little thing. It takes a moment for my sluggish brain to piece it all together. Lillian was here. She knows I'm being held captive. She knows about arson. And that... Fuck me. That puts her in danger. Grave danger. What do you want me to say? I don't know how she figured you out. Maybe you aren't as good at playing me as you think. Arson zooms in on the footage, showing Lillian's hand pressed against the glass, mine matching it from inside. She recognized you? His finger slides across the screen, advancing the video. And this is communication. The footage shows us clearly mouthing words to each other, though the angle makes it impossible to read our lips. What did you tell her? Arson's voice lowers, becoming almost conversational, the calm before violence. I didn't tell her anything. The lie is bitter on my tongue. If I reveal what Lillian means to me, how much I care for her, and what I'm willing to sacrifice for her, Arson will use her as a weapon against me. I can't let that happen. I already fucked up once when he asked me if she was a virgin, and I reacted emotionally. Liar, he growls, and his fist connects with my jaw so quickly I don't have the time to defend myself or duck. My head snaps sideways, the taste of copper flooding my mouth. It's not the first time he's hit me since my captivity began, but there's a new ferocity behind this punch. Try again, he orders, shaking out his hand. This time, don't lie. I spit blood onto the concrete. To run, to get away from you. And did you tell her who I am? He grabs my chin, forcing me to look at him. Yes. His grip tightens painfully. Did you tell her everything? No, I admit. Just your name and that you're my brother. What else? A rush of anger fills my veins, and I can't help myself. This moment has been coming for a while now. I grin at him. How does it feel to want something you can't have? As expected, he hauls off and punches me again. My face throbs, but I smile as more blood fills my mouth. Don't tell me. I don't really give a fuck. I'll get it out of her. No. Fuck. All I told her was that you were dangerous. Arson releases me with a disgusted sound, standing to pace the small cell. For the first time since my capture, I take a moment to look at him, not just with the shock of seeing my reflection come to life, but as someone I once knew who's become a stranger. We're identical, yet at this moment, No one could mistake us for the same person. His body is harder than mine, and his whipcord muscles are built from a different kind of life. Scars I don't have mark his forearms, neck, and disappear beneath his shirt. Though styled like mine when he's playing me, his hair is now pushed back carelessly, revealing a faint line across his temple that I don't recognize. Another scar. All those things can be used to mark differences between us, but it's in his eyes that I see the greatest difference. We share the same hazel color, but in the depths of his gaze is something I've never seen in my own eyes. A void, bottomless and hungry, not emotionless, but containing too many emotions crushed together until they formed something dense and dangerous, like coal compressed into a diamond. "Why the fuck are you staring at me?" he snaps, pausing in front of me. "I'm still surprised you're here. I never thought you would be free. Never thought I would see you again," I blurt. The words have been building since I first saw his face after being taken. They couldn't keep me confined to that place. I wasn't ever meant to be there anyway. I don't miss the intentional dig. He took the blame that night in my place, and I stood by and let him. I didn't speak up, didn't try to stop them. They had a funeral for you, told everyone you died in the institution. Brain aneurysm. It was a closed casket. We were 16. I remember the day so vividly because even though it was nothing more than a ruse, a way to make arson disappear forever without the risk of anyone asking questions, it felt real, like he really was dead. Arson laughs, and it sounds like breaking glass. I'm not surprised. They would do anything to make certain their secrets are never brought to light, always putting the Hayes family's image first. Barely contained rage simmers just beneath his mask. There's a hollow ache in my chest as I mourn his loss a second time. When we were kids, he couldn't sleep without me in the same room. He even cried when I broke my arm after falling out of the big oak tree, like my pain was his own. Those memories feel like 1,000,000 miles away now. Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? I blink the past away. Like you give a fuck. I don't know. I was just remembering the past when we were kids. We were inseparable. You even cried when I broke my arm. That version of me was weak and naive. It died the night they took me, and no one, not even you, said a word. I didn't understand or see the danger that lay ahead. I won't be so stupid this time. What did they do to you? I ask, because I truly want to know. His expression darkens like ominous storm clouds rolling in. Don't you dare fucking pretend you care about what they did to me. Not after believing their lies for 10 years. Not after living the fucking life you did. The time to give a shit was back then, not now. Not when it's time to pay for your sins. You never looked for me, never questioned them. He crouches suddenly, bringing our faces level again. You just took my place and enjoyed all the privileges that should have been mine. I didn't take your place, I argue, though the lie tastes like ash. They separated us because of the accident. Arson interjects. You mean the one you caused? The memory hits like a physical blow. Age 14, the boathouse, that stupid dare. I was showing off, playing with Father's emergency flares. It all happened so fast. It was never supposed to end like that, and I froze. I took the coward's way out, and Arson stepped forward, taking the blame. I was going to tell them, I say weakly, but Patricia suggested a convenient solution. His voice drops lower, more dangerous. Lock away the troublesome twin, the one who didn't quite fit the mold, the one who made people uncomfortable. Perfect opportunity to solve two problems at once. I shake my head, but the motion feels inadequate against the weight of his accusations. Every single day they strapped me down, he continues, rolling up his sleeve to reveal track marks. Filled me with chemicals until I couldn't remember my own name. Kept me in darkness for days. Starved me. Made me fight for the most basic of things. All because you couldn't own up to your mistake. Each word is a punch to the gut. I remember the weeks after, Patricia orchestrating everything. Father's stern warnings to never mention the incident or my disturbed brother again. The family photos were altered or replaced. My guilt got buried under layers of privilege and denial before Father dragged me to see him that one final time. They said you were dangerous, I whisper, that the accident revealed underlying psychopathic tendencies. Did they mention how convenient that diagnosis was? How easily it explained away any inconvenient truths I might tell? He leans closer, his breath hot against my face. I'm your twin brother. You knew the truth. He shakes his head. Worst of all, you never visited, never wrote, never showed you gave a shit. I thought what? He cuts me off. That I was crazy, dangerous, better locked away? I guess that would seem easier than admitting you were the one who should have been punished. I can't make myself meet his gaze. He's right. I sacrificed him to save myself. The golden child was preserved at the cost of despair. Was it worth it, brother? Arson asks, his voice almost gentle. 10 years of freedom bought with my imprisonment? The worst part is, until this moment, it had been. I'd buried the guilt so deep I almost forgot it existed, almost convinced myself he deserved what happened to him. So this is your plan, to kidnap me and pump me full of chemicals? I ask, dreading the answer. His smile is a cruel thing. Not quite. My plan is a little different. Instead of going straight for the jugular, I'm going to drag it out a bit, show you exactly what 10 years in hell feels like, make you understand what it's like to be isolated, make you watch your precious life crumble all around you while you stand watching. I'm going to be the psychopath they created, because that's all I'll ever be. The threat hangs between us, and all I can think about is Lillian, who's now caught in the crossfire of my decades-old cowardice. You want to destroy the family? I force a shrug, ignoring the ache in my shoulders. Go ahead, burn it all down. I've been trying to distance myself from their corruption anyway. It's partially true. I've spent the past year untangling myself from Father's shadier business dealings, refusing to take the executive position he'd groomed me for. But the casual dismissal is calculated, an attempt to diffuse Arson's revenge by seeming indifferent to its target. Really, Arson circles me slowly, predator assessing prey. The golden child doesn't care if I expose Richard's embezzlement, Patricia's connection to those mysterious charity fund disappearances. I maintain my facade of disinterest in him, though my pulse quickens. Do what you want. They deserve whatever wrath you can bring down on them. He stops in front of me, head tilted. And sweet Lillian? The name slides from his tongue like poison dipped in honey. My chest tightens. What about her? What if she gets destroyed in the process. His smile widens as he awaits my reaction. She's technically a haze now. You've already shown your attachment to her. She seems so fragile. Tell me, is that heart condition of hers real, or just another family manipulation? I suppose it doesn't matter. Anything could kill a weak heart. My carefully constructed indifference shatters. I lunge forward before I can stop myself, weakness forgotten in a surge of protective rage. Don't you fucking touch her! Aaron sidesteps my attack easily, letting me stumble to my knees. His laughter echoes off the concrete walls. There it is, he says, satisfaction dripping from every word. The crack in your armor. Little Lillian, the only innocent one in the family, the one person you actually care about. She has nothing to do with what happened, I spit out, struggling to stand. She wasn't even part of the family then. No, but she's part of it now. He squats down beside me, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. And I saw how she looked at me, thinking I was you. All that longing and repressed desire. Were you even aware of how much she wants you? Or did you know and enjoy keeping her at arm's length, torturing her with what she could never have? I swing at him, a wild punch born of desperation. He catches my fist easily. I'm going to take everything from you, he says softly, starting with her. And the best part, she'll thank me for it. Leave her alone, I growl. She's innocent. No one in this family is innocent. He releases my hand, standing. Except maybe me, before you let them lock me up and toss away the key. Are you going to be able to turn a blind eye to what happens to her? I'll tell her everything, I threaten, pushing myself up despite the dizziness. About the boathouse, about what I did, how I let you take the blame. No, you won't. Arson's confidence infuriates me, because then she'd know what you really are. A coward who sacrificed his own brother to save himself. Is that the version of you she's been pining after all these years? The truth of it hits harder than any physical blow. I've kept Lillian at a distance, not just because she's my stepsister, but because I know how rotten I am at the core. I carry the guilt of what happened every day with me. What if I did something to her, too? Tainted her goodness with my terrible self? She deserves better than either of us, I say. Finally, something we agree on. He pulls out his phone, showing me a photo taken at what must be a recent social event. Lillian is wearing a pale blue dress, looking ethereal and untouchable. But unlike you, I'm not afraid to give her what she wants. A look of dark possession flashes in his eyes. A new kind of fear grips me, not of what he'll do to hurt her, but of how he might twist her feelings and use them against her. She has nothing to do with any of this, I snap, taking a stumbling step forward. Nor is she a pawn in your game. No. His eyebrow rises. Tell me, what is she to you, brother? Because from where I stand, you've been playing with her emotions for years, keeping her close enough to torture her with hope, but far enough away to maintain your pristine image. He pauses for a long moment and then continues. Even as twins, there's always been a subtle difference between us. You've always played it safe and colored inside the lines. But me, I've always been the odd one out. Never good enough, never smart enough. But there's one thing I'm better at than you, and that's taking what I want. Revenge? Got it. Your friends? Got 'em. The girl you've always wanted but have been too much of a coward to claim, soon to be mine. He scrolls through more photos of Lillian, studying in the library and walking across campus, candid moments that suggest extensive surveillance. Sweet Lillian, the girl who sees through my disguise but can't see through yours. Imagine how she'll feel when she learns the truth about her perfect stepbrother. I lunge at him again, driven by something beyond rational thought. Touch her and You'll what? He deflects my attack effortlessly, sending me sprawling across the concrete. Tell someone. No one's looking for you, brother. They all think I'm you, and I'm playing the role perfectly. Even sweet Lillian will come around once she realizes which twin actually deserves her devotion. The implication in his words, the possessive undertone when he speaks of her, makes my blood run cold. She'll never what? Fall for the monster instead of the golden boy? His smile is razor sharp. We'll see about that. After all, she's already sneaking around warehouses to find me. She came looking for me. I correct him, tasting blood in my mouth. Because she knew something was wrong. No, she came because she saw through my performance, because something about me drew her in more than your careful distance ever did. Arson moves toward the door, pausing to look back at me. She's smart, your Lillian, observant. She noticed all the little ways I'm different from you. But instead of running to the police or her parents, she followed me. Interesting choice, don't you think? The implication turns my stomach. She's trying to help me. Is she? He leans against the doorframe, studying me. Or is she intrigued by the version of you that finally showed her attention, the one who danced with her, touched her, made her feel something besides rejection? I struggle to my feet, using the wall for support. You're delusional if you think... I think she's tired of your noble distance and moral high ground. His voice drops lower. I think she's ready for someone who isn't afraid to want her back, and I think watching you suffer while I take the one thing you actually care about will be far more satisfying than any quick revenge. Don't, I manage, hating how it sounds like begging. Destroy me if you want. Expose what happened at the boathouse. Tell everyone what a pathetic piece of shit I am. But leave her out of it. It's too late for that. He straightens, adjusting his clothes, preparing to step back into his role as me. The way you beg for her protection is admirable. I wish you would have given a fuck about me in the same way you give a fuck about her. But I guess blood means shit. Now all of you will suffer the consequences. Don't hurt her because you hate me. Hate? I don't hate you, brother. I despise you, he snarls, and I'm going to prove it. You might feel guilty for the part you played in my silent death, but that's not good enough for me. That doesn't satisfy me. I want your pain, your tears, your fear, and your worries. And it appears the only thing you care about more than yourself is her. By the time I'm done with her, you'll wish it was you I was hurting, because I'm going to make it hurt, Ares, and the best part is that I'm going to make you watch. Arson, I start, but he cuts me off. Enjoy your solitude. I have a date with destiny. His smile is pure malice, or should I say with Lillian. The door slams shut, and I'm left with nothing but the silence and my thoughts. I slide down the wall, legs giving out as the full weight of what I've done presses down on me. 10 years ago, I let them lock away my brother to save myself. Now Lillian will pay the price for my cowardice, because I kept her at arm's length, trying to protect her from my guilt. I've made her vulnerable to something far worse. Arson's calculated seduction. And the most terrifying part, some small, shameful part of me wonders if he's right. If my careful distance has only pushed her toward the very danger I tried to protect her from. I've never pretended to be a good man. Keeping away from Lillian might be the one decent thing I've done in my life, and now it will get her hurt. Fuck. I have to find a way to stop him. I clench my hands into fists and bang on the door. As expected, no one answers. My anger only escalates, and I rush to the cot, flipping it and then the half-eaten tray of food. The contents splatter against the wall, but nothing stops the ache in my chest and the fear in my veins. I have to get out of here. I have to save that brat from herself. Again.
Chapter 14. Lillian. The truth can be a very ugly thing to face when you aren't ready to do so. Shame coats my insides as I remember what I did with him. I don't know if it's even defensible that I thought he was Aries. It's easier when I lie to myself and say I didn't know the difference. They're identical twins, and Arson played the role of his brother so well that no one else has noticed. But I'm not that good of a liar, because there was something about him from the moment I saw him at that stupid ball. Something vital and raw and changed. A tiny part of me knew he wasn't Aries, even if I refused to acknowledge it. I've spent hours trying to wrap my head around it all, waiting with bated breath for Arson to retaliate. He knows I was at the warehouse. There's no way he doesn't. Not with the cameras he has set up. No. His response, or lack thereof, is purely psychological. A guy who's crazy enough to pretend to be his twin brother in every single way proves that. Between checking over my shoulder every second, I'm also trying to figure out what happened between them to cause such a rift and where the hell I'm supposed to go from here. Aries' life hangs in the balance, and Arson has the knife, capable of ending things. The image of Aries in that cell haunts me. His long hair gone, his body thinner, his face bearded, and those familiar eyes hollowed by captivity. I wish I could have stayed a little longer, that I could have found a way to get him out of that cell. Whatever Arson's plan is, it can't be good. I hate how useless I feel, knowing he's been suffering this whole time, and no one had any inkling. I have to find a way to help him. But first, I need answers. Who is Arson? They are obviously twins. I just hadn't realized that the brother who was supposedly dead was Aries' twin. How could he stand to lose him all this time? Did he know he was still alive? Or did Aries think he'd died too? So many questions, and precious few answers. It's making me crazy. I've considered all the available options. Asking my mother is out. Going to the police? Likewise. Even if I told the police, it would get back to my mother. And after discovering what they've been keeping hidden from me this whole time, I can't trust her. There's no way she married their father without knowing about Arson. Something isn't right. Everyone is keeping secrets, and I fucking hate being the last to know. I don't know what Arson's motive is, but I do know that it has everything to do with Aries. and all roads point to revenge. The family's solution to everything has always been to hide it, contain it, and pretend it doesn't exist. I've seen it happen half a dozen times. Mother makes problems disappear so easily you would think she's a professional fixer. If I had to guess, arson became a problem at some point. This was before my mother married Richard. I know she worked for Hayes Pharmaceuticals when I was a child, but that's the only connection I can think of them having to one another. The irony isn't lost on me. I've spent years being treated as fragile, while they locked away someone they saw as dangerous. Two sides of the same coin. The invalid and the psychopath. Both problems to manage. Except I'm not a problem to be handled. I'm not weak or fragile. I've simply stepped into a role they assigned me to fulfill whatever agenda they've chosen. Maybe that's what happened to arson. I press my hand against the scar hidden beneath my blouse, focusing on the steady beat of my heart. What if I can help arson? Or Ares? What if he's not crazy or psychotic? What if the reason he wants revenge is valid? All these thoughts open a new space in my mind. If I can make arson see reason, then maybe I can save Ares. I close my notebook and start to pack up my belongings. It's too soon to return to the warehouse. He would expect it, which makes asking Ares anything further out of the question. I could talk to Lee, his best friend, but he might alert arson, and that could be an issue if I have nothing to offer him. I need information, something to prove that I know more about what is going on than he thinks. After years of everyone treating my condition like a death sentence, it might finally prove fatal. Not from physical weakness, but from tangling with a murderous doppelganger. So before he can get his hands on me, I'll go to the one place I doubt he'll show his face. The Hayes estate. My mother seems pleasantly surprised when I arrive at home and tell her I'm staying for the weekend. 3 days. That's how long I have to try to piece this jigsaw puzzle together. The walls of this mansion hold so many secrets, it shouldn't be too much work, now that I know what I'm hunting. For now, I snuggle in the library with a book. It's always so warm and inviting when the fire crackles in the hearth. There's a secret alcove in the far corner of the windowsill I used to hide away in at night when I was a kid. My favorite spot in the whole mansion. I curl against the nest of pillows I make in the sill, a blanket over my legs and a cup of tea on the side table. The book in my lap barely holds my attention, though. I feel safe here, which is a bit of an illusion. Arson could show up here any time, but I'm hoping he doesn't. I'm counting on it, because Ares has always hated this place more than even me. Mother will ask questions if he pops by unannounced, and she spots him. Maybe my knowing the truth will keep him at a distance for a while. Is that what I want? I hate that some traitorous part of my body still wants him. No. Arson doesn't make my body hum. It's always been Ares. It will always be him. The door to the library creaks as it opens, but I don't stir from my cozy nest. Members of the staff slip in and out of here all the time, most often without saying a single word. I assume they're keeping tabs on me at the request of my mother, but I've never bothered asking. It would only embarrass us both. After a moment, there's a subtle shift in the air temperature, and the hair on the back of my neck stands on end. Looking up from the book, I find Arson standing in the doorway. His presence makes everything seem smaller. Shit. For one moment, I can't believe he's really here, and then reality slaps me in the face, and shock gives way to fear. What the hell is he doing here? He wears my stepbrother's face like a mask, so perfect it almost fools me. Almost. He shuts the door quietly behind him, eyes locked on mine. I jump from the seat, needing to put as much distance between us as possible.
Relax,
he says, like it's a joke.
No need to run.
My legs go stiff. What are you doing here? Back to threaten me again? I hate how my voice shakes. From fear? Arousal? A heady mix of both makes my knees weak.
Because it's my house as much as it is yours,
he replies, walking in like he owns the place. He moves with lazy precision. Too calm, too measured. A panther stretching its legs. There's something coiled in his limbs, in his tone. It shoots my heart against the cage of my ribs like a trapped bird. This isn't your house. You don't belong here. Now tell me what you want. His smile is the gleaming edge of a razor blade.
To talk.
I don't like that. Don't like how eerily similar he and Ares look. How it feels like I'm talking to Ares when my brain knows I'm not. What is there to talk about? Unless you want to explain to me why you locked up your twin brother and impersonated him for weeks, we have nothing to talk about. He practically rolls his eyes.
You make it sound so dramatic.
Dramatic? I snap. Voice a little too loud. You kidnapped him. That's not dramatic, it's illegal.
Yet, you didn't tell anyone.
He fires the words back with a raised eyebrow. The allegation slices through me like a knife. He's not wrong. I haven't told anyone. But it isn't to spare him. Without evidence, without knowing what I'm walking into, I can't start speaking nonsense. No one will believe me. I don't have to explain that to him, though.
You've had days,
he continues, voice dropping.
Hours to spill the truth.
Hours to consider how he would punish me this time, when he caught me. I take a step back and stumble as my heel catches on the lip of the rug. With him this close, it's hard to remind myself he isn't Ares. My body reacts to his proximity like he's a live wire, but my brain screams warning.
Why is that, Lillian?
His hazel gaze pins me to the floor.
Why haven't you said a single word?
I try to think of a decent excuse, but nothing comes to mind. Think. Say something.
Afraid of what I'll do? Worried I'll hurt you?
My throat tightens. I'm not scared of you, so if you came here to intimidate me into keeping quiet, it won't work. He prowls forward, and for some stupid reason, I don't move. I don't even try to escape him. Probably because in some sick and twisted way, I don't want to escape him. I want him to catch me and sink his teeth into my skin.
I'm not here to keep you quiet. You've already proven to me that you aren't a risk.
I don't contradict him. Let him think I pose no threat. Then once I have enough information, I can prove just how wrong he was, because I'm going to do whatever's necessary to free Ares. If that's true, then why are you here? I almost regret asking the question, afraid to know the truth.
To give you a reward, of course.
My pulse spikes. What does that mean?
It means that I'm going to give you pleasure instead of punishment this time.
The smile he gives me is terrifying. No matter what I've done since that night, I can't get it out of my head. He'd fucked my throat raw, and I let him. I enjoyed it in some twisted, fucked up back corner of my brain. The only thing I hate is that I thought I'd been giving Ares my first blowjob, not his psychotic brother. I don't want anything from you, I say. The words are firm, but my voice shakes. It wavers because I'm lying, because my body remembers things I wish it didn't, and he knows it. Arson takes a step closer, the floor creaking faintly beneath his boots. The scent of him reaches me before he does. Dark spice and danger, smoke and skin. Resist him. Fight the desire rushing through your veins. It isn't that easy, though. You keep saying that, he murmurs. But you haven't left. Haven't run away or screamed for help. Part of me wonders if maybe... I don't want him to finish that sentence, because then I will have to face the fact that I'm choosing to let him touch me, choosing to be in his presence. Whatever you're thinking is wrong. I don't have to run to mean it. No, he agrees. But you're not pushing me away, either. He stands close enough now that the heat from his body brushes against me. Since I was 16, I've envisioned Ares doing these very things to me, whispering in my ear, touching me, and tempting me in sinister ways. It isn't him doing any of those things now, though. It's his villainous twin brother. But my body refuses to acknowledge the difference. Arson lifts his hand, slow, unthreatening, and tucks a piece of hair behind my ear. I flinch, but it's not because I think he'll hurt me. I flinch because he doesn't. I'm not going to take anything tonight, he says softly. At least nothing you aren't willing to give me. I have nothing to give you. Is that so? Then why are you shaking? His fingers trail down the curve of my throat, light as a whisper, making it difficult to do anything but breathe. You're angry? He confesses. Disgusted? You hate me. I nod once, stiff. But you're also curious, he adds. And that's what makes this so much worse. I'm not. You are. He cuts in gently. And that's okay. You're thinking about how it felt. About the way you moaned when you thought I was him. About how you begged for more, even when your mouth was full of my cock. I need to get away from him, away from the truth. Taking a step back, I collide with the bookcase. There's nowhere for me to go. And he follows, his 6-foot frame towering over me. I should find him terrifying and imposing, but his closeness provides a strange comfort. I didn't know, I whisper. But your body did. His voice drops to a sensual depth. It knew you liked it. And it knows now. He leans in, his sensual mouth at my ear. I stiffen, but don't run. You can pretend it didn't happen. Pretend I forced you. Pretend it wasn't what you wanted. But no matter what we make ourselves believe, we both know the truth. His fingers skim my wrist, then slide to my waist. The warmth of his touch burns into my skin, branding me. You wanted it. And if I pushed you further,
I have no doubt you would have given yourself to me completely.
I hate it. Hate that he's right. Hate that it's him standing in front of me instead of Ares. Hate that no matter how much I deny it, my body still reacts, aching with a need that I wish would disappear. Arson stands before me, confident and patient. His hazel eyes hold a gentleness in them that makes me want to crack him open and see what secrets he's hiding. As much as he and Ares look alike, I realize there is a distinct difference between them. He doesn't drag me closer, doesn't force me. Part of me wishes he would, because that would make all of this so much easier. Every breath becomes a short pant. My legs tremble, and my blood burns with a desire that should leave me feeling ashamed.
I'm not like him,
Arson whispers.
I won't pretend I don't want you. I won't keep you at a distance to protect you, or because it's the right thing to do.
He's so close now I can feel his breath on my face. This is wrong, I whisper. It's my last effort to stop this before it gets out of control.
It's not. It just feels wrong.
He trails a finger down my arm, and goosebumps pebble my flesh. His touch alone causes my nipples to harden and my core to clench. There's a dampness against my panties. I'm wet and aroused, and it's not because of Ares.
Let me show you how good it can feel.
His mouth brushes along my cheek. Not quite kissing, just there, hovering, teasing. I don't stop him, as his hand slips beneath the hem of my shirt, dragging softly over the bare skin of my stomach. I should be ashamed, but there's no room for shame when I'm as turned on as I am right now. The muscles twitch beneath his fingertips, every nerve ending becoming hyper-aware of him.
Do you feel that?
He breathes.
How your body leans into mine, even while you tell yourself this is wrong and that we shouldn't.
I'm not. The lie falls apart in my throat when his fingers move higher, tracing the underside of my ribs. Something dark flashes in his eyes as they meet mine.
Do you want me to prove it to you?
He whispers.
Is that it? Do you want me to take it from you so you don't have to deal with the guilt and shame?
Is that what I want? It would make all of this easier than admitting the truth to myself. But now that I've seen it, I can't pretend anymore.
If that's what you want, I'll do it. I'll take your pleasure and force every moan and whimper from those pretty lips of yours.
His next words set me ablaze.
Just say the word. There's no need to be ashamed. I already know the truth. You want this. You're starving, fucking desperate for my touch. It doesn't matter that I'm not him. Think of it this way. If you were mine, you never would have been in a position to be this hungry for another man's touch. I would have ravished you already, marked you, claimed you, made certain that no other man ever laid eyes on what is mine.
I'm burning, consumed by a fire that Ares kindled and arson set ablaze, and I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, both of them will burn me to ash. Don't say things like that. I gasp when his thumb brushes beneath my breast, making my frayed nerve endings tingle.
Why not? It's the truth. Sometimes the truth hurts,
Deny it all you want, sweetheart, but you're desperate for attention, for touch. So much so that even the enemy is starting to look desirable. I'm not, and I don't want you. I grit my teeth, trying to hide behind the lie. Sure you don't. I believe you. Just like I believe that you aren't clenching those pretty thighs together, trying to find any little bit of friction you can to elevate the ache in your core. Oh, fuck. He can read me like a goddamn book. Every reaction, every breath. Arson. I say his name, and I'm not sure if it's to tell him to stop or to keep going. Do you want me to stop, Lillian? Now is my chance to end this, to stop this from going any further. But I can't make myself say the words. Silence. Not a yes, but not a no either. After a moment and no response, his hand drifts lower again, moving with infuriating patience, down the curve of my waist, brushing over the swell of my hip. He's giving me a chance, another second to consider saying no. And I don't know why I haven't yet. Because you want this. Even if he isn't Aries, you want to be touched and consumed. My breath stutters, and I catch the edge of the bookcase behind me to stay upright. So fucking responsive. You're already shaking, he murmurs. And all I'm doing is touching you. Lightning bolts of pleasure zip across my flesh as his fingers trail beneath the band of my leggings. Slow, warm, deliberate. He's not trying to steal anything. He's asking in the way he touches. Unspoken, undeniable. I'm answering without words because I'm too ashamed to admit I feel the pull. I feel you clenching, he whispers, mouth brushing my temple. Every part of you tenses like you want to run, but your hips still tip toward me, begging for pleasure. I turn my face away, but he follows, lips grazing my jaw, my cheek, the corner of my mouth. Don't worry. I'm not going to kiss you. He breathes. You don't get that yet. His hand moves lower, sinking between my thighs, and I jolt, but not with fear. No. What finds me instead is relief. I didn't know how badly I needed the pressure until it was there. Gently, he strokes me through the thin fabric of my panties, slow and steady, like he's drawing it out on purpose. Every pass makes me more aware of how wet I already am. My entire body trembles, and it feels so good. I want to tell him to stop, but I'll lose my mind if he actually does. Pressing closer, he pins my body against the bookcase, and I tilt my head back against the shelf and open up to him. This encourages him, and his fingers move a little faster, in tighter circles, building a heat that can't be smothered. A whimper escapes me, the sound humiliating and real. Shh. It's okay. Don't hide it. Don't be ashamed, he whispers. I want to hear every little sound I pull from you. Every gasp, every whimper. I bite my lip hard, but the rhythm of his fingers is relentless. There's no escaping the pleasure he's pulling out of me. My entire body arches toward him, chasing the friction, even as my brain screams at me to stop. Good girl, he breathes. Let yourself have it. The pressure crests, and my knees go weak, every nerve ending rubbed raw and exposed. The orgasm hits in slow waves, rolling through me like a tide I can't fight. I moan against his shoulder, one hand clutching the edge of the shelf like it might hold me together, the other tightening in his shirt. He continues, his fingers stroking me gently until I'm shaking and breathless. He pulls back, and the loss of his presence leaves my body aching and empty. With infinite gentleness, he brushes a strand of hair from my face again, and the look in his eyes carries a warning with it. Stay away from the warehouse. Pretend you never saw anything, so I don't have to escalate things, because I promise you, this isn't a game you'll win. He pulls away, and I somehow remain standing, watching as he leaves the room. As I fall back down to reality, guilt claims me. Aries is locked in that cell, and I'm out here letting his kidnapper make me fucking come. What is wrong with me? I look down at myself. My shirt is wrinkled and my skin burning, while my entire body struggles to make sense of what just happened. My legs finally buckle, and I sink to the soft carpet, the firelight casting shadows of my shame around the room. Chapter 15. Lillian. I can still feel Arson's fingers ghosting against my flesh, a reminder of his brutality. I know I should be angry at his behavior, even angry with myself for enjoying his cruel touch the way I did. But the reality is, both of us should be directing our anger elsewhere, at the real culprits. Which is why the second I'm awake in the morning, I storm through Hayes Mansion with purpose, past the housekeeper's concerned looks, heading straight for my mother's private sitting room. As expected, she's there, perched on her favorite settee, tablet balanced on her knee. A hot cup of tea sits beside her. I take the chair opposite her. She only ever uses this space to plan her next charity event or talk business, so it's safe to assume that's what she's doing right now. Everything about her radiates careful control, from her expertly styled golden blonde hair down to the Louis Vuitton heels on her feet. "Darling," she greets without looking up, "I didn't expect you to sleep so late. Are you not feeling well?" The concern in her voice sounds genuine, but I can't help but wonder if it's fake. That's the worst part. She probably thinks she loves me, even while using my condition to manipulate everyone around us. I'm feeling fine. I don't get to sleep in with school as much as I used to. A quick check of my watch makes me roll my eyes, though. It's only 9 o'clock. I just wanted to talk to you about Aries before you went out, or whatever. I force myself to sit gracefully, the way she's trained me. No signs of distress that might trigger protective instincts. "Oh?" This time she looks up, interest sharpening her features. "Have you two been spending time together?" It's such a normal question, yet the way she asks it, as if she's hungry for new information, makes me uneasy. Has she been waiting for this conversation to happen? Sort of. I choose my words carefully. I'm just noticing that he seems different. Not himself. I pause and then continue. I was wondering if something happened recently, or if you or Richard spoke to him about anything. Different in what way? Her fingers are still on the tablet screen. How much information do I give her? Maybe just enough for her to tell me something? Anything? More intense? Less controlled? I watch her face closely. Like he's a different person, Something flickers in her eyes. Fear? Recognition? Before I can make sense of it, it's gone, replaced with her perfectly cultivated social mask. Well, fuck. How much does she know? How much can I trust her with this? Sweetheart. She sets the tablet aside and reaches for my hand. I understand your concern for Aries, but we didn't allow you to attend Oakmount so you could spy on your brother. You need to leave him alone. He's going through some changes, preparing to take his place in your father's company. It's not healthy for you to fixate on him like this. Fixate? I pull my hand away. I'm not fixating. I'm worried about him. He's my stepbrother. Exactly. Her smile is gentle but firm. And it's not appropriate for you to be so concerned about him. People might get the wrong idea. I thought you'd gotten over this little crush. The stress of school must be affecting you more than we realized. I knew it wasn't a good idea to let you attend Oakmount. Perhaps we should call Dr. Matthews. No, everything is fine. I'm fine. You're right. It must be all the changes lately. I lie and continue. And there is no crush. I'm just concerned. That is all. The last thing I need is her putting her nose into my love life. If she thought for a second I still had a little kid crush on Aries, she would lose it. Oh, sweetheart, I understand, but the only person you should be worrying about right now is yourself. I nod. I know. I didn't mean to worry you, Mother. I'm sorry. I soften my voice and place my hand on her knee, playing the role I always have. It's okay. I understand your worry for Aries, but I think you need to put some distance between yourself and your stepbrother. I don't want people getting the wrong idea about you two. The stress of such a scandal could cause your heart condition. I head toward the door before she finishes. My heart is fine. I love you. I'll keep my distance. I tell her before I slip out of the room. I should have known she wouldn't give me any relevant information. I faintly hear her say, "Love you too," but all I can see in my mind is her reaching for her phone to call Dr. Matthews. Or worse, Richard. Either way, they're hiding something. And I'm going to find out what it is, even if it means risking my own freedom. Back in my bedroom, I stare at my vanity, staring at my reflection. The perfect Hayes daughter. Carefully styled hair, expensive sweater, delicate pearl necklace that perfectly frames the surgical scar on my chest peeking above the neckline of my sweater. Their favorite conversation piece at parties. Have you heard about poor Richard's stepdaughter? Such a shame, her condition. But they've provided her with the best care. My fingers trace the faint bruises forming on my throat, where Arson grabbed me, where he bit me. Easy to hide with a scarf or higher neckline. I've become an expert at hiding things. My strength, my intelligence, my rage, playing the role they created for me. Just like they created roles for the twins. The golden boy and the forgotten shadow. My laptop sits open beside me, a social media photo from 3 years ago on the screen. Aries at a charity gala, smiling that perfectly practiced smile. I've studied his photos obsessively since my crush developed, but now, as I stare at the image, I see it with new eyes, without the veil of need clinging to it. Was he always so controlled? So careful? Or did the sudden disappearance of his twin brother teach him that there was a price for stepping out of line? It doesn't matter. Not anymore. Aries is being held in that cell. Arson is on a revenge mission, and no one is going to help me. If I want answers, I'll have to find them myself. And I know exactly where to look next. The attic. With all the cobwebs, spiders, and dust, it's rare that anyone goes up there. That isn't surprising when you think about it, since that's where my mother keeps all the archives for our family under lock and key. I doubt she knows it, but I've seen her carry boxes up those stairs. And when she was finished, I watched her lock the door and tuck the key into the top of the doorframe. It never occurred to me that something sinister could be hidden behind that door. I guess years of playing the quiet, invisible invalid of the family has finally paid off. I check my phone. Richard is at the office until 6, and Mother has her hospital board meeting in 10 minutes. The staff won't disturb me if I say I need to rest. Miss Lillian? Maria, our housekeeper, knocks softly. Your mother asked me to check on you. Do you need anything? I'm fine, I answer, making my voice appropriately weak. Just tired. I think I'll lie down for a while. Please don't disturb me. Of course, miss. I'll let your mother know. Perfect. They're all so trained to respect my condition that they won't think to check on me again for a few hours. Time to discover what other secrets the Hayes family is hiding in that attic. After a few minutes, I slip from my bedroom and tiptoe down the long hall. The thundering of my own heartbeat fills my ears, drowning out any other noise. I've never done something like this before. It's almost exhilarating to stop pretending and be myself. By the time I reach the door, my hands are trembling. I rise onto my tiptoes and feel for the key. My fingers skim the edge of the wooden doorframe, and thorns of panic prick at my senses. It's not there. I try the other side, my muscles aching as I put all my effort into finding that key. A scream of joy builds in my throat when my fingers graze the cold brass key. But instead of screaming, I smile and pluck the key out of its hiding place. With the door open, I put the key in my pocket and peer up the stairs, the darkness looming with untold secrets. Here goes nothing. Gently, I close the door behind me and ascend. The attic stairs creak under my careful steps, despite my practiced movements. Up here, the mansion's perfect facade crumbles. A thick coat of dust covers everything. Cobwebs stretch between boxes, and the air tickles my nostrils with the scent of dust and wet gym socks. Gross. To the right of me are shelves with boxes in each spot. I pull out my phone and turn on the flashlight, sweeping it across labels written in Mother's precise handwriting. Christmas decorations, summer clothes, family photos pre-2010. Everything is categorized and controlled, just like our lives below. As I move my flashlight across the space, I notice a door across the expansive room. I don't know why, but my legs feel heavy with each step I take toward it. I grip the brass doorknob and push the heavy door open. I shine my flashlight inside, and the beam catches on rows and rows of filing cabinets, stacked boxes, and a large desk covered in papers. Let's see what you're hiding, I whisper, moving to the nearest cabinet. The first drawer reveals nothing interesting. Tax records, property deeds, and insurance policies. The second holds medical files, but they're recent. My quarterly checkups, Aries' anxiety prescriptions, Father's blood pressure monitoring. Holy shit. They have a file on each of us. Dust tickles my nose, and I reach for my inhaler, more from habit than necessity. The familiar action steadies me as I move deeper into the room. I can't seem to get my eyes to move fast enough, to take all the information in fast enough. A box labeled Family Holdings, Confidential, catches my attention. I tug the top of the box off, eager to discover its contents. Inside are more medical records, but these are older. I squint as I read off the names at the top of each file. Elizabeth Martov, Marcus Richards, Thomas Wright. I've never heard my parents talk about these people or say their names. Why would they have information on them? Curiosity draws me deeper down the rabbit hole, and I examine the files. Each name belongs to a teenager and contains notes about behavioral issues and institutional care recommended. My hands shake as I continue to read. I move on to the next file, and the next, and the next. Each file follows the same pattern. Troubled teen, family connection to the Hayes business empire, sudden transfer to specialized facilities. There are no follow-up records, no indication of what happened to them. A spider scurries across one of the files and I jump, barely holding back a scream. But in my haste to escape the small spider, I bump into a stack of boxes. They topple with a crash that seems deafening in the stuffy attic air. I freeze, listening for footsteps, voices, anything. Nothing. Not a sound. Breathe, I tell myself, staving off the building panic attack. I gather the scattered papers up and place them back into the boxes. Something sparkly on the floor catches my eye, and I shine my light on the object. A metal lockbox, half hidden behind an old dresser. I pull it out and frown when I discover the digital keypad on the front. I chew my bottom lip, trying to think of what the code might be. Let's try the most obvious. Mother's birth date doesn't work. Neither does father's. I consider mine or Aries' birthdays, but I don't think either of them would use our birthdays for something like this. A light bulb goes off in my head, and I try the date from one of the old medical files. The day Elizabeth Martov was committed. I'm both excited and afraid when the box clicks open. I don't allow myself to reflect on any of the findings. Instead, I start to dig. Inside, beneath more institutional paperwork and payment records, lies a single birth certificate. My heart stutters in my chest as I read the name printed there. Arson Alexander Hayes, born 6 minutes after his twin brother, Aries Andrew Hayes. Yes, I've got it, I breathe. But the victory feels hollow as I realize what this document represents. Proof of a systematic erasure of inconvenient truths. And holding this evidence in my hands, knowing it exists, that could get me erased, too. The birth certificate is just the beginning. The lockbox is a treasure trove of carefully documented atrocities masquerading as medical care. My stomach tightens as I spread the documents across the dusty floor. Hospital records show the twins were identical in every way until age 7, when notations regarding Arson's concerning behaviors began to appear. There are payment receipts, large sums, transferred to various therapeutic facilities. Not just for arson, but for others. monthly payments to doctors, administrators, and even judges. All signed by my mother. I do the math on that little tidbit. She wasn't even married to Richard Hayes yet. This must have been when she was working for him, before his first wife died. A stack of commitment papers reveals a pattern. Every time the Hayes family faced a potential scandal or business threat, someone's child would develop concerning behaviors requiring immediate institutional care. How could something like that be possible? The timing is too perfect to be coincidental. I continue to scour through the papers and pause when I find the reports about arson. Pages of clinical observations, medication logs, and therapy notes. They read like torture documents. Patient exhibits continued resistance to treatment. Increased doses recommended. Solitary confinement implemented after the mention of his twin brother. My hand flies to my throat, remembering Arson's grip. No wonder he's dangerous. They made him this way. They systematically broke him while rewarding Ares for staying quiet and playing his role. If I thought the terror ended there, I was wrong. The medical authorization forms make my blood run cold. Mother's signature dots numerous lines authorizing experimental treatments to be performed on minor patients. Father's signature on liability waivers. An ache rips through my chest. Both of them knew exactly what they were condemning these children to. And not just other people's children, but their own son. A letter from Dr. Matthews, my doctor, catches my eye. It's recent, dated just last month. Regarding Lillian Hayes, patient's cardiac condition provides excellent coverage for any necessary behavioral modifications. Recommend increasing monitoring as she approaches college age. Previous symptoms of independence and questioning authority can be easily attributed to stress on her heart. All these years, my heart condition wasn't just something they managed. It was something they weaponized. A built-in excuse to control me, drug me, even commit me if necessary. Just like they did to Arson. Just like they've done to countless others. The perfect Hayes family, making problems disappear behind beautiful mansion walls and medical terminology. Looking at these papers, it becomes clear that I'm not their daughter or even their victim. I'm their next potential project. Unless I can figure out a way to stop them. At the bottom of the box is a letter from Richard to the board of Hayes Pharmaceuticals, dated 14 years ago. The acquisition of North Star facilities provides us with additional resources for handling sensitive family matters. Their psychiatric wing has proven particularly useful in managing potential threats to company interests. North Star. The abandoned pharmaceutical warehouse where Arson is holding Ares. It wasn't a random choice. It was where they first learned to make people disappear. My fingers trace the family tree, sketched in Mother's elegant hand on another document. Hayes family's connections branch out into every major business in the city. Next to certain names are small red X's. I recognize some from the medical files. Families of the troubled teens who vanished into treatment. Arson isn't the only one they've done this to. A photo slips from between the pages. 2 boys, maybe 10 years old, dressed in identical prep school uniforms. But their smiles are different. Aries looks directly at the camera, confident and controlled even then. Arson looks sideways, watching something off camera with intense focus. Watching my mother, I realize, who stands at the edge of the frame holding what looks like medical papers. The timeline assembles itself in my mind. The Hayes family acquires North Star facilities. Children of business rivals begin showing symptoms requiring treatment. Arson starts asking questions. The boathouse incident, whatever that was, provides the perfect cover. One twin disappears, while the other is groomed for succession. And now, 10 years later, Arson has returned, wearing his brother's face and using the very facility they imprisoned him in to exact his revenge. But why take Aries? Why not expose the whole operation? Unless... My hand flies to my neck, where his fingers and teeth left their marks. He's not just seeking revenge. He's recreating what they did to him, making Aries experience the imprisonment he endured, using me to twist the knife deeper. My lungs tighten as I force air into them. I'm probably the only person alive who knows the full truth. The only question now is, what do I do with this information? Expose the family and risk becoming their next victim? Help Arson and become complicit in his revenge? Try to save Aries and potentially make everything worse? I think about it for another second and consider another option that requires playing a role I've perfected over years of being underestimated. Arson did it, so why can't I? Perhaps it's time for the perfect Hayes daughter to become as dangerous as they always feared she might be now. My heart condition is real. The surgeries, the medications, the occasional episodes, the asthma, also real. But they've twisted the medical narratives into something else entirely. A leash, a threat, a ready-made excuse to commit me the moment I become inconvenient. Like Arson became inconvenient. Without a doubt, I know they would do the same to Aries, to anyone who becomes a problem. I gather the documents with trembling hands, taking photos of everything with my phone. The birth certificates, the payment records, the letter about managing my independence. Evidence of decades of systematic abuse hidden behind medical terminology and family concern. This is what I wanted, right? Evidence. But now that I have it, what do I do with it? Who do I go to? The police? That's a joke. They're in the Hayes family's pockets. I recognize the police commissioner's daughter among the treated teens. The media? Richard owns half the local papers, and the other half won't risk getting involved with the Hayes family's lawyers. Arson? The thought stops me cold in my tracks. He already knows most of this, and has lived through the worst of their abuse. He wants revenge. That much is obvious. But is there a way to change his perspective? To direct his anger away from Aries and toward the people who matter most? The monsters who did this. Would knowing that there were others change his mind? Or would it be added fuel to his rage? And Aries, my stomach twists, thinking of him in that cell. Did he know about any of this? The documents suggest he was kept deliberately ignorant, trained to look away, and rewarded for his silence. just like they've trained me. I put everything back as it was, except for the birth certificate. I fold it nicely and place it in my pocket for safekeeping. All this new information has my head spinning, and my emotions all over the place. I don't know what I'm going to do, but what I do know is that I'm done playing the part they wrote for me. Done being their perfect, fragile daughter. Done watching them destroy lives while pretending it's for the greater good. I descend the stairs quickly, as if I'm running from the secrets I discovered. I close the attic door behind me, lock it, and then place the key back where I found it. A heaviness presses down on me while I walk back to my bedroom. If I'm not going to play the role they want me to play any longer, then what is my new role? Do I help Arson expose everything, knowing his revenge might hurt innocent people? Do I try to save Ares, potentially becoming Mother's next patient in the process? Or is there another option? One that requires me to become something far more dangerous than any of them expect. A smile pulls at my lips. It's time to show them exactly what their perfect daughter has become.
Chapter 16. Arson. I hate to admit it, but Lillian is becoming an obsession. When I'm not working on the next step in my plan for revenge, I'm thinking about her intoxicating scent and the way her body felt pressed against mine. Fuck. I should just fuck her and move on. Maybe if I stick my dick in her, that will end this maddening infatuation. Unlikely. Worst off, the thought of having sex with her leads me to other questions. She's most likely a virgin, with how sheltered she is, and God knows my pathetic brother wasn't man enough to take her. If that's true, then I'll be the first to slam deep inside her. The mere thought makes my cock ache in a way it never has before. I sit in front of the security feed I set up on campus, watching and waiting. It's unhealthy the way my heartbeat quickens at the appearance of Lillian on the screen. She's crossing the quad, and something about her movement catches my attention. The careful fragility that's standard in her steps is gone. No more delicate steps and no performative pauses to catch her breath. She walks with purpose, her head held high, like someone who shed their victim status. I switch camera views, following her progress across campus through the network I installed weeks ago. She's changed clothes since our encounter. Darker colors, practical shoes, nothing like her usual expensive delicacy. The transformation goes deeper than appearance. There's anger in her stride and determination in the set of her shoulders. What changed in the few days since I threatened you, little brat? I've been tracking her all day, telling myself it's necessary surveillance. Can't have her interfering with my plans and running to Daddy Dearest with suspicions about his prodigal son's return. But if I'm honest, and I do try to be honest with myself, if no one else, I'm fascinated by this new shift in her. The laptop screen shows her checking over her shoulder, scanning roof lines and shadows. My lips feel weird, and I realize I'm smiling. Really smiling. Wait, did I just fucking smile because of this brat? No, I smile because I'm proud of her. She knows she's being watched and no longer playing the role of prey. A sound from the secured area reminds me it's time to feed Ares. Still, I don't move from the monitors. My dear brother can wait. Right now, I'm more interested in how his stepsister has gone from frightened bird to potential predator in the space of a few days. I know she visited home this past weekend because I made sure to stop by, but she seemed fine. the fragile daughter still when I left her. My fingers traced the surgical scars on my wrist, remnants of restraints and treatments they claimed were for my own good. 10 years of systematic destruction, and here's this girl who's supposed to be weak, supposed to be controlled, walking like she's ready for war. She's headed toward the old botany buildings now, a relatively isolated part of campus. There are fewer cameras there and less foot traffic. She's either being very stupid or very clever. What are you doing, Lillian? I tell myself that it doesn't matter, that she's a means to an end, and the only thing I care to know is what happened that changed her demeanor so quickly. But as I watch her disappear into my camera blind spot, the fear of something happening to her, of someone touching what's mine, sends me into action. I shrug on my jacket and head to the door. Time to have another chat with my dear stepsister. The drive to campus takes exactly 7 minutes. I park in Aries' usual spot, muscle memory making me adjust the mirrors exactly as he would. The role sits uncomfortably tonight. I'm not here to play the golden boy. My security cameras track her last known position near the old botany buildings. Perfect hunting grounds. Isolated paths, overgrown gardens, plenty of shadows to hide in. A smart girl would avoid an area like this after our last encounter. But Lillian isn't playing the smart girl role anymore. Either that, or this was intentional, a way to lure me out of the warehouse. For that, she'd have to know I'm watching her, or maybe this is her way of confirming it. I catch sight of her ahead, moving between pools of lamplight with unexpected grace. No sign of the breathing trouble from our last meeting, no performative weakness. Her steps are precise, but unafraid. Oh, yeah, she knows I'm following her, knows I've been watching her. The game shifts something in my blood. Usually I'm calculating, controlled, everything planned to the minute. This feels different, primal. Her pace quickens as I close the distance between us, but she doesn't run. Instead, she veers to the right, taking a path leading deeper into the abandoned gardens. Interesting choice, little sister. I mirror her movements, keeping to the darker patches, appreciating the way she checks her surroundings without being obvious about it. She's learned something since our last encounter. Question is, what? The path narrows between a pair of old greenhouses, their glass panels reflecting moonlight like broken mirrors. She pauses at a junction, pretending to check her phone. What she's actually doing is checking the reflections for my approach. Very interesting. I'm fully aware that I could end this game right now, grab her and remind her what happens to people who don't heed my warnings. I'm curious to see where she leads me, though, because she is leading us. Each turn she takes is deliberate, moving farther from campus security cameras and emergency phones. Either she's developed a death wish, or she wants this confrontation as much as I do. A twig snaps under my foot, intentionally, letting her know how close I am. Her shoulders tense, but she doesn't speed up, and there's no fear in her movements. She merely continues her unbothered pace toward what used to be the Botanical Research Center, like she isn't being hunted by a monster. Where are you taking us, Lillian? The predator in me should be satisfied with this hunt. Instead, I'm increasingly unsure who's hunting whom. Time to end this charade. I catch her in the shadows of the old research center, my hand closing around her arm as I spin her to face me. She doesn't scream, doesn't struggle in my grasp. She just stares up at me, her blue eyes shining with honesty and rawness. Didn't I warn you about following me? My voice comes out rougher than intended. I wasn't. A slight smile plays on her full lips. You were following me. The confidence in her tone throws me off. I don't like this change. The control I was so sure of only a couple of days ago feels tenuous. Playing dangerous games, little sister. I press her back against the brick wall, using my height to loom over her. Did our last chat not make an impression? Oh, it did. Her pulse under my fingers is steady, controlled. The bruises are still fading. Would you like to see them? The invitation in her voice, dark, challenging, catches me off guard. This isn't how prey is supposed to act. What's changed? I demand, fingers tightening on her arm. A few days ago, you could barely breathe when I touched you. Do you ever get tired of playing the same role? Tired of pretending? She doesn't try to break my grip, but her free hand moves to her pocket. Because I am, and right around the same time I decided to stop giving a shit. I discovered there are far worse things out there than a psychotic stepbrother. Brothers, I correct automatically. I tread very carefully because you have yet to see me lose control, and I promise you have no idea of the dark, cruel things I'm capable of. Don't I? Something rustles in her pocket. In fact, I know more than you think, maybe even more than you. I narrow my gaze. Explain. I know why you hate him so much. I know what they did to you. Her gaze holds mine steadily. I know about North Star. The single word hits like a punch to the gut. My grip on her tightens involuntarily, but she doesn't flinch. What do you think you know? My voice is a dangerous whisper. Enough to understand why you're doing this, what your motive is, and what your endgame is. She leans closer despite my punishing grip. I know other things, too. Things you didn't know. About Mother, about all the others they made disappear. Others. My mind races. I knew about a few cases, heard rumors in the institution about other problem children who vanished into the system. But the way she says it... You're lying, I growl through my teeth, but uncertainty creeps in as I continue. This is a ploy, another attempt to save your precious stepbrother. Are you sure? That small, dangerous smile returns to her lips. If that were true, then why did I lead you somewhere private to talk? Why am I standing here with my head held high instead of cowering with fear? Because you think you have leverage, I want to say, but don't. It hits me. She's not bluffing, and suddenly I'm not sure who has the power right now. Prove it, I growl, shifting closer until I can feel her breath on my face. Prove you know anything worth my time. You're hurting the wrong person, she says, still maddeningly calm despite our proximity. Ares was just as much a victim as you were. He just wore prettier chains. Shut your fucking mouth. My free hand finds her throat, and I press my thumb against her pulse point. I think I'm done listening to you talk. Maybe I should end this game now. Fuck you until you beg me to stop, until the tears are running down your cheeks and your screams become faint. I could record the whole thing, so my dear brother could see what he made me do to your sweet little cunt. She shivers, and her pulse quickens under my hold. Is it fear? Or something else? Does the thought excite her? She doesn't try to escape me, even as fear trickles into her eyes. Or maybe that's what you want. Do you want me to fuck you, Lillian? I whisper softly against her ear. Stop. Stop trying to mess with me. Stop trying to make me fear you. Your fear is all I desire, sweetheart. Without it, you're useless to me. That's a lie, even if you don't want to admit it. You need me. You just don't know how much yet. I don't need you. I don't need anyone, I snarl. Are you sure? I know things. They didn't erase only you. Her words rush out in a breath. You were their test subject. They needed to see if they could really make it work, and they did. Through you, they perfected a system that they went on to use on dozens of others. Children of business rivals, witnesses to corporate crimes, anyone who threatened their perfect facade or agenda. Icy dread slides down my spine. She believes what she's saying. More importantly, she's not saying it to negotiate or plead. She's stating facts. And how do you know this? I lean closer, using intimidation to mask my growing unease. Playing detective, little brat? No. Reaching out, she brushes the exposed scars on my wrist, the ones usually hidden by Aries' expensive watches. I'm playing my part, just like you played yours in that institution, just like Aries plays his now. She pauses for a moment, and her voice takes on a softness that strokes the beast inside me when she speaks again. I know you're angry, and rightfully so, but just remember that all of us are victims here. We're all their puppets, dancing on different strings. Her touch, coupled with the gentleness of her voice, sends bolts of electricity zinging across my skin. No one's touched those scars since they were made. Brat! I should break her fingers for being so daring. Instead, I find myself pressing closer, caging her against the wall, using my body to keep her where I want her. You think understanding makes you safe? My lips brush her ear. Makes us allies? No. She turns her head, bringing our faces dangerously close. Understanding makes me dangerous, even more so since I know where the bodies are buried, literally in some cases. I'm shocked, astonished. What? North Star wasn't just a facility for treating problems. Her fingers trace over my forearm, mapping more surgical scars through my sleeve. It was where problems permanently disappeared, and my mother kept records of everything. The implication of her confession hit me right in the gut. My revenge has been focused on Aries, on the family who threw me away. But if what she's saying is true, then this goes deeper than family drama. What's the point of telling me this? I study her face for signs of deception. Why not go to the police? Her laugh is bitter, surprising in its darkness. Do you hear yourself right now? Would you believe such a story if you didn't know what you know? They wouldn't give a shit. If anything, they would try to cover it up. I certainly doubt they want the public knowing the police commissioner's daughter was one of the problems they made disappear. Confusion and anger bleed together. What the hell is she getting at? Then why? Because you're not the only one who wants to burn it all down. She presses something into my hand, a folded paper thicker than standard printer paper. You're just the only other person I know with nothing left to lose. The power dynamic between us shifts, but it's not about physical control this time. She's offering me something more potent than my current revenge. She's offering me proof of a systemic evil that goes beyond personal betrayal. This makes her infinitely more dangerous than I ever expected. This is a joke, right? I can't keep the mockery from my voice. Do you really expect me to believe sweet little Lillian, Patricia's perfect invalid, wants to assist in destroying her own family? Not assist. She lifts her chin defiantly. Partner with. However, I have a few conditions I need you to agree to first. I slide my hand from her throat and up to her jaw, cupping the delicate bone. Without thought, I gently brush my thumb across her plump bottom lip. I'm reminded of the way she looked with her lips wrapped around my cock that night in her dorm, when she still thought I was him. You're not in a position to demand conditions. No? She cocks her head to the side, but doesn't pull away from my touch. If anything, she leans into it. Is that so? My cock grows incredibly hard, pressing against the zipper of my jeans. Her pink tongue darts out and flicks against my thumb. Pleasure consumes me. I want to fuck her against the tree right this second, open her up and see what she's made of. I can only imagine how much effort it took Ares to keep his hands off her. If that were true, if you really believed that, then you wouldn't still be standing here. The little minx is testing my patience and resolve. I should tell her to fuck off, but I don't want to, and that's increasingly frustrating me. If you don't want to make a deal with me, then why are you still standing here? Because you're a fascinatingly beautiful creature, because you've transformed from prey to monster, because the darkness in your eyes matches mine. That's what I really want to say. Instead, I growl out a response. What do you want? No innocent victims, no killing. Her breath catches as my thumb traces her lip. Focus on the real monsters. Mother, your father, the board members who helped cover everything up. What about Ares? I press closer, using my body to remind her of her stepbrother's imprisonment. Is he an innocent victim in this scenario? You know he's not totally. One of her hands slides across my shirt, and I can feel the heat of her touch through the fabric, not pushing me away, but anchoring herself. But torturing him won't give you the revenge you seek. What will give me the revenge I seek, Lillian? To destroy them all, and by working together, we can make sure that happens. Tilting her head, she looks up at me, and our lips nearly touch. There will be nothing more satisfying than watching them realize the perfect world they built on the bones of others is nothing more than an illusion, that their secrets and lies won't be buried forever, making all the evidence I have public knowledge, exposing them for the monsters they are. A dark, hungry need for revenge coats every word she speaks. This isn't the fragile girl I threatened days ago. No. Lillian has transformed right before my eyes. I wonder what other information she's discovered, what other secrets she's holding hostage. Fuck. Even if she is resourceful, even if she wants revenge, bringing her into the fold would complicate things. The reality is, just because she's strong today doesn't mean she will be when shit hits the fan. I look down at her, staring into her eyes, seeing the same darkness there that I carry. How can I say no to that? I'm not sure you understand what you're offering me, I warn, but my voice is rough with something darker than anger. The things I plan to do to them will traumatize you for the rest of your life. Hell, the things I might do to you. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Her fingers curl into my shirt. I'm not afraid of anything. They made sure of that when they turned my condition into a weapon that they could use against me. The admission hangs between us, charged with shared understanding. We're both products of their manipulation, me through violence, her through velvet-covered control. I wonder what precious Ares would think of his stepsister plotting revenge, of working with the villain. I drag my nose along her jaw, inhaling the sugar scent of vanilla. She's so sweet, I'm tempted to take a fucking bite. His innocent Lillian, dipped in darkness and corrupted by evil. I'm not his, she whispers breathlessly. I was never his. He made sure of that when he chose to keep me at a safe distance. Possession roars inside my chest. She's right. She's not his, but she could be mine. This darker version of her, born of secrets and suppressed rage, calls to the primal beast inside me. I don't think you understand how fucking dangerous this is, how dangerous I am to you. I murmur against her skin. Are you sure you want to make a deal with the devil? Her answering smile is sharp enough to draw blood. Who says I'm not the devil, too? For half a second, I consider that. Perhaps she is the devil as well. Last chance to walk away, I whisper, my hands betraying me, sliding possessively down her sides. Once you're in, there's no going back, no claiming innocence. You're not listening. Her tiny body arches under my touch. I don't want innocence. I want revenge. I want to help you destroy them. But methodically, completely, not through physical torture or death. I want to dismantle everything they've built, burn it down and watch them squirm while trying to escape the flames of their own demise. She means it. She fucking means it. And I don't know if I should kill her right here to save her from my darkness, or drop to my knees and worship her. I sink my fingers into her silky blonde hair, sifting the strands through my fingers. How is it possible for someone to be so fucking fragile, so fucking perfectly beautiful, yet sinister and beastly? After a moment, I fist her hair, yanking her head back to study every inch of her face. Soft, peachy pink pale skin, and big cornflower blue eyes that are far too innocent for all the things I want to do to her. As I inspect her features, I hunt for any trace of manipulation or deceit. Nothing. She wants this. She wants to help. And if I decide to punish you anyway, my grip tightens and she winces, for interfering with my plans, for discovering things you shouldn't know, then you better make it count. Even as pain shimmers in her blue eyes, the challenge in her voice refuses to waver. Just remember, hurt me or kill me, and you lose access to everything I have. Every dirty secret, every hidden grave, every piece of evidence that could bring them down disappears with me. Clever girl, using her knowledge as both a weapon and a shield. There are worse things than death, little sister. I press my mouth to her ear, letting my teeth graze her sensitive flesh. I could drop you so deeply into darkness that you'd betray everything you believe in for another taste, all while I watch your precious morality crumble in my hands. Her body trembles, but not with fear. Maybe that's what I want. Determination laces her words. Maybe I'm tired of being their perfect, pristine daughter. Maybe I want someone to show me how deep the darkness goes. Fuck me. Her darkness calls to my darkness in a way that makes my cock a little harder and my pulse a little louder. This isn't part of the plan. She's supposed to be a pawn, not a player. I need to use her to hurt Ares, not let her tempt me. Careful what you wish for. I drag my lips down her neck, feeling her pulse race. I'm not known for my gentleness. Good. Her hands slide up my chest to my shoulders. Gentle is what they use to control me. I want something real, something that burns, something that hurts. Last warning, I murmur, though I'm already lost. Cross me, and death will seem merciful compared to what I'll do to you. Her smile is all teeth and terrible promise. Prove it. Prove it, I growl, shoving her back against the wall. The air escapes her lungs in a gasp. She's either incredibly stupid or naive. Either way, I'll need to show her that taunting me isn't how this works. Stop provoking me. I promise you don't want to see the monster they made me into. Yes, I do. I want to see everything. All of it. Her words sound like a prayer, like permission, like damnation. My control fractures and I give in to temptation, needing to kiss that sweet, sinister mouth. I crush my lips to hers, swallowing up her gasp of shock. I don't kiss her gently. It's all teeth and tongue and barely controlled violence. But right now, that's all I can give her. She responds immediately, fingers digging into my shoulders, body arching into mine. She kisses me back like she's been starving for this particular darkness, like she fucking needs me as much as I need her. I pull back half an inch, breaking the kiss, my lungs starving for air. Is that what you imagined it would be like? I bite her lower lip hard, watching her wince from the pain. When you thought I was him, when you realized I wasn't. No. She shakes her head and drags her nails down my back. This is better, because now you're not pretending, not holding back. I lose control and grab her thighs, lifting her against the wall until she wraps her legs around my waist. The position brings us closer intimately, and a soft whimper escapes her bruised lips. That sound is a battle cry, a noise I want to hear over and over again. I'm going to ruin you, I promise, grinding against her warm cunt. Turn their perfect daughter into something unrecognizable. Make you crave things that would horrify them. Please, she gasps, rolling her hips against mine. I bite her neck hard enough to leave a mark to match the others, loving how she moans instead of pulling away. Going to make you mine in every filthy way possible, make you forget he ever existed. Yes, please. Aries. Her hands slip under my shirt, tracing over the scars on my back. Aries. I become feral, needing her to realize it's me, that it will only ever be me. There is no room for my bastard brother in her mind when we're together. Angrily, I grab her wrists, pinning them above her head with one hand while the other snakes between our bodies and dips under her skirt. Teach her a lesson. Show her true darkness. My fingertips ghost against the front of her panties. Soaked, already wet and aching with need. Because of me. Only me. Arson, I growl against her lips, rubbing my fingers against her weeping cunt. It's me that's making you feel this way. Me, arson, making your pussy so wet you can barely think straight. Now say it. Say my fucking name. Her pretty blue eyes flicker with shock, the column of her delicate throat moving as she gulps. I warned you. I told you what I would do. Arson, she finally says while I move my fingers a little faster, teasing her clit through the soaked lace. God, please don't stop. Please. Not Aries, I sneer, pushing the lace aside and sliding 2 fingers into her slick heat. She gasps, clenching around me like her body knows exactly who I am, even if her head doesn't. Not the golden boy, not the one who made you blush and stammer. He might have had your attention back then, but I have your body now. Her moan is raw and broken. I curl my fingers and press my thumb to her clit, working her with slow, deliberate pressure. Do you ever think he thought about making you come like this? Think he ever could have touched you like I do?" She shakes her head, lips trembling. "No," she whispers, breath hitching. "That's right," I reply, cruel and soft, "because he doesn't know how to take you apart like this. He's too much of a coward." I drive my fingers deeper, dragging a helpless sound from her throat. "But me, I'll make you forget him. I'll fuck every trace of him out of your head when the time is right." Her hips jerk, thighs quivering around my wrist, and I feel her getting closer, body pulsing, straining. "Come from me," I murmur. "Come with my name on your lips, not his. Show me who owns you now." "Arson," she gasps, eyes closing as she falls apart, clenching tight around my fingers. "Arson, oh my God." I keep going, slow and deep, drawing every last tremble from her body. Her nails dig into my shoulders, her breath stutters, and when she finally goes limp in my arms, wrecked and panting, I lean in close, mouth at her ear. "You'll never confuse us again." I finally pull my fingers free. They're wet, glistening with her arousal. Then I bring those same fingers that were just inside her to my lips and suck them deep into my mouth, my tongue swirling around the digits, stroking them. She watches with curiosity as I savor her juices. Delicious. "What do I taste like?" she asks softly. "Mine," I say low, licking the last trace from my knuckle. "You taste like mine." "Don't say things like that," she whispers, suddenly all shy when moments before my fingers were deep inside her. "What happens now? Are you going to let me help you?" If she thinks I will give myself away after a little touching, she's wrong. I want more, so much more. I haven't decided yet. What I can say is that I want you, that I want to fuck you, to be able to ruin you properly. Soon enough I'll have you stripped bare, spread out, quivering, so full of my cock you forget how to speak. Her eyes are dark with want as she straightens her clothes. "What?" I grab her chin, forcing her to meet my gaze. "Oh, little sister, you didn't actually think this was only about helping me, did you? I have plans, and not the kind you get to walk away from. These plans will leave marks on you, scars, memories you'll choke on every time you close your eyes." "What do you mean? I don't understand." Watching her so off balance gives me more satisfaction than I care to admit. I step back and gesture for her to go ahead. "You will soon. We'll pick this up another time when I can claim you the way I want to. Now, move before I make you move." She huffs at me as if she's annoyed, and I give her a smirk. Like a good girl, she does as she's told and walks back to campus the way we came. I trail her, admiring my own strength. I want her badly, but I want my brother to bear witness to what he's given me. He had his chance, and he let it slip through his fingers. Lillian's mine now. I thought maybe I could use her as a pawn, but she's more than that. She's dangerous. Perhaps she's my perfect partner in revenge. Sweet Lillian. She has no idea the ways I plan to make her earn her place. I'll give her what she wants, and in return, she will help me destroy Ares at the same time. Chapter 17. Ares. The warehouse's night sounds echo through my cell, distant machinery humming, pipes creaking, and worse, my brother's footsteps from somewhere. He returned an hour ago, his mood different, satisfied, predatory. Something's changed. I catch snippets when he passes near the ventilation shaft, phone conversations, movements that seem more energized than usual. Then I hear him say her name, Lillian. The way he says it makes my blood run cold. Pushing off the concrete floor, I pace the limited space of my cell. 6 steps one way, 6 steps back. A choreography of captivity I've perfected over the past weeks. Until now, I've been patient, calculating. Arson can't hold me forever. Eventually he'll make a mistake, or his plan will fall apart. I can't be selfish. I can't risk him hurting her. Lillian. I stop at the small window, pressing my forehead against the cool glass. My reflection shows what weeks of captivity have done. Beard unkempt, eyes hollow, and body leaner from Arson's sporadic meals. A far cry from the polished haze air everyone expects. Patience is power, Father has always said. One of his many lessons I accepted without question. How many things did I willingly accept? Arson's treatment, keeping Lillian at arm's length to protect her from our family's corruption. From me. All of it was for nothing. Now she's caught between a family full of dark secrets and my psychotic twin. Somewhere off in the distance, I hear Arson moving around his living space, the sound of a shower running. He's humming, actually humming. Fucking dick. I played my part, and I know it wasn't right. I know I should have tried, should have spoken up. No. Don't think about the boathouse, about choices made and prices paid. Focus on the now, on Lillian. I've been playing it smart and biding my time, trying to conserve energy while watching for the perfect opportunity to escape, knowing Arson's revenge would burn itself out eventually. Except it hasn't, not yet, and I have no more patience. Not with Lillian involved. Not when I hear that satisfaction in my brother's voice when he says her name. I shake my head in disappointment. She thinks she's strong enough to handle this. Him, our family's secrets. She's survived their manipulation, their constant control disguised as protection. But Arson is another beast. I don't know what her intentions are, but she's in over her head. I know my brother better than anyone else. We're the same, even if he refuses to see it. He'll offer her a taste of freedom and power, then use it against her. He's rotten, straight to the fucking core. If only she knew I'm so much worse. As badly as I want her, to corrupt her, mark her, claim her, watching him ruin her is not a fucking option. I was too much of a coward to save him, but I'm older now, smarter and stronger. I won't make the same mistake twice. The humming stops abruptly, and his footsteps move away. I grit my teeth, the tension in my jaw making my head ache. He's in a good mood, which my addled mind tells me is because he saw her tonight, or did something to her. Either that, or he's planning to. I press a fist to my head. I have to get out of this cage, have to stop this before Lillian falls too deep into our family's poison. But how? How do I get out of this place? There's another option. If I can push Arson to lose control and kill me, then Lillian becomes useless to him. Then he won't have a reason to involve her. Maybe he'll leave her alone. Or maybe it's too late for that. Perhaps he's realized just how tempting she is, how much her light calls to the darkness inside each of us. Fuck. Either way, I have to try. Arson! I yell. and my voice bounces off the concrete walls, echoing through the ventilation system. "Come on, brother. Let's talk about what you're doing to her." I'm greeted with silence, even though I know he can hear me. He designed this prison himself, making sure I could hear snippets of his life outside while he keeps me buried inside. Torture at its finest. "Getting squeamish about sharing?" I yell louder, letting anger trickle into my voice. "We're just afraid she'll figure out you're the Timu version of me." Something crashes, a glass or plate shattering. Satisfaction burns deep in my gut. Good, he's listening. "Arson!" I scream until my throat burns. "We both know this has nothing to do with her. If you want to hurt me, then come and do it yourself. Stop hiding behind her like a coward." Blissful silence follows, although it's heavy with potential violence. He's close to breaking. I know it. I can feel it. I need him down here. Need him angry enough to make mistakes or end my life. "She'll never want you." My voice cracks, but I push harder. "You're just wearing my face, playing dress-up in my life. The only